y'all, Scott here. I want to play Super Mario 64 on the go, but there's gotta be an easier way. Super Mario 64 is the game, okay? It revolutionized gaming with its expansive 3D worlds, its 360 degrees of pure unrestricted movement. The fact this was all at the launch of a console, and it was and still is good. Mario 64 could be considered gaming's magnum opus, an accomplishment unlike anything seen before. Hell, I'm not sure if we'll ever see anything like this ever again. Guess what? Super Mario 64 DS. Yeah, it's Super Mario for the Nintendo 64 for the Nintendo DS. Okay, sure. Here's beans for your mouth for your floor. But what? This is the game that changed games forever. This huge technical and graphical leap. Now on a cartridge this small and playable portably via Nintendo's latest handheld at its launch. Wow, tell me more! Okay. I love this game. Both versions, to be honest. Mario 64 in and of itself was magical, but Mario 64 DS was magical in its own special way. This was jaw-dropping because it was unlike anything we've ever seen before. And this was jaw-dropping because it was that same game, but playable anywhere on a Nintendo handheld when all we expected from Nintendo handhelds at the time was not this. Unfortunately, once that context is removed from Mario 64 DS, it becomes much more difficult to ignore many of the issues present. Yes, Super Mario 64 DS isn't perfect. But hey, nobody is. Look at me, for example. Super Mario 64 DS isn't perfect. I say wrong shit all the time. But what's really up with this game? Well, it all started back in 2004. It all started back in 1996, and 8 years between brand new release and remake. Concept of time is weird. I mean, back then, Mario 64 felt a hell of a lot older than 8 years old, whereas now, time flies so fast. Yesterday was 8 years ago? Well, what exactly was Super Mario 64 to me in the year 2004? So my cousins would bring their Nintendo 64s over to the grandparents' house, and I recall watching them play it there while just being in awe. This game captures your imagination from the second you see it. Like, wow, this is like a whole ass planet we can explore here. That feels like you can do anything, go anywhere in this game. I felt like every little element here was meant to really play into that sense of wonder you have as a child. I mean, from the moment you boot it up. Hello. What can I do to that nose? I can mess around with Mario's face on the title screen for hours here. The castle grounds, oh my god, I've never felt so free in a video game than I did here. Nowadays, it's obviously a fairly small environment, but back then, this opening area felt like it could have been the whole ass game. Moving around with full 360-degree movement, jumping about with pure precision, letting your imagination go wild like you're actually playing outside as a kid. But now, no need to leave the house. Yep, Mario 64 is pretty great. Especially when you actually play it. Yeah, enter the castle, jump into a painting, and we have one of over a dozen worlds to explore and complete missions in to get power stars. 120 in total to be exact. Definitely more than enough to keep you invested for a very long time. And that's just the core experience. Mario 64 can be enjoyed in so many different ways. I mean, it's one of the most popular games to speedrun. There's so many secrets and urban legends that kept players on their toes for decades. Many quirks have inspired players to come up with self-imposed challenges to conquer, like the Green Demon Challenge, the collecting all the red coins before the one-up mushroom catches up to you, and that's all on top of the game being just flat-out fun to control. Like, this was one of the best sandbox experiences, which was how I primarily enjoyed the game back then. Because this way you can't tell me I'm playing it wrong. At this point, probably around 2002, 2003, I hadn't really seen a game like this, especially Mario games. I mean, I was used to Super Mario World on my Game Boy Advance. You show me this and I go, thank God, this steak was looking awfully lonely without a witch to burn at. This was unbelievable. This was what all video games should be like. And from that moment forward, while I still enjoyed my GBA and the games I had for it, I did always yearn for an experience like this on the go. And I'd get my hopes up thinking that was possible. You'd see a magazine ad for a console game that says, hey, this game is also on Game Boy Advance. And like, can you really blame a 6-year-old for thinking that meant this exact game as it's shown here was going to run on his Game Boy?
Apparently you can.
Over time, I accepted the fact that home console games looked like this and handheld games looked like this, which was fine by me. The simpler graphics were easier to see with my tears on the screen. But in 2004, Nintendo was determined to prove me wrong, as at their E3 press conference that year, they fully unveiled their new handheld, the Nintendo DS, and alongside it, games showcasing its graphical potential. This was the kind of stuff you only saw on the consoles, but now, here's Metroid Prime, a first-person shooter in full 3D, running on a portable system. Here's Super Mario 64? My reaction must have been through the roof. I didn't watch E3 that year. In fact, I didn't know this game existed for a good long while. I wasn't paying attention to gaming media at the time, but if I was, oh boy. Super Mario 64 by 4? Or times 4, I don't know. That's what it was called upon reveal, but I haven't found Nintendo officially saying the title out loud, so I don't know how to say it. To be fair, who knows, maybe the same can be said about the original. Maybe this is actually pronounced Lenny. But this working title really highlights the focus on multiplayer here. I got this old Nintendo press kit from E3 2004, and their description of Mario 64 by 4 exclusively discusses it as basically a multiplayer battle game, and nowhere does it detail anything other than duking it out in familiar locations. This was what Nintendo wanted to push. A feature most people forgot was in the final game. A lot changed from reveal to release. Within the span of 6 months, we got a name change to Super Mario 64 DS, confirmation it would be a launch title for the handheld in November of that year, plus details of a full single-player campaign heavily based on the original game. But now with some new twists.
Finally, some changes! It's in my left hand now!
Super Mario 64 DS ended up launching on November 21st, 2004 in the US, ensuring the DS had the Herbs and 6 other games. Bundled with the original run of DS handhelds was a demo for that Metroid Prime game showcased at E3, and with these two being the only games Nintendo themselves published for the thing at launch, really paints a picture as to how the DS was positioned back in its early days. It was that damn PSP, man. It was coming out just a month later in Japan and was practically a PlayStation 2 for your pocket. This was like a dream come true at the time. Home console games on the go! Yeah! In comparison, the Nintendo DS could do 3D, but that wasn't its strong suit. I mean, just look at the buttons we have here. If 3D was really a core part of the DS experience, why wouldn't we have an analog stick? Wait.
Well, I learned of this game's existence well after these formative years of the DS, back when it was pushed as a handheld powerhouse rather than a cookbook. As a kid, I wasn't even aware the DS was a thing back in 2004. It wasn't until 2006 with the Nintendo DS Lite that I became fully trained on the concept of dead skunk. From this point forward, the handheld was far more focused on casual, simpler titles, or at least the marketing was, and while I knew it was capable of 3D visuals, 2008, I was on the school bus and I noticed somebody playing a game that looked just like that game my cousins had. I was dumbfounded. Mario 64? Portably? On my portable? I never knew this existed. Hell, I didn't even know it could exist. Seeing this game in action was like a dream come true. So for the next few days, my mission was simple. Find that game. I looked up all the details I could, rounded up all my allowance money, and after just one weekend trip to Target, I was the proud owner of Super Mario 64 DS, and all these years later, I still am. Barely did I ever play a game that lived up to all my expectations as a kid, but Mario 64 DS was everything I could have possibly wanted and then some. I could play Super Mario 64 wherever I wanted. The countless car rides, bathroom visits. No joke, I played this at a funeral. So take my word for it. I love Super Mario 64 DS.
Well, it's no wonder I never knew this game existed, considering the box art looks like it could be for any Mario game. Add a soccer ball, a basketball hoop, a damn Chili's. Like, what about this screams Mario 64? Yeah, okay, me. On store shelves, especially as a kid, this just looked like a game called Super Mario DS. The 64 was so small, it looked like a damn asterisk. Speaking of which, what's up with this Microsoft Word Art looking ass DS logo here? And why is it so big? What if it was like 2% smaller? Would it be the end of the world?
Oh, just got stabbed, that's all.
Much like the original title for the game, the box art leans heavily into the multiplayer aspect of the package, which, once again, it's strange considering how little the multiplayer ever even mattered. To be fair though, this was one of the biggest omissions from the original game, alongside Luigi not being there either, with both being planned inclusions in the scrapped follow-up, Mario 64 2. So this box art does show off a lot of big things here. Like a zoom blur. Jesus Christ, how fast are they going? The mid-2000s badass Mario stank doesn't help things. I remember the Mario art from this era. Here, look, this pose right here. Oh, so fucking cool. They lower the bill of his cap, hide his mouth more, and it made a world of difference.
Wahoo, bitch.
Wait. Why? Why is the manual like this? What is it, to mimic the dual screens of the DS? They were trying so hard to connect all of the unique features of the DS experience with Mario 64, even if it didn't make any damn sense, like tap into a new world. 1, we don't tap much in this game, and 2, new world? The entire appeal of this game is that it isn't new. To be fair though, we have so much new content to play with here, in addition to the full Mario 64 rigmarole. If we looked at all the stuff added to this version on its own, we'd be talking more content than most DS games released in this time period had. Snoot 2.
What are we waiting for? To find the fatal flaw with this game? Let's play Super Mario 64 DS. Found it.
What the hell is that? As a kid, anything that differed from the original honestly bugged the hell out of me, even if it was for the better or flat out superfluous. Here's Yoshi instead of Mario. Well, we have Mario here as well and can switch between the two, but like, wow. These 3D models look damn on point, even nowadays. Sure, they're a little pixelated, but this honestly feels like something you'd see on the GameCube or Wii. It's so high quality, and you're telling me I can fiddle around with their faces like in the original?
This you guy is a liar.
Yeah, so we can't play with Mario's 3D face. Rather, he turns into a 2D outline we can mess around with, plus draw our own fixins. As much as I love the original, let's be honest, there's only so much you could do here. After this, what was left? Now, it's not like the DS couldn't do this. There was a tech demo at E3 2004 titled Mario's Face, which was pretty much that old Mario 64 title screen, so I like to think this was more of a creative decision to shake things up. And truthfully, it was for the best. Being able to draw whatever and squash and stretch it and spin it around and wiggle about. As a kid, you knew I thought it was the funniest thing ever to draw all kinds of appendages here. Legs, arms, feet. All right, let's fire up a new save file. Oh my God, the screen has water physics?
Wow! You necessary!
Lord, this is the full-ass opening to Mario 64 in the palm of my hands. It's all here, exactly how I remember. To be fair, this is what I remember. Right from the get-go, Mario 64 DS shows its hand, alright? This is a remake, yes, but I'd argue this is something I like to call a f*** you remake. A remake that doesn't give a damn. They'll alter whatever the hell they want to, and for the most part, it's just to make you uncomfortable.
And we all know Mario comes out of the pipe and the camera swings around and we start playing the game and Luigi and Mario don't show up.
Contrary to the original game, Wario and Luigi follow Mario to Peach's castle after only Mario was invited for cake. Okay, oh, wow, look at that. I'm invited. However, a fair amount of time passes, all while Yoshi's sleeping on the roof of the castle, which was where he was at the end of the original Mario 64. And he's told by Lakitu it may be wise to check in on the three, and thus, we officially kick off Super Mario 64 DS with Yoshi. guess who was mad? Okay, I wasn't mad. Rather, as a kid, I was definitely put off by the fact I couldn't play as Mario in Mario 64. Can barely play as Yoshi either. What the hell is this? Turns out, we have a run button in this game. Much like in 2D Mario. Now, why is that? The original game didn't have a run button. You could just tilt the stick more or less depending on how fast you wanted to go. Well, ever see a satanic cross?
Yeah, let's talk about one of 64DS's biggest flaws. The lack of one big-ass flaw. Sure, this analog stick wasn't the greatest, but it was an analog stick, damn it, and for a game designed entirely around an analog stick, oh, it comes in handy. Super Mario 64 was made for this stick, and this stick was made for Super Mario 64. But who gives a shit? The Nintendo DS doesn't have an analog stick, so what are you gonna do when you want to put Super Mario 64 on it? Stop! Now I'm not gonna act like you could never, ever play a 3D game like this with a standard D-pad, but what I will act like is a damn baby about it.
At first you think, oh, this isn't so bad. It's controlling fine enough. I'm able to do what I need to. Sure, it's not as precise as I'd prefer, but turning is so damn sluggish now. It's like they had to overcompensate with more animation between directions since there's only 8 now compared to holy f***. I am constantly getting into situations where I need to reorient myself because if I didn't reorient myself, I fall off a cliff. And then if I do reorient myself, listen, this works. Saying I can't possibly play like this is an exaggeration, but I can't blame people for thinking that way. A Mario 64 DS playthrough starts out alright considering most of the levels are pretty large and open. But then you see something like this, and like, what do you want me to do here? Now, if the D-pad isn't precise enough for you, we have multiple other control options, like using the touchscreen to obtain full 360-degree movement. This is even fucking worse! Just feels wrong, man. That's super unnatural, more so than a typical virtual analog stick you see on touchscreens, because here, you have no restriction on where to touch, so I always end up butting against the edge of the display and needing to reorient myself every single time. There's just no tactility here, which is why Nintendo offered the thumb strap. This was bundled with early DS units, and while it looked like a wrist strap, lo and behold, this thing. This was Nintendo's official solution to the DS's lack of an analog stick. This is my solution to head lice. Seems to be so many people that genuinely believe if you play Mario 64 DS on a 3DS, all problems are solved. Look, you get your analog stick now. Happy? Buddy, if I play a game programmed for a D-pad with an analog stick, that doesn't magically give it analog control. It's definitely more comfortable here, but it doesn't fix the core issue. The way your character moves in 3D space, stupid. Now, when I was a kid, this didn't bother me all too much. Yeah, I knew it was worse. To be honest, using a run button was more jarring to me than anything, but the fact I was playing Mario 64 portably overshadowed any issues at play here.
This game.
Well, where the controls falter, the visuals are better. Yeah, this is tricky. I think much of the reason 64DS looks better in many areas is due to its use of more modern designs for these characters. That isn't Bowser, that's bubonic. The official Mario 64 artwork seen via the packaging and manual holds up decently well, but then you look at Mario in game. He's a dork. DS, everything looks far more natural, all while keeping the spirit of 64 alive. It's honestly impressive. Mario looks a little dead inside now, but aren't we all? The environments themselves look nearly identical to me. Hell, the trees are even still completely flat. The music, for the most part, is ripped directly from the original. It's so damn faithful, but updated in all the right ways. This is like Mario 64 plus. Minus. Yes, Mario may not have the f me eyes anymore.
Yeah, you know.
But when the resolution is this low, does it even matter? Yes, the characters all look better. At least I was told. When played on an actual DS, the low resolution is par for the course on that handheld. You expect it to look like this. Playing this somewhere normal Mario 64 can be played, honestly, I'll take the original. Yeah, it looks outdated, but I think it's more charming than DS in many ways. Mario looks dumb as hell here, but he's oozing pure wonder and joy with his every movement. It's like he's a puppy. He feels the need to give World Peace a shout out when collecting a star. In Mario 64 DS, he just doesn't give a damn. I'm not sure which is overall better. They both have significant pros and cons. I don't dislike either, but acting like this is fine as it is, I don't think that's true. But acting like this fixes it, I mean, that's a damn sin. Okay, so we have significantly worse controls in every way, visuals that are, I don't know. What about the core gameplay? I mean, 30 extra stars, 4 playable characters, the multiplayer mode? I see so many people consider this version of Mario 64 to be the definitive release. And the added content is a big reason for that. But what does Scott think?
Scott thinks I think nobody thinks this should be thunk.
So starting the game off with Yoshi, we can't enter the castle just like that. We have to traverse a brand new addition to Peach's castle grounds to obtain a key. This hedge maze. Wow! The first hour or so here, Yoshi is our only option, which, I mean, listen to this. Yoshi has his Yoshi's Island moveset, but now, in 3D, he can flutter jump, gobble up enemies, spit them out, or turn them into throwable eggs. He can swallow fire and become a damn flamethrower. But who the hell cares? All these moves are great, but most of them never feel like they matter at all. The game wasn't designed with egg-throwing mechanics in mind. It's cool that it's here, but that's the only reason it's here. The flutter jump is a great addition though, especially with the worst controls. Oh, that might be why Yoshi is your starter character, to get you used to bullshit. But see, Yoshi does have a few downsides. For one, he can't punch. His attack, it's assault, but it's not attack. So when we get to the boss here, it's been changed to reflect Yoshi's abilities, which, yeah, I'd say this is better, I guess. I mean, both are pretty unremarkable, but this is more interesting, sure. Though I think the original sort of foreshadowed the Bowser boss fights by having you pick King Babam up, so at the end of the day, this isn't that meaningful of a change. It's a change due to a change due to a change. Other than that, the first bit of this game, it's Mario 64. The structure, the flow, it's all the same. But hey, now we have a full-blown map on the bottom screen. That's a good addition. Even get to see where the Power Star is at, which might be a controversial addition. Some may say, well, this takes the fun out of finding the star based on the title of the mission. To that I respond, that wasn't fun. This doesn't ruin anything. Half the time, the star isn't even visible on the map because you need to do something to make it appear. This just ensures you won't be aimlessly wandering around as much. You get the hint as to what to do with the title, and now you know which direction to head in as well. But you still don't know which plane the star is on, and you still need to be skilled enough to get to it. This is a great quality of life change that only adds to the experience. We also have brand new Power Star missions included. Oh boy! 5 silver stars? What do we do here? Well, collect the 5 silver stars. Wow! Yeah, those 30 bonus stars they boast on the back of the box here, don't expect much. I'd say a third of them are genuinely worthwhile, whether they're added to pre-existing levels or a part of a handful of brand new ones. But for the most part, this is what was added to the game. Collecting 5 silver stars in the level, which makes the Power Star appear, which is functionally nearly identical to the 8 red coins missions that were already a part of Mario 64. Then there are the new Star Switch missions. Step on the button, a Power Star appears elsewhere, get to it before it disappears, and that's pretty much all the new stars in the game. They're new stars to complete, but what are they adding outside of that? Are these missions bad? No, but they don't make a difference whether they're here or not. This isn't really substantial new content. It's just more content for the sake of more content. And of all the flaws with Mario 64, the fact it didn't have 150 stars wasn't one of them. Now, that doesn't make the concept of 30 new stars not exciting, but when over 2/3 of them are Silver Star or Star Switch based, it's hard to give any of my dams up for this. Well, surely I can spare some for the multiple playable characters.
No, my dams!
Early on in the game, we're met with a predicament. Koopa the Quick won't race a Yoshi, he'll only race a Mario.
You bigot.
We don't have Mario unlocked yet, but thankfully a Mario head is on the map, so we go collect it, and there we go, problem solved. And kink discovered. Super Mario 64 DS has 4 playable characters, and while you have to unlock them one by one, you can quickly find and grab Mario, Luigi, or Wario's cap in a level to play as them if you find that the star you're looking to nab requires somebody specific. Why do you want to unlock the actual characters then? Well, if you get hit, you lose the cap and you have to go get it again. And more importantly, I'm making Yoshi noises as Wario, man. I don't want to do that. So thankfully, by the time we nab our 8th Power Star, we're able to enter this brand new level to rescue the real Mario, so we can play as him whenever we please. Listen, it's cool as hell to play a new Mario 64 level, and the fact that the boss fight here is the Goomba King from Paper Mario on the N64, like, what? Main series Mario games rarely acknowledge the spin-offs, and if they do, it's oftentimes just in the form of Easter eggs, so this is awesome! The level itself can kick fucking rocks. It's neat that this is a new level, but that's kind of the only thing neat about it. Watch, this is the journey to the boss. It's a 90-degree angle. At that point, why is this level here to begin with? Just jump into the Mario painting and boom, boss fight. Sure, you have 2 stars you can get here, but one is an 8 red coin star and the other is a switch star. It's like the bare minimum they could have thrown in here. Once we get Mario, we can face off against Bowser for the first time, and goddamn, he's looking good. Like, holy shit, that's the guy we made fun of in high school good. Of course, this boss fight was originally designed to show off the analog stick by having us spin Bowser around 360 degrees. Solve for X. I mean, we can swap to the touchscreen on the fly, so it's not like this is lame as hell. It can now be lame as hell in its own special way. So we have Mario for good now. But what about the others? How do we get them? Well, let's ask Child Scott.
He wouldn't know either way.
Yeah, I never unlocked Luigi or Wario, but could you really blame me? They aren't necessary to complete the game. I already got my fill with the cap mechanic. To unlock Wario, you need Luigi, and to unlock Luigi, you need a damn master's degree. My lord! I got to this room with Luigi's painting in it, and I thought, yeah, no shit. No, yeah, shit. What the hell am I supposed to do here? Well, Luigi is actually trapped in Big Boo's haunt. Where is he? How do you get him? I never got Luigi as a kid, and knowing where he was this whole time, my grades make a lot more sense now. To unlock him, we have to beat Big Boo in this room mimicking the design of a Nintendo DS, which is pretty damn cute. I mean, this whole thing is neat. Taking elements from games released after Mario 64 and popping them in. Like Luigi's Mansion here, Paper Mario there. Oh, this brand new stage is based on Super Mario Sunshine. That's incredible!
And for example, this is what I deem incredible.
It's just shallow water surrounding a couple of mounds, and there's only 1 star you get here, and it's just collecting silver stars again. Listen, I understand this is a cheap way to add another mission to pre-existing levels, but as the sole objective in a brand new course, it's just, why? Why not add a switch star? Why not add 8 red coins? Well, it's because Sunshine Isles was designed for the Versus mode and thus has no potential for legitimate Power Star missions. Just like this brand new secret stage you get to through the courtyard. As a new Mario 64 course, it's just a bunch of bullshit. All this nonsense going on, and for what? 1 star obtained by collecting 5 silver stars. And wouldn't you know, bam, multiplayer stage. These levels don't detract from the game, but they most definitely don't add to it either. Yes, it's cool to randomly come across a new stage hidden in the courtyard. Yes, it's cool to see a Mario Sunshine reference, but like, that's all these have going for them. Thankfully, the level where we unlock Wario is far more in-depth. And see, we have to use Luigi to turn invisible, go through the mirror here, and jump into the Wario painting in the reflection. I never graduated. But man, if the boss fights for the other characters made some deep-cut references, God only knows what we'll have to defeat to unlock Wario. Chief Chili. Well, surely this guy has ties to Wario. Maybe a reference to WarioWare, Wario Land? What's he from?
I'm experiencing history in the making.
Doesn't even matter because guess what? I wouldn't want to unlock Wario to begin with. Now that we have all the characters, let's talk the rules here, alright? After nabbing Mario, Yoshi is thrown to the wayside. You might need him for a star or two here and there, but this is still a Mario-centric adventure, just like the original. The game has always been designed around his moveset, his jump, his speed. Everything in Mario 64 revolved around Lenny. So introducing new playable characters, I mean, it's not necessary, but it for sure can be cool.
And for example, this is what I deem cool.
The 4 playable characters, I mean, I can make it sound more annoying than it really is. Mario 64 DS has you play as certain characters to get to certain places to get certain stars. Reasonable enough. Problem is, it feels so damn forced and overcomplicated, all just to shoehorn in some Wario use. In the original game, you see a block like this? It's gonna give Mario a wing cap, a metal cap, or a vanish cap, so you can then use their unique abilities to nab a specific star in that course. In 64 DS though, they separated these power-ups amongst the different characters via these power flowers. So only Wario can use the metal power, Luigi can use the vanish. On N64, I see the power-up block, it'll give me exactly what I need. On DS, if I'm playing as Luigi, it'll always give me Luigi's power, which may not be useful in that specific course, so I have to figure out who I need here, okay? Well, it looks like I'll need the metal cap, so I need Wario. I could exit the level to go to this room in Peach's castle to officially swap to him, or I can just pick up the Wario cap already here and transform into Wario right quick. Easy enough. Well, let's make our way over there. Where is it? Oh, it's on a different level of terrain. Could be above me, could be below me. Who knows? Well, once we figure that out, voila! Why can't we just switch characters like in Grand Theft Auto 5 or something? I find that Mario 64 DS really tries its best to validate the new characters. They don't. Just taking stuff Mario could do in the original game by himself and stripping him of it just to give Luigi something to do? I don't think that's egregious or anything. It just doesn't feel like these characters add anything. They had to make excuses to give them purpose. With that being said, they do all control differently, so their addition does give the player more choice. Mario is all around average, Luigi has a better jump, Wario is the strongest, and Yoshi has the most unique abilities. Hell, you can make the argument that you might as well stick to Yoshi throughout the whole game. There is no Yoshi cap you can swap to as the other characters. If you want to play as Yoshi, you have to manually swap to him, and while entering a course, Yoshi is the only character where you can select a cap to start the stage off with. You can also make the argument that everything is going to be okay. I don't know, the fact you lose the cap after getting hit, you also take more damage in this form, and honest to God, the wrong character noises might be the biggest problem. I just stick to regular Mario for the majority of the playthrough. The Wario is damn useless. He can punch these black bricks that were added to the game, and you need to do that for some stars and secrets. You can use the metal cap, but that's it. There's no other reason to play as him. He's slow as dirt, jumps like dirt. Put a gun to my head and tell me to play as Wario? I mean, Jesus Christ, that's a gun. Sure. Luigi's okay. His main claim to fame is this insane backflip. I mean, you can just pull one of these out whenever and skip whatever platforming challenge is in front of you. Yeah, that's a lot more compelling than it just doesn't feel as useful as it feels cheap. But hey, compared to his ability to run on water for a bit, that isn't cheap. Also isn't useful at all. The backflip completely validates Luigi here, which is sad because it breaks the damn game. If it wasn't for the backflip, there'd be like no reason to use him. But because he has the backflip, I hate his ass. He's a bastard. And then Yoshi. I mean, God bless him, but he just has too many downsides. He's not strong enough to break blocks, can't attack normally, can't pick up things normally, and his abilities are more gimmicky than useful for the most part. The power-up he gets from the Power Flower is spitting fire, which can be obtained normally by just swallowing fire you find in the level, and that'll usually be around an area where you'll need to spit fire, but the Power Flower version allows you to spit fire indefinitely for a limited time. So definitely. Mario's Power Flower ability is also unique and brand new to this release. Balloon Mario, ripped right from Super Mario World. Hey, I knew something was missing from the original. Mario 64 is great and all, but what if he was bigger? I'll give Balloon Mario this. It's way more useful than the other power-ups. These kind of just feel like you use them because you have to. Here, I mean, we can use it as a quick way to get to higher terrain in addition to using it because we have to. However, this, alongside everything else brought to the table by the new characters, gives me the same exact feeling. I feel nothing! Are the new characters bad additions to Mario 64 DS? No.
They're just unnecessary, but they felt the need to make them necessary, which just highlights how unnecessary they truly are. Now, I don't want to understate how cool it is these characters are here. I mean, Luigi's finally in Mario 64. Mario's in a main series Mario game. Yoshi's his own character, not just some rideable power-up, and they all have unique abilities, their own playstyle. This is cool as hell. The problem is when it's forced down your throat and they have to come up with all these excuses to make you use each and every one of them in a game entirely designed around just Mario, it's not cool as hell. I think it would have been far better if they pulled a Super Mario Bros. 2 or Super Mario 3D World, where all the characters had different strengths and weaknesses and playstyles. But that was it. It was down to who you wanted to play as, not who the game told you to play as. Well, damn, look at all these new additions. Also known as cons. That begs the question, what else did they add to the game? Well,
some elements in the courses have been altered from the original, like tick-tock clock. We've got a floor here now. Well, that's an improvement. But looking at the rest of the levels, any other changes aren't really upgrades as much as they are, well, just changes. Is this better? I mean, it's different. Most alterations were made just for the sake of the DS exclusive stuff, like how King Bob-omb's boss fight was changed for Yoshi, or all the black bricks added to give Wario purpose. Like, none of this enhances what was already there. The vast majority of new Power Stars don't add anything of worth. The new levels are few and far between and aren't even great to begin with. They're puny in size and merit. The Super Mushroom has been added to the game.
Oh man, what's next? Are they gonna add Mario to the game?
Yeah, a little strange how this is a big addition to a Mario game, but it wasn't in 64. Because it didn't make sense there. With Mario having a health bar now and power-ups not working as they did in the 2D games, the Super Mushroom sat that one out. But it's back now! Between this and Balloon Mario, I'm in heaven. Technically speaking, this is labeled as a regular old mushroom, but in reality, this is the Mega Mushroom from New Super Mario Bros., though that released 2 years later. It all started here. Alongside my opinion on this power-up. Who fucking cares? As a kid, this was so exciting to use. Like, oh my god, I'm huge! This is great! I can live out my wildest fantasy!
Say what you want, my goals are reasonable.
But as I've grown up, I've realized how much of a cheap gimmick this is. Literally just destroy the level design. Okay. The wall jump's now improved. That's a great change, alongside the expansion from having to catch a rabbit twice while in Peach's castle to...
Finally, my problems with Mario 64 have been addressed.
All right, so why does this version have 56 ears? Well, all you got for catching a rabbit in Mario 64 was a measly Power Star. In Mario 64 DS, you'll be catching more rabbits as you progress through the game. And what do you get by catching said rabbits? So this is what makes it the definitive version. In the new rec room of the castle, we have access to the mini games, here to showcase the capabilities of the DS's touchscreen. Yeah, every complaint I had before this is a moot point. I mean, just look at this. Holy f***, right? These are some of the most ingenious uses of a touchscreen out there, and this was all in 2004. You know what was happening that year? And they were able to develop these games regardless. You know what? Why not? Loves Me, Mario Slot, Super Mario Slot, Lucky Stars, Boombox, Psych Out, Memory Match, Slot Shot, Mushroom Roulette, Memory Master, Toy Box Shuffle, Puzzle Panel, Puzzle Panic, Snowball Slalom, Giant Snowball Slalom, Bingo Ball, Hide and Boutique, Bounce and Pounce, Concentration, Intense Concentration, Like It Do Launch, Bounce and Trounce, Witch Wiggler, Mix a Mug, Paragon, Paragon and On, Connect the Characters, Shell Smash, Mario Slides, Trampoline Time, Trampoline Terror, Shuffle Shell, Picture Poker, Wanted, Ba-Bomb Squad, Soar and Splode. Not all of these are winners. Many of them are just variations of each other and or purely luck-based, but at the same time, as basic as the Loves Me minigame is, there's such an addictive charm to using the touchscreen to interact with these. Creating trampolines with the stylus was and still feels pretty slick. Luigi's Casino games awakened something in me. And they're just all good, clean, simple fun. I don't know, they just made this game the perfect all-in-one package for a road trip. A full-ass console game on the go, in addition to a handful of high-score-based mini-games. You can swap to one if you get bored of the other, or the other versus mode. So what, this is like the big new addition? I mean, it's what they nearly named the game after. Surely it can't be as bad as... the Versus mode in Super Mario 64 DS, but it is as bad as the Versus mode in Super Mario 64 DS. It is the Versus mode in Super Mario 64 DS after all. This is abysmal. Only 4 stages, small as hell. One is the damn slide, which only lasts for like 15 seconds, and then the rest of the match is just in this small box at the end of it, and the entire mode itself is broken. It's all about just grabbing the power star on the map. But when you get a power star, you're stuck doing this animation, which gives the other players ample time to run up to you, start attacking, and right when you get out of your animation, you get hit, lose your star. But then another player will grab it, so all you gotta do is run up to them and start attacking when they're doing the animation, and then you'll get the star back until the same thing happens to you over and over and over until time's up. I love this game.
You think with all that bitching that I'd hate this thing? I mean, it's like everything they added, every change they made, I have a problem with. Well, it's because everything new added to Mario 64 DS, while cool on the surface, the more I analyze them, the more problems arise, the more unnecessary it all feels. I don't think anything added to the core Mario 64 experience really amounts to much at all. However, the effort put into this release is so damn apparent. And not only did they throw in all this brand new content, they got it running on a damn cookbook. Mario 64 DS was one of the most impressive games to me as a kid. It still is in many ways. I mean, this was the perfect all-in-one package. There was so much here. As a kid, none of the problems I brought up today really mattered all that much to me. And even these days, yeah, I'm not lying. A lot of these problems do hamper my enjoyment of the game, but I don't really care. None of them are enough to ruin the game. They just make it hard for me to consider this the definitive release. This doesn't feel like what Mario 64 was always meant to be. Rather, a really cool alternative take on Mario 64. One that's so much cooler when you consider it released on a handheld in 2004. Mario 64 DS is not a perfect remake. I would not recommend playing this over the original. But I want to tell you not to either. This is still Super Mario 64, and while this version is more novelty than necessary, it's just so cool. I just wish I didn't have to use the damn D-pad. The 4 playable characters are so neat. It's so cool that they're here, but like, god damn, I'm so fucking sick of switching between them just to get all the stars in the game. Oh my god, it's so cool they added 30 extra stars to the game, but like none of them actually matter. They're all pointless. It's just like, what the hell is the point of this? It's an endless cycle.
Hey y'all, Scott here. I've always been a big supporter of local business. You can catch me every week commissioning the fire department to put out the fires I start. I love business so much, I am one now. Want to know why the economy's failed ever since it was introduced? Because there's nothing to buy. Well, I'm here to change that. Introducing my new product, Scott Talks About Game Commercials. I recorded myself talking about game commercials for 17 odd minutes and I decided to sell it at full price. What's full price? Stay tuned. To ensure this product will be as successful as possible, I am forcefully giving everybody it right now. It will start playing and at the end, you will have to pay. If you don't want to be a bum. Oh, it's starting.
I've been chipping away at my bucket list lately. Now all I've got to do is have an irrational desire.
PSP. It's like a nut you can play with outside.
I want that. Video games require whatever word I decide to pull out of the hat. Well, that works out. Marketing is crucial to a game's success, whether it's free publicity with word of mouth spreading around or more traditional forms of advertising. You don't see somebody with no access to internet, TV, or other people going, God, if a game called FIFA 20 existed, that would be great. I knew it. People need to learn about a game's existence one way or another, and the method that sticks in a consumer's mind the most has and always will be the video game commercial. You've got print advertisements in magazines, social media campaigns, real-life publicity stunts, sponsorships, believe me. I've seen enough things sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends to the point where I truly know I never want to play it. But commercials can be some of the most elaborate portrayals of a video game. A quick video specifically created to elicit feelings, showing you why you should want this game. Good commercials can be fascinating to analyze. Either they go for something artsy, something that stays in your mind throughout the day and makes you think, something that's just incredibly memorable. It just doesn't leave your mind due to how funny it is, the music used, the product itself being advertised. And then you have the other ones. Today we will be diving into the history of video game commercials. Now, I draw a fine line between a commercial and a trailer. A commercial is generally 30 seconds worth of manipulation, smacked on TV, the internet, what have you, made to appeal to the masses. And while a lot of the same descriptions apply, I see trailers as more so showcasing the game to people more in the know, I guess. No time limit really, just showing what the hell this is. While a trailer can be a commercial and a commercial can be a trailer, we'll be focusing on the advertisements broadcasted on TV or the 30-second spots shoved in your face online. And with that, what better place to start with than... oh god. The 1970s, the decade that sorta kinda just happened. And this was where the video game commercial was born. The Magnavox Odyssey was the first home video game console, so obviously they had an uphill battle in the marketing department. Nobody knew what the term home video game console even meant, so the commercial had to do a great job at showcasing the value of not only the Odyssey, but video games as a whole. So what did they do? They said, rip out the recorder, we got a product to sell.
Odyssey easily attaches to any brand TV, black and white or color, to create a closed-circuit electronic playground. Odyssey gives you all the exciting action of hockey and 11 other challenging play and learning games for the entire family.
I wouldn't be surprised to see cave paintings of this commercial. It is dry, raw, and bare. There's no pizzazz here. It's literally a product description for half a minute. Sure, it tells us what the product is, but there's nothing memorable about it other than the budget for the background music. Of course, commercials evolved after this, and with the introduction of the Atari 2600, commercials definitely went from to
I'll blow this town to smithereens! Time bombs! Try to get up there in time, Spider-Man!
what the f was that? The Atari 2600 commercials were a nice mix of fact sheets and my worst nightmares. The typical scene, a family who's never been to Great Clips, they're playing Atari 2600 games. I mean, what else would they be doing? It's the 70s. Now, the Odyssey came out in the early 70s. Here we're talking late 70s, and even though a good chunk of these commercials are just bowl cuts using joysticks, there's more going on here. Some little jokes, some interesting animations and graphics. Most of these commercials aren't anything special, but they did the job. They weren't too boring and conveyed the appeal of Atari. On top of that, a lot of these commercials explain what the hell these games were about. When you have games that look like this, you kinda need commercials to go from gameplay to what it's trying to represent by going, it's baseball, you fucking drip. Did you know Breakout's about Prison Break?
You can't keep me in here, Atari.
I have to buy it to see what happens next. Yar's Revenge explicitly makes it clear that this is a flight. Thank God somebody clarified. But of course, we also got some catchy commercials that stick in your mind, like the Centipede one featuring a rap. And back then, you couldn't have a marketing campaign without a slogan and a jingle to go alongside it. No. Of course, with success comes competition, and with more consoles in the fray, we get the coveted 2-TV setup, all to make Atari look like a fucking idiot. Yes, the classic smear campaigns. Commercials designed to not necessarily say why you should buy an Intellivision, but why you should buy one instead of the stupid dumb Atari. But that's all a lot of these commercials were. Hey, here's why you should buy our console. Alright, okay, see you later. You never heard anybody go, you see the ColecoVision commercial with the fingers? You could swap around the clips of all these commercials and they'd all pretty much be the same. Moving on to the NES era in the mid-80s, for some reason I thought there would be a dramatic improvement in presentation, concept, and memorability in comparison to the previous few commercials we've talked about. See, I give these commercials too much credit sometimes. This guy does his entire narration in one take. You can hear him taking a breath.
Rob, the extraordinary video robot, batteries not included. He helps you tackle even the toughest challenge.
What's it like to play the Nintendo Entertainment System?
To be fair, this commercial begs to ask what it's like to play an NES. Well, you don't get an answer, but your house flies into space? Now that's just talking about hardware-specific commercials. Singular game-specific commercials, this is where it gets a lot better. We see a dramatic increase in memorability. Now that may be because comparing NES games to Atari 2600 games now is like comparing old people to fucking dead people, but I think it's because consumers just started to get smarter. The Atari era ads were very simple. Some of them had some songs or colorful characters, but most ended up being a narrator saying, plug this cartridge into your Atari home video game entertainment system for maximum enjoyment. It's like they were expecting the consumer to say, is that product? I like product, to the checkbook. As video games became much more widely understood at this point, NES era advertisements didn't have to tell consumers what a chord is. They focused more so on what made their product special, presenting it in an interesting way. Like, we still got a lot of the sitting on a couch playing game commercials, but they had a lot more to them this time. The 80s might as well have been set in space. These commercials pretty much sold many kids on the fact that if they owned a video game system, they might as well be Buzz Aldrin. Here's one I never fully understood. So, space robots, right? It's supposed to zap the power of Game Boy to a kid. Instead, he zaps a kid with a Game Boy into existence. Man, Game Boy is the least interesting thing going on here.
Mario! Mario!
The Mario 3 commercial, man. Literally people shouting for Mario in the shape of Mario. That's it. This and the original Zelda commercials are the highlights of this generation for me. What better way to sell the greatest adventure of all time than with whatever the hell this is?
Did you see the latest Nintendo newsletter?
Whoa, nice graphics. I'd like to get my hands on that game.
You mean you haven't played it yet?
What's the matter with you? You hand him the newsletter expecting him to not have seen Zelda before. You then act surprised to hear he hasn't played it to end up telling him you have the game. Why not just start by showing him the game?
It's The Legend of Zelda, and it's really rad. Those creatures from Ganon are pretty bad.
God exists, right? NES era commercials were either A, with the power of video games, you too can experience pleasure. B, here's some footage of the game and then footage of us pretending the game is real to make it more exciting. Or C, here's some white guys. But as the 90s started coming up hard, Sega put their big boy pants on and released the Sega Genesis. And with that, they introduced one of the most killer marketing campaigns to ever exist.
16-bit arcade graphics.
You can't do this on Nintendo. Genesis does.
16-bit sports action.
You can't do this on Nintendo. Genesis
Does.
Genesis
Does.
Genesis
Does.
Genesis
Does.
Genesis does.
Get to it, Nintendo. Buy 16-bit Genesis.
So this is something we don't see too much of these days. Full-blown advertisements with Sega saying, Nintendo f***ing stinks! The 90s were ruthless. Commercials were hell-bent on making the competition look as wimpy as possible. I mean, look at this, okay? It's just going, you should buy an Intellivision if you want. We think it's a little better than Atari. Sega? Oh, they f***ing hated Nintendo. This was the golden age of video game commercials. No longer were they simple narrations over some kids playing a game. Each and every ad had to have some kind of gimmick, something to make them memorable. Half the times, the ads weren't even about the games. They were like, Super Metroid is so crazy, it turns dogs into nerds. It was all about doing extreme and crazy things. It was the 90s, not a church. Unreadable fonts and neon colors were abundant with a stick-it-to-the-man kind of attitude. And then the Yoshi's Island commercial was just gluttony. Almost every company putting out games basically were forced into making their marketing smear campaigns, just constantly putting the competition in its place whenever they could. However, I'd say one of my favorites will always be the Super Mario World commercial. This was a lot of people's introduction to the Super Nintendo as a whole, and I think it does such a fun job showing everything off.
Introducing the next generation from Nintendo. New Super Mario World. Created especially for the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. It's a bit more exciting, a bit more challenging, a bit more graphic.
It's just so spot on about everything Mario World was. It didn't need to throw a Sonic in there. It stood on its own. Plus the narrator says a bit more 16 times because the Super Nintendo was 16-bit, and that's just adorable. Throughout the 90s, commercials were consistently similar. As years went on, they definitely eased up on the... Don't get me wrong, that was still there, but not as much as stuff like the Play It Loud commercials by Nintendo earlier in the decade. Also, the whole beating the competition senseless angle wasn't as prevalent. Sure, the PlayStation features Crash Bandicoot heckling Nintendo headquarters, but other than that, they weren't nearly as ruthless. Instead, with 3D visuals becoming the norm, commercials were either more comfortable focusing primarily on just gameplay, like with the Ocarina of Time ad featuring Conan the Barbarian music blasting against footage, or just being an enjoyable, entertaining ad, hoping to stick in your mind for days after watching it. All the games were becoming more interesting to look at than just this, so they didn't have to try to make the games look more exciting a lot of the time. Instead, they focused on making the commercial on its own exciting and entertaining. Like the Donkey Kong ad back in the early 80s, yeah, it's an ape in the living room, that's the gimmick. The Smash Brothers ad featured Nintendo characters assaulting each other. It's everything I always wanted. The game itself already looked great. The live action segments were there to make the commercial itself great on its own. Now moving into the 2000s, yeah, commercials got weird. This was when marketers were trying to be funny and memorable for all the wrong reasons. They just put some weird shit on the screen, that'll scar them into buying a PS3. See, the original PlayStation 3 commercials, the one with the baby doll crying and the PS3 levitating, you know that one. How did that one even start production? I got it! Sony was very confident they could sell anything with the word PlayStation and a number after it, so they just pulled words out of a hat and made a commercial about it all. That's not to say all the commercials from the 2000s were oddballs, we got some incredible ones. To advertise the PlayStation 2, Sony made a commercial for the PlayStation 9. That worked? They didn't even say PlayStation 2 in the ad. There were the Animal Crossing commercials that were parodying reality shows at the time, a guy playing Frogger Advance during a prostate exam, really going for relatability on that one. This Ratchet & Clank commercial, but easily one of the greatest marketing campaigns that I still can't easily explain.
We would like to play.
We Would Like to Play is so simple yet so
poignant. 2 Japanese businessmen go door to door forcing families to play the Wii. It was a felony turned commercial. It kind of showcased the quirkiness yet understandability of the Wii. Like, yeah, them showing up is weird, but people immediately got the hang of how to play and were having fun. And while the Wii's initial marketing campaign was successful, you could tell that it affected how most of Nintendo's future advertisements were going to be. Just look at the Nintendo DS ads. We went from this, before the Wii came out, just Kirby and a finger, love that game, to Beyonce playing Rhythm Heaven. That's it. It's not a bad ad, and it's weirdly stuck in my brain. I kind of immediately think about this when Rhythm Heaven is brought up. But it's not a fun ad. Come on, where's the fat guy exploding? Nintendo's ads became very safe after the release of the Wii. Even after the Wii Would Like to Play campaign came to a close, they just kind of had bare bones advertisements. They didn't really make you think, they weren't particularly funny, they weren't bad, but they didn't really do much more than tell you, this game's coming out. Some of them looked really nice, they were really cool for fans, but I wouldn't consider them to be titans of the game commercials. I will say though, I love the new Super Mario Bros. Commercial with Super Mario Bros. Transforming into New Super Mario Bros. I always just found that to be so fun and cool. At least Sony picked up their slack and launched a new campaign to revitalize the PlayStation 3. Kevin Butler was the fictional higher-up at Sony who single-handedly put the spotlight on the system and made it so much more attractive. The ads were funny, they conveyed how much value was in the PS3 at that point, and he got fired for accidentally appearing in a commercial advertising Mario Kart. Sony really got a knack for advertising at this point, and that led into these awesome huge commercials celebrating the legacy of PlayStation. You could really tell they were trying to get a hold of the sense of community and family that Nintendo had with its characters, and I'd be lying if I say they failed. And moving into the PlayStation 4 era, the Perfect Day commercial. Fellow video game players all taking place in activities that are supposed to represent certain games without naming them at all. We have Gladiator Tussle, Drive Drive Crash and Burn in typical video game. Just them all singing the song Perfect Day together just gives me such a positive feeling. It makes you want a PlayStation 4 without telling you why you should want it. That's really impressive. It gives off this weird feeling of we've come this far without showing the console or any gameplay. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what it is, but this commercial is just so good. And then the Xbox One commercials went back to how the Magnavox Odyssey commercials were set up.
That's not a joke.
This is why I like the Xbox One. Here I am on a couch, $4.99. There honestly isn't really a single Xbox One commercial I remember fondly. But my god, is it better than what was happening a couple doors down. The Wii U commercials. Now, this is odd because Nintendo did a fairly decent job with the 3DS ads. Nothing crazy most of the time, but they get mega points for having Robin Williams and his daughter Zelda appear in the Ocarina of Time 3D ad. The Wii U originally hit the scene with these commercials, with people in boxes playing Wii U games to dubstep. Why did this console fail? The Wii U advertisements that followed were bad. Almost none of these ads did anything other than surface level marketing. They weren't clever or funny or interesting. Nintendo just leaned heavily into the Wii U is the family system for family games. I'd say one of the best ones though was the Super Mario Maker campaign. This had fantastic visuals and grandiose music accompanying everything. But for every Super Mario Maker ad, there were 12 Yoshi's Woolly World ones.
Whoshi! It's a double Yoshi explosion!
What does that even mean? There was the commercial that came out a solid year after the Wii U launched, with kids trying to explain to their parents what the Wii U was. I mean, at least they were self-aware, nobody knew what this is.
So, you want a Wii U this holiday? We'll watch and learn. Here's Mom. We already have a Wii, Sweetiekins. Here's you. Wii U is a total upgrade, Mother. Did you get younger?
Most of the 3DS and Wii U era Nintendo advertisements were like puppet shows. They featured a kid in the Nintendo world with a goofy narration reading off the bullet points on the back of the game's box. But it's pretty obvious Nintendo did a complete 180 with marketing the Nintendo Switch. They would generally only make new Wii U commercials when a new game came out and during Christmas. Now they sprinkle them throughout the year, not necessarily anything all too funny or memorable, but commercials showcasing the Nintendo Switch in heavy lifestyle-esque commercials.
And that's just how a lot of commercials are these days, lifestyle pieces. And that works well, but I will always cherish the more unique ads, the ones that just stick in your mind. And I just got back from the doctor and they said that's not normal, it's a disease. It's reverse Alzheimer's. Well, I hope you enjoyed Scott Talks About Game Commercials. To pay, please send a check through one of the following methods. If you cannot send a single check, a checkbook will do. What will I do with all the money? That's tough to say. I think I might buy out the economy. You can do stuff like that. Technically speaking, IBM owns the weather.
Hey all, Scott here. I'm from the best generation, the worst one. And what we have is special, Monopoly without indoor plumbing. We don't need no electricity for fun. Here, look at me. I'd like to see a Game Boy do that.
With jokes on them, I still don't have indoor plumbing.
The medium of video games has given us some of the most creative and mind-blowing interpretations of entertainment ever conceived. A painting may show you a vast world filled with nothing but possibilities, but a video game can bring you there, allowing for infinite options on how you consume what the artist has laid in front of you, truly being one of the most lucrative methods of telling a story, creating a universe, developing beloved characters, and especially giving people an experience they couldn't have anywhere else. Jenga! Board game video games. Now, I'm not talking video game board games.
Unless you want me to.
I'm talking video games based on board games. Everybody's played a board game, but have you ever played a board game alone? Most board games are meant to be played with a handful of friends, all huddled around a table. The physicality of moving pieces around, picking up cards, rolling dice, all while having conversations and fighting about the game at hand. It makes for an experience, while sometimes incredibly simple, still effective to this day. Board games will never go out of style. It's not as if video games replace them. They've just always been a different type of fun. So it only makes sense to try and harness the power of a game like Monopoly and instill it into a video game. You get the best of both mediums, a tried and true titan of board games, now in the form of video games. This is Monopoly for the Sega Master System. Monopoly.
That's an oxymoron.
Monopoly is probably the most well-known branded board game in the world. I mean, it's been going on since 1935 and has received hundreds, maybe even thousands of variants. You got Best Buy Monopoly, UPS Monopoly, Bass Fishing, Sunmaid, Heinz. Well, you know how to get me interested in something. But hey, the sheer amount of different versions alongside how every family seems to have slightly different rules on how they play Monopoly shows how this is a game that you're truly supposed to play how you want. For example, when my friends and I play, we don't use dice. So damn, I suppose I'll get to choose how I play Monopoly on Sega Master System. I choose not to. Monopoly video games are surprisingly frequent for how piss boring they can be. I feel like they shower you in too much information on screen at once, and it ends up feeling like I'm playing Monopoly as a cyborg. And they either have too much background music, sound effects, voice acting, animation, or the alternative.
I have cancer.
Yeah, the alternative is worse. But a game like Monopoly for Nintendo Switch, I can appreciate the amount of polish this has, but it gets to the point of overkill. Every time I roll the dice and watch my piece go around the board, the pace and movement just feels so exaggerated. Like if this was real life, 1, 2, 3, 4! This version also features the ability to shake your controllers to roll your dice, with the rumble replicating the feel of them in your hand. Say anything you want about this game, but you can't deny it declares our lifestyle. To be fair, we can turn off all this garnish and tweak the rules to fit our Monopoly playstyle. Everybody has their own. And the presentation has an undeniable amount of quality to it, even if it can be a bit much. This game runs at like 20 frames a second, like you couldn't get 21 out of Monopoly? But the user interface is clean and understandable. Plus, they push the aesthetic of a Monopoly board to its near limits, taking advantage of the fact this is a video game. We can play on a classic board if we'd want, but why do that when we can play in a city, an amusement park, a haunted house, or just play Monopoly on Super Nintendo to get that classic experience?
Man, they don't make them how they used to.
What, with hands?
This version of Monopoly hit the major consoles at the time. NES, SNES, Game Boy, Sega Genesis, and makes the artistic choice not to include background music. Come on, not even a faint ringing? That's what I hear when I play Monopoly. But hey, these, alongside pretty much every other video game version of Monopoly, function. Sure, the newer releases are superior, but you can still make do with the worst fucking thing I've ever seen in my life, because all the video game versions of Monopoly thrive at something the board game can't.
My turn. If you were dead right now, what would I do?
Single player Monopoly. Come on, that's a genuine selling point. You're telling me you haven't been in this scenario? Yeah, I can't really say I've had the urge to play Monopoly when nobody's looking. That doesn't mean these games don't have worth. They're just not fun, which is why video game variants of Monopoly have been offered. Monopoly Madness, Streets, Tycoon, versions of the game that were specifically designed as a video game from the ground up, not just a straight up conversion of the board game. But you can't really go wrong with any of these. At their worst, They're bad, but they're still Monopoly. I don't think anybody's expecting anything revolutionary from Monopoly Party. The only thing I'm expecting is a ransom note to follow. You know, while most of these games are fine for what they are, it's pretty wild how unfun they can make one of the most iconic and beloved and least fun board games of all time.
Alright, can we play something else? I promised myself I want to play a bad version of Monopoly.
We can play Monopoly.
No, I promised.
Please, I could go bankrupt without this game. Here's $40,000.
Well, when there's Monopoly, Clue is sure to follow. Another classic game owned by the same folks that also gets thousands of variants. Who Killed Nemo? Well, let's see how the video game adaptation of it holds up. It uses a lot of the same assets from Monopoly on Super Nintendo, but this time, it's a horror game. Let me show you the scariest thing in the title. No, I left the sink on! Well, it's more of a mystery game. You pick from a selection of characters, like Colonel Mustard.
What war do they even serve in?
Oh, don't worry, just the good ones.
Each player gets a handful of cards which tells them who, what item, and which location wasn't involved in the murder, to which everybody has to spend the game questioning the others to decipher what cards they have so they can whittle it down to the correct answer. It's a timeless board game that unfortunately got a bit botched in the transition to electricity. So much of the game depends on the original form factor. Want to look at your cards? Well, pray the other players won't peek at your screen.
You fool! I don't believe in God!
Want to keep track of the suspects? Well, if you're playing single player, sure, use the on-screen notepad, but in multiplayer, I mean, why keep asking the other players to look away when things pop up on screen? Just get out a pen and paper like the actual board game, which, unlike the board game, we don't get a pad of paper with this game, so just add our suspects to the shopping list. I got confused. So as a single player version of Clue, this works, but in multiplayer, it's unbelievably inferior. Having to keep looking away from the screen when others want to look at their cards, you pretty much have to crack out a pad of paper if you're playing this way, which at that point, why are you playing the video game?
Alright, any guesses? I wrote down the murderer is guilty.
Yeah, I got Colonel Mustard with the milk in the Walmart.
I got Baltic Avenue. That dirty son of a bitch. I'll never be able to eat mustard like this again.
Because of the more secretive nature of each person's cards and information, Clue hasn't received nearly as much attention in the video game space as Monopoly, with most releases being oddball PC games, a VHS tape game, mobile games, etc. But a version for Nintendo Switch based on one of said mobile games launched in 2018. Multiplayer with this one is limited to online only, which makes sense to keep people from screen peeking, but also to add value to this compared to the original board game. Online Clue. Hey, you want to play Clue? Get the f out of my house! This release probably has the most value of any e-Clue out there. You have a handful of different boards and can play as a whole slew of character variants, plus there's paid downloadable content and add more of them. This is pretty good, but I do think it's a little bland overall. The tactility of holding the cards and using a pencil and paper to keep track of the suspects added tremendously to the Clue experience. Here, I'm just pressing A bunch. That's not really the game's fault, though. I think that's what makes these types of games so much more enjoyable on PC and on systems like the Wii. Moving the pointer around, it's so much more natural to play these types of games with this compared to with a directional pad. Yeah, I like my board game so I like my coffee. Good. Which is why the Wii got a whole slew of board game video games. Most notably, the Hasbro Family Game Night series. See, this is how you do it. Multiple board games in one package. Of course, they picked some of the lesser ones. Ones I'm sure they doubted themselves being able to sell standalone. Man, Hasbro owns so many game brands, this series could have been endless. But alas, we got 4 games on the Wii by Electronic Arts, and then a bit of a revival on PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and Nintendo Switch, though these games are more so bundles of pre-existing full-fledged games, including Monopoly for Nintendo Switch. Back on the Wii, these are more akin to minigame collections. For the most part, the board games are still here, but not at the same level as full standalone releases, and are no replacements for such. But man, Family Game Night includes Boggle?
Oh, this will be great for us! We call ourselves the Boggle Brothers.
I didn't know you two were related.
Oh, we aren't. It's just a name we use.
Oh, so you just really love Boggle?
What's Boggle?
Either way, I'm sold. All right, we got Yahtzee, Battleship, Connect 4, Sorry, Boggle, and Sorry Sliders. Sorry Sliders always felt like an incredibly pointless spin-off of Sorry. Like, What? Just because you can slide the pieces, let's make a variant of the game that has nothing to do with the original? You just slide the pieces now? What's the point of this? Oh, that is. Battleship, a game all about keeping your ship formation secret. A mole. A mole! How does nobody notice this? He's watching every move I make. Really makes you think, looking back through history, but oh my god. Boggle is as Boggle's been, at least I assume. Never really played this game.
Come on, man. He didn't know Boggle first.
Connect 4, Sorry, and Yahtzee, you're all pretty faithful to their real-life counterparts. There's a couple extra modes here and there. It's not a bad package, just an underwhelming one. These are kind of the B-tier Hasbro board games. You can name Monopoly all you want, but there's a reason it's gotten dozens of video game adaptations where it's the only game in the package. And there's a reason it has thousands of variants and Yahtzee doesn't. They can make a Goatopoly. They couldn't make a Goat Z.
Right?
That's why in Family Game Night 2, we got an upgrade to the game lineup.
That's not Boggle.
Nothing is.
Man, what's the point of this? Pretty much all the games included here are incredibly simple, can easily be played by yourself in real life, so that advantage of a video game version just isn't here. Just in general, these don't benefit from being video games, or they're just too different as video games. To be fair, they translated something like Operation about as well as you could, but it's Operation. Why do I want to play this in video game form? Same goes for Bop It. It's Bop It! Picture Rica is pretty much a Where's Waldo type experience, so wow, they pulled it off.
If they can do that, what board games can't they bring to the Wii?
How about ad-libbing, or filler dialogue, or like a reference to something that just happened?
Yeah, they can't do that because it's not a board game.
Connect 4x4, oh come on, that should have been an alternate mode in the first game. Jenga? I remember playing a Jenga game on the iPod Touch back in the day, and I enjoyed it quite a bit. The controls worked well, and it was a fun time waster. On the Wii, I mean, it works, but this just feels much more unnecessary and sluggish to control. Jenga worked so well on the go because it's a game you just couldn't effectively play anywhere. You ever played Jenga on the plane?
Sure, but
that's not ideal, meaning a portable video game take on it works incredibly well and feels very justified. A home console game, though, like, why? Because you don't want to clean up after playing?
Oh, damn it!
So not only does this version feel a bit forced, it just doesn't control the greatest. There's way less nuance pulling a block away compared to just using the touchscreen of the app version. It feels like the Wii game just doesn't understand exactly how hard or soft you're truly yanking these out. But in the end, it's something you could get used to. This is fine, I guess. But maybe they improved upon it in the standalone release, Jenga World Tour. Free Jenga. It feels good to be a part of something. I love games that allow me to step foot into a role I've never been in before. Slot Machine Cowboy. But Jenga World Tour keeps things familiar by giving me a piss-poor Jenga experience. But this is beyond piss. This is a straight-up kidney stone. How does Jenga World Tour have a 26 on Metacritic?
What, is it bad or something?
It's game over.
No.
That's not even good wood.
My God, what the is that?
This is the most finicky thing ever. The depth perception is egregious, and on top of that, it's just fucking Jenga. At the time, this retailed for $30, and what do you get for that? Well, non-functional blocks, say what you will. It's impressive for bricks not to function. No online, which for a game titled Jenga World Tour, like, this is pretty damn Ohio. I want to play against people from around the world. Michigan, Indiana, give me a world tour. This is genuinely one of the worst games I've ever played, and it mostly all comes down to the abhorrent controls. Everything else is fine in concept. There's a mode where you can use power-ups, a decent handful of different settings and block types. If it was actually fun to play, you'd have a fine enough Jenga. But instead, they went for something honestly far more impressive. The worst goddamn thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay, well, that is worse.
But back to the Family Game Night series, the third entry has a ton more of the in-depth board games featured, ones they could have made as their own standalone releases, so as of now, this seems to be the title with the most value. Clue, The Game of Life, Mousetrap, Yahtzee hands down, Twister. See, if they were clever, they could use the Wii balance board, or maybe even a game where you have to try and hold down certain buttons on the Wii remote at the same time, which is something Wii Party U did. That would be a really cute way to adapt Twister into a video game.
But picture this. No.
It's a rhythm game now. Tap the buttons in order. That's not Twister, that's just common courtesy. The rest of the games are fine, albeit fairly lifeless interpretations of the source material. I mean, Mousetrap is pretty much a straight conversion of the board game, but damn is it lame as hell. I would want to go see Niagara Falls in person when I can draw you this picture of it instead. Some of these games here are just too reliant on the tangibility of the board game versions that I wish they'd either replace them or try a little harder to adapt them in more clever ways, which, hey, for the next title, they did just that. Based on a game show, based on the video game franchise, based on the board games, this is Family Game Night for the game show.
No, this is unfortunate.
Yeah, take the actual adaptations of the timeless games and turn them into 2-minute-long minigames that might have something to do with the original. What the f*** is a Boptagon? These are fine, but they're over so quickly and don't have the replay value the actual board games have. Scrabble Flash is enjoyable for a few minutes, but enjoyable enough to pop this game in every time to play? In previous games, they had remixed versions alongside the classic titles. Why couldn't they have done that here? Instead, the main attraction is the game show mode, which has you play each of the games one after another, and 20 minutes later, it's done. Yes, a perfect replacement for the real board games. The Family Game Night series is quality, yet never felt thought out enough to be warranted in my opinion. They could have chosen different games and reworked them in smarter ways to make them work as video games far better. And what they ended up doing was either just the same goddamn thing as the board game or Twister. But next up, I want to take a look at some games that harness the spirit of the Family Game Night series without the starch. The multi-game packs on Game Boy Advance and Nintendo DS. I don't know if there's an overarching series name for these things other than Jesus Christ. These are all pretty cheaply made, but they do the job. Being on handhelds make them feel far more justified. You can play whenever, wherever you want, by yourself or with others if multiplayer is offered. And these may be made on a budget, but I honestly find that they have a whole lot more worth than
Uh-oh, T-minus 10 seconds.
Oh, a stork.
Way to go, blue team.
All right, next word.
Stork?
No. Big bird.
The genre is I'm sick.
Oh, dude, he's getting fucking shot.
Way to go, blue team.
That's pretty sick.
It's also pretty sick. What? Did you just stop?
Way to go, blue team.
Yes.
All right, so I can pick between Junior Pictionary and Adult Pictionary.
Oh, no, don't do adult. I don't want to draw a mortgage.
Okay, Junior. I can draw dirty laundry.
Do you really want to draw a corpse?
Weekend trips. Fishing.
Isn't that spelled with a PH?
This one isn't working out. But I promise you guys, we will get a legitimate board game experience. How about Battleship?
I am gonna hit you with a blunt object.
I do understand Boggle now.
Hey y'all, Scott here. Check it out, it's the sequel confirmer. Tells you if the game you're scanning is a sequel or not. Yeah! Number 2 rocks. This thing is so versatile. It could go here, here, or here and still produce mediocrity. Sequels are basically a necessity with video games. I mean, why let all those character models, sprites, or that game engine go to waste when you can just reuse them for another game? Making a video game sequel most of the time is being relatively resourceful, and that's why they get pumped out year after year. But what about the titles that haven't gotten sequels yet, or series that haven't gotten new games in general recently? I thought it'd be fun to just throw some sequels I want out there. Just some games I want to see made. Now, I mainly tried to stick to sequels to games that aren't obviously going to happen or haven't been announced yet. Man, I sure do wish they made another Final Fantasy. Like, are you kidding me? They made it 15 plus games in and you're acting like they're gonna stop there. I tried to mostly think of sequels that aren't necessarily a complete shoo-in, with some sequels likely, some unlikely, and some that make me look like an effing moron. And like I said, these are just sequels I'd personally want to see. Feel free to discuss ones you'd want, but this is all about me, me, me. These were a bit harder than you may think to dream up, mainly because a lot of the biggest video game sequels that are taking forever to happen are already happening or have already happened. Kingdom Hearts 3, Shenmue 3, Psychonauts 2, Mirror's Edge 2, Marvel vs. Capcom 3. These games seemingly were never going to happen, but look at things now. Hey guys, it's Scott checking in. I just wanted to say before we get into all these sequels I want to see, that this isn't a definitive list of all sequels I want to see. I'm sure anybody could say, why didn't you bring up a sequel to Wario World? And I'll be like, I forgot Wario World! This list has to end at some point, so let me just mention some games I still want to see, just don't have time to discuss all too much. Star Tropics 3, a new custom Robo, a new skate game, Grand Theft Auto Advance 2, Mega Man Legends 4, Super Smash Bros. Brawl 2. Anyway, here are some games I'd like to see 2'd. Hear me out on this. PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, outside of being just one of the worst lineup of words I've ever seen in my life, was Sony's answer to Smash Brothers, and it was the wrong answer. Here's the thing though, I want a sequel to this game based purely on the fact that this isn't a bad idea, far from it. Sony's had a terrible history of making their version of a Nintendo thing and just not putting enough effort into it. The PlayStation Classic, the PlayStation Move, Little Big Planet karting, all just feel like half-assed attempts to do something Nintendo did successfully. And with all of these, especially All-Stars Battle Royale, they all flopped. They all felt soulless, and the thing was they didn't need to be. A PlayStation crossover fighting game could be amazing, they just need to treat it with the same amount of love and respect as Smash Brothers gets. Smash Brothers always felt like a momentous occasion, with a character being in it solidifying them in as true gaming icons. Eva Cole's in PlayStation All-Stars. For a PlayStation All-Stars sequel, they need to get a better character lineup. The ones they had were fine, but the lack of PlayStation icons like Crash and Spyro would be like Smash Brothers not including Link and Kirby. It needs better gameplay and ideas. It just felt like they copied Smash Brothers, but tweaked a bunch of random things to make it different, but in the end just made things worse. They should just try to do their own thing. Maybe making a 3D fighting game would be interesting. And change the title. This thing is the most generic garbage sequence of letters my mouth could ever barf out. Now, before anybody says anything, yes, there was technically a PlayStation All-Stars sequel called PlayStation All-Stars Island, a minigame collection for mobile devices brought to you by Coke Zero. Well, that's one thing Smash Brothers doesn't have. What it means to be a Sonic game isn't the most clear-cut thing in the world, since the mainline Sonic the Hedgehog titles vary so much in terms of style. Classic, the adventure titles, the Boost formula, Knuckles Chaotix, it's all over the place. Right now we have 2D Classic Sonic with Sonic Mania, the Boost formula with Sonic Forces, and then whatever the hell Sonic Lost World is. I'd really like to see some of the other styles of Sonic games throughout history get brought back. A good chunk of them had merit and would be fun to see again. With proprietary handheld systems fading away, there's been one type of Sonic title that hasn't made an appearance for almost a decade, and that's the Sonic Advance / Sonic Rush style of games. These titles only appeared on mainly Nintendo handhelds and felt like a modern spin on the 2D Sonic titles from the Genesis days. I'd love to see a successor to these games. Not saying something like Sonic Mania isn't phenomenal, but these games were different enough from the classics to warrant being brought back. I think seeing a new Sonic Rush thrown onto the Switch eShop would be really fun, maybe with a 2D hand-drawn art style, crazy fluid animation, I'd love that. Of course, you can't talk Sonic sequels without bringing up Sonic Adventure 3. While I'm not a huge Sonic Adventure guy, I feel like if the right developers were behind it, an Adventure 3 would be pretty cool. Most of the problems I have with the Adventure titles are just due to them not aging the best, so a modern take could work. I'm just not holding my breath. Also, technically this could be considered Sonic Adventure 3, so there's that. As anybody born in the year 1997 would do, I played Pac-Man World 2 as a kid. This wasn't a groundbreaking game by any means, but it did a really great job at transitioning whatever the hell this is into a 3D platformer. It didn't feel like a generic 3D platformer with Pac-Man squirted into it. It felt like if Pac-Man was a 3D platformer, and I really admired that. Now with the Pac-Man World series in general, I went straight down the middle. Didn't play 1, didn't play 3. From what I hear, Pac-Man World 1 was pretty good, and 3 was a pretty divisive follow-up. It took a different direction with the tone and formula and didn't really turn out the best. Now there have been some fairly recent Pac-Man 3D platformers, the Ghostly Adventures games based on some TV show. But unlike Pac-Man World 2, these do feel like generic 3D platformers with Pac-Man squirted into them. These aren't my Pac-Man world. I like to see another traditional 3D platformer with this Pac-Man, no pupils and all. No TV show tie-in, nothing weird like the third game, just a fun 3D platformer in the same vein as World 2. A true Pac-Man World 4. Oh my god, out of all the potential sequels on this list, Conker's Bad Fur Day just begs for one. Bad Fur Day was the Nintendo 64's swan song and got a remake on the original Xbox, and that's it, it's 2019 now, wow. Bad Fur Day was a spit in the face to all cutesy E-rated platformers. It went 8 letters down the alphabet and went full-on M-rated with loads of fun blood and piss. The developers at Rare were obviously making the game for themselves and not for the general Nintendo 64 owner. It obviously didn't sell well, but was always destined to be a cult classic. The ending of Bad Fur Day feels definitive enough, but does hint at a future game, and a sequel called Conker's Other Bad Day was planned, but was given the boot after Microsoft acquired Rare. After that, another game, Conker Gettin' Medieval, was planned, but scrapped as well, and the only thing released that progressed Bad Fur Day's plot was some episodic DLC for Project Spark. That was cancelled after episode 1. Project Spark was a game creation tool, and the Conker DLC was created within it, and I think it's fair to say this really wasn't how anybody wanted to see Conker evolve. Oh fuck, I spoke too soon. Yeah, Conker has just been subjected to tech demos and reliving Bad Fur Day again, and a true sequel that continues the story of Bad Fur Day is really what everybody wants to see. There's not much more I can say, just a new Conker game that continues where Bad Fur Day left off. That's it. Every single E3, Ubisoft's press conference comes around and I'm ready for a new Rayman to be announced.
Yeah, it never happens.
Alright, I quite liked Rayman Origins and Legends. I wasn't like out of this world in love with them like other people, but I will happily say I quite enjoyed my time with both titles. I even really dug the mobile Rayman games. Rayman Jungle Run was one of the best platformers on mobile. I'd just love to see more of these games. They're so beautiful and creative. Seeing a Rayman Legends 2 or whatever you want to call it would be stellar. But it would be even cooler to see a return to the 3D Rayman games. We haven't seen one of these in ages. Now, Rayman Origins came out around the height of the return of the 2D platformer, but we've been seeing a resurgence in 3D platformers lately, so maybe a new 3D Rayman isn't totally out of the question. Either way, I like a new game in general. Bully has never been one of Rockstar's bigger games, but it's a beloved one nonetheless. It's always been odd to me that this game didn't become a series like other Rockstar titles did. Think about it, if Manhunt can become a series, you can accomplish anything. It's not like Rockstar wants to try and forget this game exists, they'll gladly put it out on mobile devices and PS4, and a sequel to it has been one of the longest running rumors surrounding the company. And with Bully being a T-rated game, a sequel would be a nice change of pace from all of the this Rockstar has been putting out for the past 10 years. Alright, bear with me on this one, because I only just started playing it, but Okami is really something special. I've been with it for a few hours so far, but from what I've played, now this is what you call a wolf game. That's right, I said it, f*** out Wolf Quest. Every single second I've played has filled me with so much joy. It's really similar to the Wind Waker, but is all about the beauty of Japanese culture, history, art, everything. Now, a sequel was released for the Nintendo DS, Okami Den, and like I said, I'm still making my way through the first one, but with how much people adore Okami, I would love to see a new title in the series. Capcom has been spreading Okami HD around to all current-gen platforms, so that at least shows they want people to continue playing this game. So hopefully that means a third game is still a possibility. Mario RPGs have incredibly dedicated fan bases, especially considering how all of the Mario RPG series out there are either dead, or please die. Alright, Paper Mario Color Splash was okay, but really it was only saved by its writing and presentation. Mario and Luigi games used to be special, but now they just seem to be filler titles for when Nintendo needs to put out a game with Mario on the cover. But then, there's the grandfather of them all. Super Mario RPG Legend of the Seven Stars, developed by Square for the Super Nintendo. I feel that the Paper Mario series has definitely overshadowed the original Mario RPG in terms of pure love from fans, but it's still a beloved title and many's favorite Mario RPG title. The original Paper Mario on N64 was actually initially planned as a sequel to Super Mario RPG until it became its own thing entirely. So while you can make the argument that Paper Mario is Mario RPG's sequel, it's still kind of its own entity. I think a true sequel to Mario RPG would be mind-blowing, and with Nintendo and Square Enix playing nice with each other, seeing a full-blown sequel to the original game isn't completely impossible. Imagine Mario RPG 2 being done by the same team behind Octopath Traveler. Now that would be something to see. I'm not even an RPG guy, and I would love to see this. But we can't forget about Paper Mario though. I think what most people would love to see is obviously a follow-up to Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. The original Paper Mario and its sequel are treasured as the deity of paper-based Mario RPGs. And while some people still love the third game, Super Paper Mario, it's definitely more of a mixed bag. Plus, this is a platformer with RPG elements. And then this happened, and like I said, Color Splash was okay. Sticker Star and Color Splash, while still RPGs, are huge deviations from the first two games' formulas. I think what everybody would like to see would be a third game in the style of the first two Paper Marios. Basically, The Thousand Year Door 2. Kid Icarus Uprising is one of the most I wanted to play it. I bought it on Amazon and the seller sent me the European copy game I've ever not played. Believe me, I'm dying to. The Kid Icarus series only saw 2 titles and then lay dormant for over 20 years until Uprising's release. It was directed by Smash Bros. Creator Masahiro Sakurai, and the same hefty attention to detail and wealth of content you'd find in those games was present in Uprising. The gameplay was pretty different from the first 2 games, being a third-person shooter, more sin and punishment than traditional Kid Icarus. Regardless, it is a beloved game that was plagued by this little sliver of pain. Yeah, the number one complaint about Uprising was the controls. This type of game just doesn't work that well on the 3DS. Now, I'd gladly take a remake of Uprising on the Nintendo Switch, but I'd be even more excited to see that a sequel is being made instead. Kid Icarus Uprising didn't sell like crazy, but it didn't flop, so while I don't think Nintendo is hovering over the Make Uprising sequel button, I'm sure they wouldn't be crazy opposed if Sakurai wanted to make another one. And I love when people don't make games, especially you, Valve. This company has evolved from making hit after hit to just hanging out, running Steam, selling other people's games. They're great. Almost all of the titles Valve have previously released warrant sequels, and of course, this is the obvious one. Now, I'm not gonna act like I'm everybody's resident Half-Life expert. I've played a little bit of 2, but not much. With the last we've seen of the Half-Life series being a cliffhanger, we just need a finale to it all. Just finish it up. Now, will it ever happen? I don't know. I'm fairly optimistic about it eventually happening, but I'm not saying it's super likely anytime soon. I just want to see Half-Life 3 announced because it would truly be one of the biggest days in gaming history. Just reading the history of Half-Life 3 not being announced is entertaining. Imagine it actually happening. Now, a game I'm more personally invested in is Portal. This is a series that has an infinite amount of possibilities with it. They can make 34 Portal games, and the 35th one would still impress me with new ideas, I'm sure of it. Portal 3, make it happen, and I know for a fact people want Left 4 Dead 3. Just Jesus Christ, Valve, do something. The NES Remix games on Wii U were great, just quick challenges on old school NES games with some of them mixing things up in terms of art style, characters, physics, all that. I really like these games because they took some NES games that aged poorly and made them legitimately fun by chopping them up into tons of challenges. Or they took NES games that actually aged well and made them fun in a whole new way. They made 2 of them, and these just feel like perfect gap fillers. Like if Nintendo isn't releasing anything one month, just throw out a remix title. They're fun pick up and play games and they don't take too awful long to develop. And really, I just want them to do more console variations of them. SNES Remix, Game Boy Remix, N64 Remix. I just want to see more of these remix-style games, and then sequels to them too. Not asking for much, just 6 new games here. Duke Nukem is one of the biggest and most iconic names in all of games. Alright, okay, Duke Nukem 3D could be considered a landmark title, but other than that, things get a little mediocre with the franchise. What made Duke Nukem popular in 1996 was the edgy lowbrow humor and being a pretty impressive first-person shooter with loads of things to interact with in the environment. After a bunch of side games and spin-offs, Duke Nukem Forever released in 2011 as the true sequel to 3D. And after being in development hell for over a decade, yeah, it wasn't that good. Forever didn't evolve Duke Nukem. Some fans saw that as a positive, but most people saw that as the game feeling outdated in terms of its comedy and how it looked and played. Some may say he's better left in the 90s, but I think with enough passion and wit behind the project, a true new Duke Nukem game could be pretty decent. Look at how Doom 2016 came out. That similarly is based on a legacy PC first-person shooter franchise from the 90s. Now Doom has had a much better track record than Duke Nukem, but I'm just saying, I think if the Duke Nukem team puts forth a similar effort to the Doom reboot, a new game can work really well. Mario Kart Double Dash is the most unique Mario Kart. Get out of here, Mario Kart Super Circuit supporters. What the hell kind of an argument was that? You can pick 2 characters per kart, and that opens loads of gameplay possibilities, including co-op. There was really not much wrong with this style of Mario Kart, but they dropped it in favor of the way God intended Mario Kart to be, one driver and all. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is fine, but this was also fine. Now, do I need a full-on Double Dash 2? I mean, that would be cool, but at the very least, I think a Double Dash mode in the future Mario Kart would be stellar. But hey, Double Dash's concept has so much potential that I'd love to see a full-on sequel. They can just do so much more with this. Kirby, for God's sakes, grow up. A good Kirby game is like a nice bowl of mac and cheese. I mean, it's probably not good for you, but it's pretty fun. That doesn't really help shake off the fact that throughout the series' entire life, Kirby has remained a 2D game. This isn't a series that straight up won't work in 3D. There have been little mini-game offshoots and experimentations that easily show, hey, this game will work just fine in 3D. I just want a 3D Kirby game, a true step forward for the franchise. And Kirby Air Ride 2, that would be pretty cool. This isn't gonna happen. Even then, I think Earthbound/Mother is too important to people to just let the game sit there. I think this series has potential to tell so many more stories and capture so many more hearts. Plus, these games aren't perfect, far from it. A new game could easily refine the gameplay with little quality of life improvements here and there. Now, like I said, Mother 4 is crazy unlikely to ever happen. The series creator Shigesato Itoi has made it clear that he doesn't plan on making any new games. And of course, Mother 3 hasn't even released outside of Japan yet, that needs to happen. I'd still love a remastered collection of all 3 titles, but I think a 4th game would be jaw-dropping to see happen. Will it? Probably not, but I don't think it's impossible. This is Itoi's baby, and he doesn't really want to do anything with it, but who knows, maybe someday he'll have a change of heart. It's something more people want than you may think. Myself and countless others have had many sleepless nights where the only thing we could hear echoed in the darkness.
Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort are great. They may seem like nothing more than motion control minigame collections.
That's exactly what they were.
But they're so much fun. These are such simple games, but they're chemically engineered to be infinitely replayable. They remind me of a good high score based arcade game. No matter how many times I play Galaga, I still want to keep playing it, and the same goes to you, Bowling. I think doing a new game under the name Nintendo Sports or Mii Sports would be awesome. I think keeping with the resort theme would be a great idea, or maybe they switch things up and go for a winter-based sports one. I don't know, I just want Nintendo to make something like this again. I don't want these casual type games to be the only thing Nintendo makes. But if they plop out a new Wii Sports, I'd be pretty content. The Uncharted games. I played through all of them outside of Golden Abyss on the Vita and Fight for Fortune, some card games, so actually no, I guess I can't call myself a fan. Now, while the series developer Naughty Dog seems to be done with the franchise and Nathan Drake's story is finished, I think maybe handing the series over to Sony's Bend Studio or something and having them make games in the Uncharted universe would be a fun time. Now, I don't need these right now, not at all. I think I've had my Uncharted fix for a while. But I'm mainly talking about in like a few years. When there hasn't been a new Uncharted game for a while, bringing back the franchise in a new way would be fun. There's so many great characters in Uncharted that you could easily make a countless number of games focusing on. I mean, they already dipped their toes in this whole no Nathan Drake Uncharted with Uncharted The Lost Legacy, so it's definitely possible. Because it's already been done. Sony generally doesn't continually support franchises for decades. Their developers usually focus on a certain series for a good number of years and then move on. I really wish they'd start supporting franchises in the long term more often. And in about 4 to 5 years, I think a new Uncharted focusing on a character other than Nathan Drake would be pretty cool. Listen, if you want a foolproof way to make me squee, here you go. Punch-Out is one of my favorite Nintendo series, no doubt, and the Wii game is so good. The problem with it though was that it didn't have a lot of its own ideas. It mainly used boxers from previous games, and the gameplay was basically the same Punch-Out we all knew. Years ago, I always thought this style of Punch-Out would work beautifully on the 3DS. I thought you could do some fun things with the 3D, and Punch-Out would be perfect for handheld play. Well, that never happened, and it never will, so I'd just like a new Punch-Out game with new unique boxers. Maybe a few classic ones, and maybe some new gameplay mechanics. Alright, that does it for everything I had a lot to say about. Let's pummel through some more games I really want but didn't have much to discuss. Chibi Robo 2, yes please, the series had never had a fair chance. All games Nintendo actually tried to push were garbage spin-offs. The only game that could be considered a true sequel to the original was a Japan-exclusive DS title. Either localize and remaster that one and put it in a resolution that doesn't sting, or make a true Chibi Robo sequel on a console. Oh man, I would kill for a new racing game that doesn't take itself seriously and isn't a crazy simulation. I've heard Forza Horizon has a great deal of fun, but what I'm mainly talking about is the return of Ridge Racer and Burnout. I'd squeak. I have two fears. They're dead mice and playing Donkey Kong 64. Donkey Kong 64 is just like any human being. It's aged. However, that doesn't mean the concept of a 3D Donkey Kong should be thrown out the window entirely. I'd love to see a modern 3D DK game. Like I said, I'd like to see a few new Sonic games, but man, f*** Sonic. I do enjoy a good Sonic from time to time, but my god, look at all these other games Sega could make sequels to. Jet Set Radio, Samba de Amigo, Gunstar Heroes, Night, Space Channel 5 Comic Zone, a good Super Monkey Ball game. Sega has just an absolute forest full of franchises that they haven't been doing anything with. Just please bring back some of these. Gravity Rush 3, yes please. I'm really concerned this series is dead. Sony originally was going to pull Gravity Rush 2's servers offline only a year after the game released. They delayed it by half a year after fans got antsy. I mean, that shows that Sony may not be interested in supporting Gravity Rush anymore, but that also shows they know the series has a passionate fan base, so I don't know what the future holds, but I know I want more Gravity Rush in it. A new Katamari game. Excluding the remake of the first game, we haven't had an original game on a console in so long. The last mainline title was released on the PS Vita in 2012. Nobody played it. Wario Land. Yeah, I'd love to see a new one, especially with the art style of Wario Land Shake It, and on top of that, a new original WarioWare game. WarioWare Gold was pretty good, but was a best of WarioWare compilation. I want a fully original new one. A new Crimson Skies. This is a fan favorite Xbox title. Come on, why not just bring out a new one with modern visuals? That would be gorgeous. A new James Bond game. We haven't had one in forever. I think the last one was 007 Legends in 2012. These were tons of fun. They were some of the few first-person shooters to not take themselves so seriously. A new Mario vs. Donkey Kong, but now with these godforsaken mini Marios. This style of game was fun for a while, but they just kept making the same game. I want to see a game in the style of Donkey Kong 94 on the original Game Boy. This was an amazing puzzle platformer. And the original Mario vs. Donkey Kong was basically a spiritual successor to it. I just want another one of these games, they're so good. A new Castlevania game, either one that plays similarly to Super Castlevania 4 or any of the Metroidvania type games. A new F-Zero. Yep, that's it. Tomodachi Life 2. I love Tomodachi Life. It was such a fun game to keep coming back to for a week. But that's the thing, it was only fun for a week.
A sequel needs more content and a way to spread that content out so you don't experience everything the game has to offer so quickly. Send in Punishment 3, because why not? They made the first one for the N64 in Japan only, and then made a sequel worldwide on the Wii 10 years later. Anything's possible with this series. I loved A Link Between Worlds and would dig seeing a new game in this style. A completely original one. Yes, Link's Awakening exists for the Switch, but that's a remake, and A Link Between Worlds still uses the same map from A Link to the Past. I want a top-down Zelda title that plays like this, but is completely designed from the ground up. Also, a new Four Swords game would be pretty solid, none of that Triforce Heroes whatever. Super Mario Sunshine 2. Sunshine is one of the only 3 Marios that never got any kind of follow-up, and I still think there's a ton you can do with the Flood Pack. Plus, I kinda want a Sunshine sequel more so than a Mario Galaxy 3. I'd be pretty stoked for a Galaxy 3, but I'm pretty okay with stopping at 2. Sunshine has so many things that I think could be tweaked and expanded upon, so I'd personally want to see that more.
I love begging companies to not do new things and to just do the same thing over and over again. But hey, I let all my desired sequels out of the bag. I'm pretty sure I didn't forget any. I have sinned. Hey, Scott here. This is getting old. I may have finally stopped getting robbed 2 weeks ago, but I just started getting robbed 3 weeks ago. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. I'm gonna make some calls and get to the bottom of this.
A bank?
The bank?
A bank.
Yeah, I was wondering if I could take out a loan to assign a hit.
Let me check. Are you sure your name isn't you?
No.
Yeah, we repossessed most of your belongings. We are a bank after all.
Oh, thank God, I wasn't robbed! So, can I take out a loan to repossess the repossessed?
No, we repossessed your stuff for a reason. We asked if you had any debts and you just wrote SOS.
Yeah.
Listen, I've seen your services around town. We'll send you a care package to help you get back on your feet, but until then, sir, this is a Domino's.
I thought you said this was a bank.
Yeah, a night bank.
I'll make this work.
The classics. Games you may not play all the time, but the idea you can play them on your current system and pull them out whenever and wherever you are, it helps you sleep at night. And honest to God, what's better to fiddle in your pocket with than Ice Climber? This is a lineup of games released for the Game Boy Advance throughout 2004, titled the Classic NES Series. Old school games for the Nintendo Entertainment System re-released on GBA for 20 bucks a pop. You can beat that deal. This is one of Nintendo's first major instances of really pushing nostalgia for that NES era, releasing these games alongside a special edition Game Boy Advance SP modeled after the system. Same thing in Japan, they released a model of the handheld designed after the Japanese NES, the Famicom. Look how tiny this box is, it's adorable. I think the North American variant wins in the handheld aesthetic departments though. I mean, yeah, it does mimic the Famicom, but oh boy, ketchup and mayonnaise. Now, the Famicom released in 1983, the NES released in 1985. All of this happened in 2004, so I think they were trying to break even for the system's 20th anniversary. They were probably just rounding up.
Yeah, I'm 24, though I always round up, so to be more precise, I'm 2.
I, for one, am sort of critical of Nintendo's over-reliance on nostalgia sometimes, but I'm their target demographic for this because no matter what they do, if it's 8-bit, I don't think, I just clap. Like, man, you're really pushing things here. They had the nerve to sell Ice Climber for $20. Yeah, $20 was cheaper than regular Game Boy Advance games, so this isn't a regular Game Boy Advance game, it's Ice Climber. But this NES Game Boy Advance SP is so cool. The outside is like the system, but the inside is like the controller. It's even textured like an actual NES gamepad. Okay, so I really like this design, but it just reminds me of the people who wear NES t-shirts.
I'm awkward.
The Game Boy Micro also got a special edition themed around the Famicom, this time the controller. This one released in 2005 in both Japan and the US, and I think this design eclipses both SPs. It is gorgeous. Though this was released specifically in commemoration of the 20th anniversary with no real ties to the classic NES series. Well, 12 games were released under the classic NES series label, with most hitting store shelves on June 2nd, 2004 alongside the special edition SP, plus a few more later on October 25th, 2004. Most of them were Nintendo developed and published titles. We got Super Mario Bros., The Legend of Zelda, Donkey Kong, Excite Bike, Ice Climber, Dr. Mario, Metroid, and Zelda 2, though there were also a few third-party games licensed to Nintendo for release in the series. Pac-Man, Bomberman, Xevious, and Castlevania. Aesthetically speaking, these are really fun to put all next to each other. They all follow a basic black design, reminiscent of the original black box Nintendo releases. However, most of these games didn't originally have the black box design, one with a few
few sprites and the big title and that iconic font. So Nintendo gave them a black box design. They cropped their box arts and put them on black. It's a little lame. I think it would have been fun to actively design covers as if these games had the black box design from back in the day or something, rather than just putting the cover on a black background. I mean, at this point, you already have the top of the box saying Classic NES series. You could have just used the original box art, not cropped, and everything would have still looked uniform and nice. But no, you just had to put more effort in to make it look like you put less effort in. The boxes do feel like mini NES game boxes, though. I'll give them that. The back descriptions and screenshots are unique compared to the NES originals, mentioning how the NES Classic is back. Finally, play Pac-Man on the go for the 20th time ever. But they still feel very genuinely charming and retro. Even if they don't cost a lot on eBay right now, you still want to treat them with respect. Most of these releases were born to die being a collectible. The next big indicator of a Classic NES series title is the cartridge itself. Now, most people would probably go, what's the difference? And to that I say, invest in neon. Classic NES GBA games are a lighter tone of gray, the exact same lighter tone of gray as legitimate NES game cartridges. They put so much damn detail in all of this. This truly feels like they legitimately cared. Turns out they did these few things just to barely reach that bar. Alright, so let's try these out. First up, we can't go wrong with a little bit of Super Mario Brothers. Unless you use it as insulin. Look at that in all its glory. You know, I can't understate how amazing it was to finally get these games in an uncompromised portable form. Put a D in front of that. So this is Super Mario Brothers on the NES, on the Game Boy Advance. However, fun quirk of the Game Boy Advance was the screen size. It's not 4:3, it's not widescreen. I consider it husky. NES games were all 4:3, so Nintendo had two options. Either put black bars on the sides like a Samaritan, or embrace chaos. So they filled the screen. Good for them. I'm sure if they didn't, the group of people who play retro games stretched with smoothing filters on, minimized with borders, well, there's no telling what they'd do. Our nation is separated. They didn't just simply stretch the games to fill the screen though, they meticulously removed unnecessary pixels to effectively fit the game in this wonky resolution, thus, whatever the fuck this is. You have to give them credit, they wanted to see these games fill the screen and they did it without simply stretching them, though they still look a little wonky. But hey, let's see if I can compare this to similar releases. Here we have Super Mario Bros. Deluxe on Game Boy Color. It's similarly a version of Super Mario Bros. You can play on the go. So here's the advantage you get with the classic NES series. They didn't just zoom into the screen. With Deluxe, sometimes you can't see what's above you, behind you, in front of you, because they just zoomed in to make everything viewable on such a tiny screen. So the GBA version is a bit more playable. But you're missing the calendar. Super Mario Bros. Deluxe was a new deluxe version of Mario 1. It included extra modes, a save feature. Mario 2 from Japan was included. Tons of little bonus features that I just adore. Like, come on, is this necessary? No, and that's what's fun about it. Classic NES series Super Mario Bros. Is just Super Mario Brothers. There's nothing else to it, and that's what the classic NES series was. They weren't remakes, they were by and large the original NES games, no frills, for your Game Boy Advance. I mean, pressing LNR brings us this menu. Ooh. Damn everybody, let's talk about the weather app! Well, Super Mario Bros. Is a classic game. It's one that'll never get old and one that's great to have at a moment's notice. It plays well here, and while it was possible to play the game in some capacity on the Game Boy Advance before, this version is much more tailor-made for the handheld while also being more true to the original. Of course, it had to be a part of the classic NES series. Now, is it worth the $20 MSRP? Well, for like $10 more, you could get any of the Mario Advance series, which were fully fleshed out remakes and ports of the other 2D Mario games, including some new levels, mechanics, modes, the side game of Mario Brothers. It's a tough situation because the entire gimmick of these releases is that, oh, it's the original NES game on a smaller cartridge. Honestly, making these collections or something would have taken away from that collectability, I guess. And $20, I mean, that's kind of the bare minimum you can price a physical game without discounts or price cuts. I'd say this one is a bit iffy on if it makes sense for $20. At the time, you could definitely find a copy of Super Mario Bros. Deluxe for less, which had more features. Plus, back in 2004, I think our nation was more used to screen crunch like this. I'd put this in the middle on the worth 20 scale. Next up, Ice Climber. I think Nintendo re-released this for a tax break. Ice Climber is an iconic NES classic. Sure. Most of its appeal comes from the character's inclusion in Smash Bros., which is 100% why the game was put in this series. Smash Bros. Melee did a number to the interest in various franchises. It's what convinced Nintendo to bring Fire Emblem outside of Japan, so I think they decided to re-release Ice Climber for that very same reason.
Can't wait for that return on investment.
The original Ice Climber isn't a terrible game, it's just a bad one. I think there's a bit of merit to this game. Like, the controls are absolutely atrocious, but I think that's partially on purpose to give the game more challenge. But you can select any level from the start, so it's like, who cares about the challenge? There, I beat the game. The 2-player mode was seemingly removed, that remained in Super Mario Bros., but the multiplayer in that game is just past the Game Boy when you die. But alas, you have to connect another Game Boy Advance to have the option appear.
Good.
For $20, no, hell, I'll pay you $20 to stay away. It has its charm and a place in Nintendo history. I do sort of like it in some respects. Its core gameplay is fairly enjoyable. It's just the damn controls, man. But as nice as I'm willing to be about this game, let's be fair. This game, as its standalone Game Boy Advance release, this should be nothing more than a side game in a bigger game, like Mario Bros. Arcade and the Mario Advance releases. And I think what stings the most here is the fact that Nintendo already re-released Ice Climber as an e-reader card set for the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, so this was a major piece of criticism against the classic NES series. The fact that a good handful of these games, they were already on the Game Boy Advance via e-reader cards. Though, let's be reasonable here, the e-reader was an accessory for the GBA that nobody heard of until 2 sentences ago. You'd scan cards to unlock goodies and games, or play games right off the cards. Thus, some NES games were re-released via this method for $5 a pack. Of course, you already had to own the e-reader, which cost $40 in of itself. Keep the e-reader plugged in the entire time, and hopelessly scan 5 cards in a row. The opportunity cost may outweigh things here. It's a little unfair to be like, oh, well, you sold Ice Climber for $5, Nintendo. Why is it $20 now? Because you already had to own an e-reader. Scanning cards was clunky compared to just inserting a cartridge. Just buying the classic NES series game is a simpler option here. Doesn't mean the game is worth 20. Excite Bike! Now this has more value than Ice Climber in my opinion. I think everybody likes Excite Bike. Either that or nobody cares enough to put energy into hating it. Wow, you hate Excite Bike? You fucking badass! Well, it is the same game as before. You can save your custom built tracks now. It's not that elegant. You don't get a ton of save slots like you do in the 3D Classics remake for 3DS, but it's a noticeable upgrade from how the game operated on NES. This was another game that was already on e-reader card, so that was an issue. You can save your custom tracks in that version, so I finally understand the value of $15. Excite Bike's a better game than Ice Climber though, and has more replay value. I'd say it's in the middle on the $20 scale. Donkey Kong, plain ass, old ass, Donkey Kong ass Donkey Kong. To answer your question, it's not the arcade version, it's the NES version.
What did you think we've been talking about?
Donkey Kong's always fun to replay, but I mean, it's just 3 levels, 1 screen each. And the NES version, while perfectly fine, it cuts out one of the stages from the arcade game, the Pie Factory. So it's like, sure, you can use this game to just try to go for the high score, but wouldn't that feel more rewarding if you had the true arcade version in the palm of your hands? You could practice and practice and practice on Game Boy and show up to the arcade, get the high score, and in tandem laid. This is just a way to play Donkey Kong on the go, but at that point, just get Donkey Kong for Game Boy. That original arcade game was remade, and there's 90 plus puzzle platformer levels afterwards, and that game cost around like $4 in 2004. Plus Donkey Kong was another e-reader release. Also, they could have re-released Donkey Kong Classics, which was Donkey Kong and Donkey Kong Jr. on one NES cartridge. I know the whole gimmick is it's the original authentic one NES game now on your GBA, but like, come on. $20? I love the original Donkey Kong, but this is pushing it. Frankly, I don't think it's worth it. The Legend of Zelda, see, this is one of those games they forced the black box design on. Like, it looks fine and standardized with the rest of the series, but would it have really looked that out of place with the original box art design, just with the red header on top? This was the first time Zelda 1 was available portably, and it's an incredibly solid version. They even went in and fixed up some text here in the beginning that was in dire need of an editor in the original. I think Zelda works great as a handheld game. If this was your first time playing, it can take a while to get through if you don't immediately know where to go, and I think portability helps as you can kind of chip away at it. I would have loved to see a remake of this game on Game Boy Advance, a la how Nintendo remade Metroid 1 as Metroid Zero Mission, but for $20, I think this was a standout release. You would definitely get your money's worth out of this game. Until 2 years later when Nintendo re-released it on Wii's Virtual Console for $5. Alright, so those were the Nintendo games on June 2nd. What about the third parties? I am sorry I asked. Bomberman by Hudson. Now, Nintendo still published these Game Boy Advance versions, and I'm sure they developed these ports, but this was always a Hudson Soft property. Well, Bomberman has always been there for most Nintendo platforms. I'm sure some people think of him as a Nintendo character. Hell, he's been in Nintendo games with Nintendo characters. So this makes sense. On paper, one of the defining elements of Bomberman games is the multiplayer mode, and it's not locked behind a link cable, it's just not here. It's just the single player mode from the NES game. It's fine, But you do realize how many ways there were to play Bomberman on Game Boy Advance, right? I mean, most Bomberman games are kind of interchangeable. A Bomberman game is a Bomberman game. Some are better than others, but at the end of the day, most will give you your Bomberman fix. So it's like, all of these exist, you know? And Bomberman's known for multiplayer. You take it out of the equation and the main game is okay, but it's so strange to me that they went to all this trouble to preserve elements of these other titles, but strip Bomberman of its headlining feature. No! Pac-Man, it's the NES version, of course, and I've been critical of this one before. Listen, it's not a bad addition of the game at all. I just don't like when products claim to have Pac-Man included and it's the damn NES version of the game. You're telling me I got horny for nothing? Like, the graphics and sound are just different enough to make this feel kinda lame. This is one of the strangest inclusions to the series. Pac-Man was already well represented on the Game Boy Advance. You had an Namco museum with the original arcade version alongside a handful of other Namco classics, and Pac-Man Collection, which had Pac-Man and various other games from the series. Both of these games came out well before the classic NES series release of Pac-Man, so it's fair to say you could find them for $20 or less at this point. So this just feels like a waste. Why would you buy this outside of collector's purposes? There's no reason for this to exist. I think Nintendo did this one because it's Pac-Man. It's not like it's an iconic NES game, but I think it kind of helped bring more eyes to the lineup. Like, everybody knows Pac-Man, and it kind of reminds them of the NES era, so sure, I didn't eat lunch today. It's like on the front of the NES Classic Edition mini console box. Like, why is Pac-Man highlighted here? There are so many other games iconic to the NES that they could have chosen to represent. Instead,
Did you say Pac-Man?
and finally, we had Xevious on this day, another Namco arcade classic getting its NES version re-released. They added auto-fire to this version, which is kind of nice, but other than that, it's Xevious. Oh my god, finally. At least this game wasn't available elsewhere on Game Boy Advance, so good for me, I get it all to myself. But I'm an American, alright? If there's two things I don't care about, it's my morals and Xevious. This game was far more popular in Japan, and while I think it's still fairly well known over here, there are so many other NES games. Hell, Namco or Nintendo developed and published games that would have made so much more sense for a classic NES series re-release. A fine game, it's a little too high score centric for me to consider it worth the $20, though I think it's at the very least half worth it. And that was the first wave of the classic NES series. Cool collectibles that just didn't have a ton of value outside of that. The games they picked were so basic, it made it difficult to warrant picking some of these up, which I think they tried to rectify this complaint with the second and final wave. On October 25th, 2004, we got 4 more titles. First up, Dr. Mario. Oh, guys, come on. Did you really have to put black bars around the artwork? Who cares? Most of the image is the artwork anyways. Just go all the way. Especially the third-party games I just went over. These just look bad. Pac-Man probably looks the best. Bomberman, they cropped out most of the artwork, and the original boxer would have just been so easy to translate over. And Xevious, well, they just didn't care. Dr. Mario's a safe bet being a puzzle game. You'll for sure get your time out of this one. If you wanted to play a Dr. Mario game on the handheld, this was giving you exactly what you were looking for. You could have gotten the original Game Boy version. Hell, that one technically sold better than the NES one, so more people may have had memories of this one, strangely enough. But for a game all about matching light colors, stay away. Though there were more ways to play Dr. Mario on GBA. In WarioWare Mega Micro Games, you could unlock the Dr. Wario game, which was fundamentally NES Dr. Mario, just with a few sprites changed. And a year after this classic NES series release, you could pick up Dr. Mario in Puzzle League, which included a much better version of Dr. Mario and another puzzle game entirely. The best puzzle game entirely. You know what, I'll say this was worth the 20 bones. At least at the time. I mean, this was perfect for the pick up and play style. There wasn't a Dr. Mario on the system natively at the time. The closest thing was an unlockable minigame in WarioWare, and that wasn't like a full port of NES Dr. Mario. It was a joke inclusion that could also effectively double as a Dr. Mario alternative in a pinch. And Dr. Mario and Puzzle League came out afterwards, so you can't really blame them for that. I will give this my full praises. It might have been worth $20. Metroid, this kind of works with the black box design, considering Metroid was one of the games that followed the template but used silver for some reason. If anything, this box actually might look better than the original. Metroid can be hard to go back to, especially without a map system. It's hard to know where to go and even where you are, which is why I would recommend the remake on Game Boy Advance, Metroid Zero Mission. It does a phenomenal job contextualizing that original NES game as a modern title. It has quality of life improvements without feeling too easy or like it's holding your hand, while also featuring tons of added content. It's the definitive way to experience the first game in the series. and it came out in February of 2004 and included the original NES Metroid in its entirety as an unlockable for beating the game. I guess this is for the people who wanted to play the original Metroid on GBA but didn't want to put in the work to beat Metroid Zero Mission to unlock it. Honey, if you want to play Metroid 1 but not Metroid Zero Mission, that's your own damn fault. This is just weird. I mean, the version of Metroid included in Zero Mission is basically the exact same. There are a few discrepancies, like some sprites look a little different in the Zero Mission version, but they're both NES Metroid. There's no true differences. It's hard to imagine Metroid not being a part of this series, I get that, but when you already released Metroid Zero Mission earlier that year, it just feels unnecessary. If it were the other way around and this came out before Zero Mission, then sure, but no, instead, they're forcing me to bitch about it 17 years later. Those bastards. Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link. Following in the steps of the Zelda 1 box design-wise, this is another solid investment. Zelda 2 may not have been the most beloved Zelda title, but it's still a good game. It's just different, and the amount of playtime you get out of it, well, I think it makes it well worth the $20 price tag. And finally, Castlevania, the last classic NES series title, and another third-party one by Konami. Come on, guys. It's just a really stupid cropping of the silver box art. Like, really? I think this is also well worth the investment. Castlevania was already in a renaissance on the Game Boy Advance with 3 original titles on it. Those followed in the footsteps of Castlevania Symphony of the Night, so there was still a void of classic Castlevania. And I think this was a great addition to the lineup. Well, that's the classic NES series. For collectors, this is a pretty fun series. It's cool to have these miniature NES boxes and great cartridges and try to go for them all. But for players, I just feel like there's not enough there to warrant a purchase. These games were just kind of neat little novelties, but that was about it. The only games I think that you could actually warrant a purchase on were Zelda 1, 2, and Castlevania. But they were kind of cool releases just for the novelty alone. And just like that, Japan told us to go f ourselves. These are the Japanese versions of the classic NES series, titled the Famicom Miniseries. They went above and beyond in Japan. First off, the packaging, it's entirely unique, unlike traditional GBA game boxes. A clear plastic container with numerous cardboard inserts holding an exact replica of the original box art, now the size of a matchbox. The instructions are all folded up, nice and neat. These just feel like so much love and attention was put into them. Even games that originally had different box dimensions on the Famicom, they accommodated for them, and games that released via the Famicom Disk System, they have their own style of box as well. And because the Disk System games were yellow, the carts are too! The standard games have a color scheme reminiscent of the Famicom console, not the cartridges, because they were all different kinds of colors. It would have been really cool if they used the same colors each cartridge was originally, but this is still neat. The games themselves, it's the same story as before, except these are the Japanese versions. But Japan got dozens more games on top of every single one that released in North America. Mario Brothers, Balloon Fight, Clue Clue Land, Wrecking Crew, Famicom Detective Club 1 and 2, Kid Icarus, The Mysterious Murasame Castle, Shin Onigashima, Super Mario Brothers 2, Mappy, Star Soldier, SD Gundam World, Dig Dug, Gone Bear Goemon, Ghost and Goblins, Adventure Island, and Twinbee were all Japan exclusives. And my god, why did we get Ice Climber out of all of these? There were so many games that I think would have made perfect sense in North America. I mean, come on, Dig Dug, and you gave us Xevious? I know Dig Dug was already on Namco Museum, but still, like, why did we get Xevious? I think this lineup of games does a far better job representing the NES, or Famicom technically. I think Contra, Mega Man, Bubble Bobble, Punch-Out, River City Ransom, Double Dragon, Tecmo Bowl, Kung Fu, those seem like they would have been easy to get as a part of the series and would have really helped to lock this in as the perfect celebration of the console that started it all. But these will do. I have similar complaints towards why some of these got the re-release. Like, Mario Brothers? Really? That was included in damn near every Mario game on the Game Boy Advance, and it was a much better version than the NES game. Each day Nintendo re-releases Clue Clue Land, I hear gunshots. However, the Famicom Detective Club games, well, those are huge titles. I can't blame it all, but these were great inclusions for Japanese-speaking players. Balloon Fight I would have preferred compared to Ice Climber over here. There's just far more variety, basically, because there was more released. And they made sure you knew that by releasing these boxes. Japan's Club Nintendo loyalty program offered these collection boxes containing every game from the Famicom miniseries at the time. They came in unique mailers, and sliding them out, we have some of the coolest collectibles I've ever laid eyes on. 3 volumes, the first 2 being the cartridge-based games, the third disc system. Each one has this amazing slipcover featuring sprite art from the games included. Opening them up, we get each of the games nestled and displayed with a plaque. This is the kind of treatment I love to see video games get. This almost looks like something you'd see in the Football Hall of Fame, but way cooler. Like, oh, that's the football Malcolm Butler intercepted in the Super Bowl? Like, who gives a shit, dude? That's fucking Dig Dug! Now, this collection doesn't include 2 specific titles, Mobile Suit Z Gundam Hot Scramble and Second Super Robot Wars. The former being a limited 2,000 copy print run giveaway to owners of a Gundam game on GameCube, the latter being just a straight up purchase bonus for another GameCube game. Buy that game, get this one. These ones were released later on after the initial Famicom miniseries wrapped up, but I'm happy with just these. They've been some of my most wanted collectibles for a while now. I've always loved the look of them, and on top of that, they're functional. I have practically the entire Famicom mini collection by owning these. I can get used to this whole owning thing again.
Well, that worked. I'm gonna need more stuff to talk about for the coming weeks, though.
Yeah.
It's
no.
Hey all, Scott here. As you can see, I'm ready for any and all professional requests. What's that? Need a game console made? You've come to the right place. I'm the first person who is objectively better than all 3 major video game companies by complete accident. Just the other day I was making mayonnaise and accidentally made Geist instead. I hate when that happens.
What if I was in charge of everything when it comes to making a new Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo console? Well, let's make one of each. For funsies. I thought it would be cool to try and come up with new features, designs, ideas, games, all that kind of stuff for imaginary future game systems. But don't take most of these as full-on predictions or desires or anything like that. Basically, this is going to be me pitching the concept of 3 systems. Some ideas may get a little crazy, but I generally wanted to keep things relatively believable in terms of what could actually happen. You won't have to give butterfly kisses to the Xbox to turn it on. Don't read too much into the following concepts, they're just for funsies. With that being said, I'm naming this new Xbox console Xbox Infinite, what the Xbox One should have been called. I just think it was the next logical step name-wise after Xbox 360, and after Xbox One, I'll really take any name. The marketing writes itself, infinite fun, infinite possibilities, all that jazz. Next generation specs in this bad boy, while also retaining a lot of what the Xbox One introduced. The HDMI input for a cable box, for example, should be kept. It helps differentiate it from the competition and surely doesn't cost that much. Backwards compatibility is still a key feature here. All Xbox One games work, while all Xbox 360 and original Xbox games made backwards compatible for the One work as well, with new additions coming too. Now, I'm not one to suggest bringing the Kinect back, but one thing that is becoming more and more useful in today's technology is the voice command. If the Xbox Infinite included high-quality microphones that allowed text-to-speech while messaging friends, searching for things, easy commands like play some music, play this movie, what's the weather gonna be like, that would be pretty useful. Voice commands have come a long way since both Kinect models were introduced, and I think it would be nice to have this feature, and it would be more of a nice addition to make things easier rather than just a gimmick. The controller could use a few enhancements compared to the standard Xbox One controller. This thing is alright with a few problems here and there. I think making it wider and tweaking some material and design choices would go a long way. Making the controller rechargeable out of the box would be nice, while also allowing you to use AA batteries if you so please. Who loves the fact that the Xbox One interface is a disaster and is both constantly changing to a confusing degree and much slower than the competition? Well, I'm a fucking maniac. Complete overhaul on the user interface. Make it snappy, easy to understand, something simple and quick, like the PS4 or the Switch. If we're talking what a new Xbox console needs, we have got to work on the variety and amount of sheer exclusive games. In terms of the amount, there's a bit of an issue. Microsoft introduced Xbox Play Anywhere, which meant that the majority of Xbox One exclusives would also be available on Windows 10 PCs, allowing you to play either version if you buy one, with saves and achievements transferring over to both. But it also means the Xbox One
doesn't have a whole lot of true exclusives. We can't just get rid of this initiative for the Xbox Infinite. It's totally in the favor of the consumer. Taking it away just to make the Xbox Infinite more appealing with exclusives may backfire and make it unappealing to consumers simply because we'd be taking away this cool program. I think possibly making the Windows 10 version of these games available a month or so after the Xbox version could work. Of course, you're gonna peeve off PC gamers out there, but hey, if somebody buys an Xbox console, Microsoft's dedicated video game device, doesn't it make sense to reward those who want to play their games on an Xbox by making games pure exclusives for at the very least a month or so? The variety of exclusives definitely needs to be broadened as well. Halo, Gears of War, and Forza are all mega franchises and deserve all the support they get. But these are basically the only franchises Microsoft consistently pushes out. Every now and then we'll get a Crackdown or something, but take a look at all the Microsoft-owned franchises and you'll quickly see that barely any are supported past one or just a few games and have gone dormant. How about a new Crimson Skies, Blinks, Jet Force Gemini, maybe a new IP thrown in there? Just some variety and franchise care. And with that, let's get into the game lineup. Here I'll be discussing the launch and first year of games. Just an FYI, when I discuss the game lineups for these consoles, I'm only talking first-party releases. Of course there's going to be third-party games available, but let's keep it simple. Let's say this console launches in November of an unspecified year. At launch, I think we should put out 4 major titles, one being a new IP, preferably something you don't see all the time on the Xbox, a Japanese RPG maybe. A new Crimson Skies game, a fan favorite series, and being a launch title, it would get a lot more attention than it may if it were just squirted out at any other time in the console's lifespan. And rounding things out, a new Forza and a new Gears of War. Later in February, a new Crackdown game, if Crackdown 3 ever comes out. April will see a new Mech Assault game, July a new Jet Force Gemini, September the next Forza game, October a new Blinks, and November rounding things out with a new Halo. Is it perfect? No, but it's a decent amount of variety that supports a lot of Microsoft franchises that haven't gotten any attention in years. The PlayStation brand of home consoles have followed the age-old technique known as numbers. For the one we're making today, let's throw the tradition out of the window and start fresh with PlayStation X. Yes, there was a console called the PSX, but it was a DVR PlayStation 2 released only in Japan that flopped. Yes, the PS1 is abbreviated as the PSX sometimes alongside the PlayStation event PlayStation Experience. My point is, please don't care, just let me call my fake console the PlayStation X. First off, we're keeping things simple. The PlayStation X expands upon what the PlayStation 4 already established. Instead of throwing everything out and starting anew, I think it would be incredibly beneficial to design the PlayStation X to be a next-generation PlayStation 4 basically, making it incredibly easy for developers to transition over and for consumers to upgrade. This may sound like the PlayStation 4 Pro, but believe me, the PlayStation X is a new console with specs on par with the next Xbox. It's a full generation leap ahead, not this half step of a console. The DualShock X is the controller and is very similar to the DualShock 4 with a few design tweaks, and also NFC in the touchpad, allowing you to use your smartphone to quickly pay for things or for other actions. Available separately will be a new version of the PSVR, better specs, resolution, a bit lighter, and it requires less cords. The menu is similar to the PlayStation 4, but allows for more customization. You can organize things as you please. Multiplayer games, yeah, if designed around it, can do crossplay with other consoles. Now, was that so hard? For the PlayStation X, we're going to be introducing the PlayStation Legacy program, a way for PlayStation to combat Microsoft's backwards compatibility initiative, offering PlayStation classics from every generation of the brand. Kinda like Nintendo's Virtual Console. If the PlayStation X expands upon the PlayStation 4 architecture, then PlayStation 4 games could easily be offered on the system, no problem, even allowing you to use the same disc. Now, will you be able to use your old discs from the PlayStation 1, 2, and 3? Probably not, but it's still nice to be able to download a lot of these games to your system, and plus, a lot of these games would be crazy easy to offer as digital titles. PlayStation 2 games are already offered on the PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 1 games would be even easier to put out there. PSP and most Vita games shouldn't be an issue. The one system that may be a problem is the PS3. That console had such foreign architecture that it may be a bit too much of a hassle to get those things running on hardware other than that of the PlayStation 3. Of course, Sony offers PS3 games on the game streaming service PlayStation Now, but the PlayStation Legacy program will be all about buying and downloading these games. I think it's definitely possible for a handful of PS3 titles to make an appearance, but some may only be available on PlayStation Now.
Contrary to popular belief, not everybody cares about portability or the Nintendo Switch in general. There is still a huge market of people who just want a powerful home console that stays right there in their entertainment center. I think it would make the most sense for Sony and Microsoft to continue down the path they're on with the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. That doesn't mean they won't try to get a piece of that sweet Switch pie, and I'm all for a bit of competition. Sony is definitely the most likely to put out a portable console in the vein of the Switch, while with Microsoft, with the recent announcement they're developing an Xbox game streaming service, I feel like that will be the first thing they do, allowing you to play your games on your tablet or something as long as you're connected to the internet. With Sony, they'll introduce a Nintendo Switch-like device, but it won't be their next major PlayStation console. It'll be a supplementary while standalone device. I feel like this would be a PlayStation X Lite, a portable system allowing you to play a wide array of digital-only classic PlayStation games spanning all generations, with a few select PlayStation X games playable on the go. If they're too graphically intensive, then you'd have to be on an internet connection to stream them. This would be a digital-only device, incentivizing consumers to go digital-only, as your digital purchases will work on both this portable PlayStation console and the PlayStation X, while games you purchase on disc would only work at home. You could probably stream the game with remote play, but digital purchases would allow you to play solely on your device. Launching in November of an unspecified year, the PlayStation X will launch alongside 3 first-party titles, a new IP, something mature, a third-person shooter maybe, a new Gran Turismo, and Ratchet & Clank game. Later in January, a new Tearaway game will release, focused on the new features of the PlayStation X. April would bring a new IP from Santa Monica Studios, an HD remake of Ico, much like how Shadow of the Colossus was remade in May. June would feature a new Infamous game, September a new Quantic Dream developed game like Detroit Become Human and Heavy Rain, and October, a new Horizon game. The Nintendo Switch has proven to be quite successful recently. Currently, I think it would be best for Nintendo to build upon the foundation they've created with the Switch by either releasing a better version of the current hardware, or years down the line developing a full-on successor to it. You can look at this concept as either one or the other. I'm personally looking at it as a successor, but for now, let's just refer to it as the Nintendo Switch 2.0. Why 2.0? I'm just such a Decimal fanboy, and I think it sounds better than just straight up Nintendo Switch 2, I don't know. First off, we keep all standard Nintendo Switch games compatible while also upping the specs big time. Keep in mind, we ain't going anywhere near next Xbox or PlayStation levels, but definitely a bit above PS4 and Xbox One levels. If possible, we'll upgrade the battery. At the very least, I want it to be on par with the original, but hopefully we can squeeze a few more hours of playtime out of an upgraded one. Screen resolution needs to be better, not because the current one is bad, but because it could allow for a potential accessory for VR. I think we've all pictured this before, a head strap you slide the Switch into for virtual reality. This can lead to some pretty standard VR, nothing mind-blowing, nothing super high resolution, but something good enough to allow for the experience. Also, we've got to make at least 64 gigabytes of internal storage the standard for this thing. Finally, the dock can now output 4K resolutions, is made out of a much sturdier material, has more padding on the inside for those who are worried about scratching the screen, and more USB ports are available, hooray! The Joy-Con 2.0 are the new versions of those choking hazards of controllers. You can use old Joy-Con on Switch 2.0 and use Joy-Con 2.0 on the first Switch, but the features introduced in the new controllers are only compatible on Switch 2.0. A new ergonomic design is used that make the controllers much more comfortable to hold. Specifically, I'm thinking a more grippable bottom half. Also, the buttons and sticks are at a bit of an angle, making them more in line with how regular controllers are set up. Nintendo put out a patent for scrolling shoulder buttons, akin to something like a scroll wheel on a computer mouse. We're throwing these in the Joy-Con 2.0, as they can allow for easy item management and menu navigation in games. HD Rumble Plus is included, which is an even more detailed rumble than what's found in the original Joy-Con, and in addition to that, the gyroscope is updated to be even more precise, allowing for pointer functionality in games to be closer to how it worked on the Wii with the sensor bar. Now, this is an idea that could give us a hearty dose of potential fire hazard, but what if your controllers could change temperature? Heat up a bit in a lava-based level, cool down in the snow world, or just if you yourself are hot or cold, you could change how warm or cool your controller is. I don't know, it might work and could lead to some cool immersive game design. Now, one of the greatest potential benefits of owning a Nintendo console is the sheer amount of legacy content that could appear. Currently, the Nintendo Switch is swimming in the convoluted way of delivering old games pool, and we need to drain that sucker. Firstly, we'll be offering all generations of Nintendo games on the eShop. NES, Game Boy, SNES, N64, Game Boy Color, GameCube, Game Boy Advance, DS, Wii, 3DS. Even things like Game & Watch games, Virtual Boy, and other retro consoles, Sega systems, TurboGrafx 16, Atari games, the retro game catalog will be immense. Now, What if you don't want to buy all these games separately and just want a nice sampling of Nintendo's history? Well, we'll be introducing a retro game streaming service, Nintendo Classics Now. NES, SNES, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance games. All available for $10 a month on an internet connection. And hey, you can buy them straight up to play offline at a discount if you subscribe to the service. I feel like you could reliably stream older 2D games like these with very minimal input lag, so limiting the service to these systems I think would work fairly well. Miiverse was a social network for Nintendo users on the Wii U and 3DS, and it died hard in 2017. With the Nintendo Switch, Nintendo just lets users post pictures to Twitter and Facebook, which makes sense. So many people have these accounts, and it's more beneficial for people to share Nintendo Switch related content with everybody on social media, rather than simply everybody with a Nintendo Switch. However, I think a curated collection of social media posts made from the Nintendo Switch 2.0 would be really cool. Nintendo can keep track of what's posted on social media from the console and organize them on the console itself via an app, so you can browse and see what other people are saying about the games you're playing. You could add other people as friends on your Switch profile, see other Switch related posts. I think this would be a nice way to bring the community of players together while also not having to create a specific social network just to do so. Voice chat on the system itself. This is a must. The Switch currently uses a smartphone app to handle voice chat, and if you haven't heard, yeah, it's putrid. The app has some cool features and we can still support it and allow people to use it, but Switch 2.0 will offer straight up voice chat within the system itself. Also, no friend codes. God, no friend codes. Now, the Switch launched in March of 2017, and I think Nintendo would want to do that again with its successor. It worked out pretty well for them. In March of an unspecified year, we'll offer a brand new 3D open Mario game, much like Odyssey, but potentially something new and different alongside a casual game. Let's call it Switch and Snitch. A party game that would have motion control based mini-games. One player will receive a vibration in their controller before the game begins and will have a slight advantage over everybody else. When the minigame is over, everybody has to vote on who they think was lying and had the advantage. After the launch, we'll focus on a new game almost every single month. April will bring with it a new Animal Crossing game. May will feature a heavy online multiplayer focused title, possibly a new Mario Kart or ARMS or something like that. I'll go with ARMS since we just had a new Mario game. Since we've already put out 3 major Nintendo IPs on the system, I think June would be an excellent time to put out something like a Wave Race game. Something not as big, but talk surrounding Switch 2.0 will definitely be high around this time. Putting this out in late June could work out, and early adopters of the system may give Wave Race a try. July would bring with it a new Pikmin game. July is a relatively slow month for new game releases. Put Pikmin out there and it'll be the star of the show. No game in August, but September would bring with it an HD remake. Maybe Kid Icarus Uprising, the first 2 Paper Mario games, fucking Odama, I don't know. I'll go with Kid Icarus. October, The Big Un, a new Pokemon game, and something else. Maybe a bit of a lighter title, either a Mario Party, Kirby game, Mario Sports title, WarioWare. I'm gonna go with a Kirby game. November, a new Zelda game, based on Breath of the Wild's engine. December, let's end things off right. 1080 snowboarding. Now, of course, some of this may be incredibly unrealistic. Some of it may even be borderline insane. But it's fun to think about how you would do things if you ran a video game company and had to make a console. Now, most of this was just a shot in the dark, just random ideas that may, but probably will never work. The game lineups, the designs, the concepts, not one person can do all that. But it's definitely fun to think of it, so shoot your ideas for new game consoles at me. But I'm not gonna need them because I'm off to Microsoft to pitch my idea for the Xbox Infinite. I'll use the power of Google Maps to ensure I make it there, no problem. Hey y'all, Scott here. Apparently my input on wars throughout history is extremely important, so it finally makes sense why after the French Revolution in most history textbooks it just says, but what would Scott think? It's the middle of class in 2011, and all these kids are discussing politics. Which is better, the PlayStation 3 or Xbox 360? One of them asks, Scott, which one do you prefer? And you ruin your credibility. Nintendo. Platform wars will forever be a thing. When you don't have anything better to do in your life, why not defend plastic? I mean, when you blow thousands of dollars on a new computer or phone, you don't want to actively admit, yeah, yours is better, I'm the idiot. You want to make sure your purchase is justified and have everybody agree with you that the way you spent $400 is better than how I spent $400. This kind of debate is especially prevalent between platforms that are largely similar but have various minor pros and cons between each of them. And nowhere was that more of a thing than with the console wars of the 7th generation of video game consoles. 5 entered the ring. One was a runaway success, we don't count that. The other 2 were portable systems, they had their own fish to fry, so we were left with 2 systems, the PlayStation 3
and Xbox 360. Video game fans have always been pit against each other based on the consoles they used each and every generation, but never before were two consoles so perfectly balanced between their strengths and weaknesses. One console did well in one area while the other faltered, but the other did well in an area the other couldn't even spell right. It's still up for debate nowadays which one is better. It's a very similar situation to what happened with the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo back in the 90s. The difference was, the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 were more so civil tyrants. The Genesis and Super Nintendo were only interested in what each other's blood tasted like. Console wars have definitely settled down between the companies over the years. What once was a war turned into a competitive picnic. But the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 were truly out to get each other. They didn't like each other one bit, which meant I know what I'm gonna do tonight. I'm gonna recall the history of these consoles duking it out, and afterwards we'll pit the two against each other in a variety of categories to see which one I end up personally preferring. I plan the best parties. The video game landscape and who was on top was and still is consistently changing. Atari was king until they were stupid. Nintendo overtook gaming for a while until Sega came along with the Genesis and actually outsold Nintendo's offerings for a bit there until they tried to succeed so hard they failed. Nintendo took over again, but then Sony came into the picture with the PlayStation, and that blew up. If anything, this shows that when a new generation of systems comes along, it's up in the air who'll take the crown. It's never always Nintendo or always Sony, but it's never Sega. So, if you have the resources to create a video game console, go for it. Go for it. You have nothing to lose except everything. You have the potential to be the best-selling game console of all time. I'm telling my kids that. So when Sony was working on their next console, the PlayStation 2, Microsoft entered the ring by announcing the Xbox. That should give Sony a run for their money. I'm sure Sony keeps this photo on their nightstand. What happened here? I mean, it makes sense for Sony to win, but by this much? Well, lots of things added to this happening. While I made the point that just because a company did well one generation doesn't mean that success will transfer over to the next, that most certainly happened here. The PlayStation was a huge hit, over 100 million consoles sold, with the next one on the horizon being definitively called the PlayStation 2. What did you think would happen? It's like everybody loves bread. Bread 2 comes out, it's gonna sell well. The PS2 launched in the year 2000. Microsoft released the Xbox 1 year later, so not only did Sony get a year's head start on Microsoft, which meant by the time the Xbox released, the PS2 already had a year's worth of games in its library, but they also had brand recognition on their side. People knew what a PlayStation was. The Xbox scared people. Plus, DVDs were getting big at the time. The PlayStation 2 was a DVD player straight out the box. It had amazing exclusive games, plus pretty much all the third-party games you could possibly ask for. Even though the Xbox had a lot of these things going for it, they were only in spirit. It could play DVDs, as long as you bought the DVD remote accessory. Without this, you couldn't play DVDs. That was stupid. It had exclusive games, it had third-party stuff, but most exclusives, well, not bad. It didn't really shake the world, and a lot of the biggest third-party games, while running and looking far better on the Xbox, came out a while after the PS2 versions did. This little guy put up a fair fight, but it obviously wasn't going to beat out the PlayStation 2. By the time it came out, Sony basically already won that generation. But of course, Microsoft wasn't discouraged by getting second place. People love this thing. Look at it, it's so buff. For a first timer, the Xbox did quite well. It beat out Nintendo's GameCube in terms of sales, and it did have at least one exclusive series that mattered: Halo. Most third-party games you'd want to play that generation did eventually come to the system. For a newcomer console, the Xbox did about as well as it could have possibly done. And Microsoft had the deep pockets to support it. I mean, this system rarely turned a profit, ever. They may have sold a decent amount of them, but they were losing money on this thing. For most companies, if their first console didn't turn a profit, they normally say, let's get out of here. But Microsoft can afford to do anything they want. They have an endless supply of money. They can launch a game console, go to space, go bankrupt, whatever they want. They have so much money, and the Xbox supplanted itself as a worthwhile brand, so Microsoft did the unthinkable. They never learned to count. The Xbox 360 was revealed on May 12th, 2005 on MTV because TBS was busy that day. Microsoft was serious with making this system a massive deal and something that Sony should have been legitimately scared of. Instead, they were pretty confident with their next console, the PlayStation 3's success. I mean, after your last two systems were the most popular systems in history, it's easy to get a big head and think anybody will buy something with the word Sony on it. Shortly after the Xbox 360's reveal, Sony revealed info on the PS3, how it was leaps and bounds more technologically advanced than Microsoft's offerings. I mean, this thing had it all. 2 USB ports, 3 more USB ports, another USB port. The entire system was built around something called the cell processor, which was a highly advanced technology that nobody knew how to use. It was pretty difficult for programmers to actually utilize the cell processor and make games for it, but Sony was so arrogant after the past 2 generations, there was this mentality that developers would learn to program for it because we made the PlayStation 2, everybody loves us. Like, if the cell processor takes a lot of time to figure out, developers will spend all their time making games for the PS3
because it's so difficult, they won't have time to make games for the Xbox 360. Sony knew they had brand recognition on their side, so decided to make the ultimate video game box. Backwards compatible with all generations of PlayStation, the most powerful architecture imaginable, a compact flash card reader because you need that. They weren't constructing the world's most video game console, they were making a government supercomputer. It could do anything and everything you'd want a thing to do. It could play the up-and-coming high-def Blu-ray discs. Sony was banking on that being a huge selling point, much like how the PS2 playing DVDs was. It had the best-looking games and the most USB ports. Sony knew people would flock to the PlayStation again instead of the Xbox, and they decided to make the greatest device they could because they knew people would buy it regardless of the cost, The Xbox 360 launched later in 2005, with the PlayStation 3 being slated for spring 2006 until being delayed to holiday 2006. Much like how the PS2 released a year ahead of the competition, I feel that the Xbox 360 doing the same did numbers to its success. Microsoft had a year head start on Sony, which meant by the time the PS3 would launch, they'd have a beefy library of games at their disposal, a potentially better price point of the console, a larger install base of players, which was a big deal in the era of online gaming. Plus, they were the first console to show off what at the time was next-gen graphics, so by the time the PS3 would come out, it wouldn't have been as revolutionary looking. But Sony couldn't care less about Microsoft. They were confident that people would drop everything in their life at the moment for the right to buy a PlayStation 3. But then during their E3 2006 press conference, Sony said, you know what, we haven't f***ed up in a while, let's do it. This conference will always live in infamy, the moment that many stopped looking at the PS3 with excitement and instead with embarrassment. The entire presentation was awkward with how lines were delivered and the games honestly looking pretty boring. A lot of this stuff didn't look that much better than what Microsoft was putting out, which made it sting even more when it ended with a mortgage.
The 20GB PlayStation 3 will retail for $499 US and 549 Canadian dollars. And the 60GB PlayStation 3 for $599 US, $659 Canadian.
Back then, I didn't even know that much money existed. To be fair, Sony was taking a loss on PlayStation 3s at that price point. These things were costing far more to produce than what they were selling them for. However, that didn't matter. It was still clear nobody wanted to spend $600 for the right to play this. This was when a lot of people sprung on the Xbox 360. The price point was fairly solid, and you got pretty much all the games that were coming to PS3, so you can't blame anybody for going this route. Holiday rolled around and the PS3 launched right before the Nintendo Wii, and people were going nuts. People were camping out waiting to scoop up these consoles and immediately sell them on eBay for a profit. I do this with Robitussin during flu season, I get it, but people were taking this incredibly seriously. The PS3 was expected to be a smash hit. Or a failure, I'm open to that too. For the first few years of its life, the PS3 was the laughingstock of the gaming industry. It was overpriced and didn't have a ton of compelling exclusive games. Multi-platform titles often ran worse on the system because, one, the Xbox 360 was easier to develop for, so developers would make games for it first and then hastily port it over to PS3, and B, the Xbox 360 was more popular, so developers would make games for it first and then hastily port it over to PS3. I mean, that thing had a bigger library and more exclusives initially, with a lower starting price compared to the PS3. It was obvious if you wanted a new console, comparing the two, the 360 just made more sense. Didn't help the PS3 ads were fucking weird. See, that just shows how arrogant Sony was at the time. They thought, oh, we'll creep people out with our PlayStation 3 commercials. It's the PS3, people will want it regardless. But the PS3's problems didn't mean the 360 was having the greatest of times. More and more hardware malfunctionings were occurring. This model was notorious for failures, showing off the infamous red ring of death, which meant your system was pretty much donezo. While it was doing better sales-wise, Microsoft had to deal with repairs, spend a crazy amount on warranties, and overall just had to live with the bad press the 360 got when it came to reliability. So, one had no games, and the other didn't work. You really had to pick your poison. Within the first year, Sony took drastic steps to improve the PlayStation 3, cutting the price, removing features that were sort of worthless to reduce costs. I will never forget you, CF card reader. More and more exclusives were coming out, like Little Big Planet and Uncharted, but right when Sony was starting to turn things around, Microsoft just had to release Halo 3. This may be one of the biggest moments in gaming history just based on the energy surrounding the launch alone. Everybody knew Halo 3 was launching. It was a big deal. But then after that, Microsoft kind of gave up. The 360 no doubt had loads of fantastic exclusive games, but most of the big ones came in the first few years of that system's life. Gears of War, Viva Pinata, Crackdown, it all led up to Halo 3, and then afterwards, I mean, sequels to these games came out, but really, Microsoft kind of got content with where they were at and stopped fighting nearly as hard. Sony continued to fund exclusive games and reduced the PS3's price until finally giving it a much needed redesign that was quite a bit smaller and was featured in a new ad campaign that highlighted the system's unique features. Microsoft kept at it with redesigning the system's user interface, offering avatars like Nintendo's Mii's, and focusing on media consumption with streaming apps. As time went on, it felt like the roles were reversing. Sony was trying to win over the hardcore gamer with excellent games, while Microsoft was trying to transform the Xbox 360 into this all-in-one entertainment hub for everybody, which was the initial mission statement of the PlayStation 3. Both companies tried their hands at motion controllers to combat the Nintendo Wii. Sony had the PlayStation Move and Microsoft the Kinect. While both were equally f***ing stupid in their own right, the Move felt more like a way to turn your PS3 into a Wii if you're into that sort of thing. The Kinect felt more like something Microsoft wanted everybody to have and positioned it as a replacement for the Wii. You could control the games with your body, that's insane, I f***ing hated my thumbs anyways. The Kinect did insanely well, much better than the PlayStation Move. But that came at a cost. While Sony was focusing on making legitimately good video games to win back the trust of the gaming community, Microsoft fully shifted the Xbox brand into casual all-in-one entertainment after the Kinect's success. At least they released a redesigned system that actually worked this time. The last couple years of these systems' active lives before their successors released were fairly different. Sony just kept pumping out exclusive after exclusive, getting games to come to PS3 with exclusive content, while Microsoft kept focusing on Halo, Gears of War, Forza, Kinect games, with Call of Duty thrown in there, with all the DLC coming to Xbox first. The 360 was still ahead, but was losing the support of the hardcore community, while Sony was doing wonders to regaining trust and rebuilding the PS3's image. While Sony still had tons of trouble occur during this time, most notably the PlayStation Network hack and outage of 2011, they stood strong and focused on making the PlayStation 3 the gamer's console. Both systems received one more redesign later in their lives. These ones focused on giving us consoles so cheap I can try to break it over my knee. Keyword try. Sony had one more ace up their sleeve with The Last of Us releasing in summer of 2013, right before the launch of their next console, the PlayStation 4. One of the most critically acclaimed games of all time as an exclusive. That got a lot of people to pick up a PlayStation 3 mere months before the next PlayStation was coming out. That's pretty impressive. And throughout all of this, while the Xbox 360 was winning the war for most of the generation, when all was said and done, it was actually Sony who ended up winning. Yeah, this is still crazy to me. I still always look at the Xbox 360 as the winner in terms of sales, and while that was true for the majority of its life, the PlayStation 3 picked up so much steam later on, it actually ended up winning. A classic underdog story. It always warms my heart to see a multi-billion-dollar corporation win at the end of the day. But who really won? Sony. But who do I think wins overall? So it's come down to this. I'm gonna pit these two consoles against each other in 9 categories and see which one ends up winning based on my preferences. Now, my personal history with these consoles was I was always a Nintendo guy. My state's government already knows that. But in 2011, I had enough of being the only guy in school who didn't have something that couldn't play Barrel Blast. So I had to decide, did I want an Xbox 360 or a PlayStation 3? Both had U-Star 2, so it really didn't matter. I ended up going with the Xbox 360, but always wondered if things would be different on the other side. I finally bit the bullet 5 years later and bought a used red PlayStation 3. I've barely used this thing. But this is the perfect opportunity to play this for the first time and play this to bring back memories and see which one comes out on top. Both of these systems have had 3 different designs released throughout their lives, and the first iterations are both absolutely iconic. This system looks like a fun box. This system looks like a space heater. I don't think the original PS3 looks bad by any means, but it looks like it's trying its hardest to look futuristic and expensive, and just ended up looking like it really wanted to be taken seriously and instead got called a fucking grill. Both of these are pretty beefy consoles. I mean, I'd be worried if I swallowed one. I do think the original Xbox 360 had more of a personality though. You could swap out the faceplates. I think every company tries this at least once and then never again, but this was a neat little idea. At least the PS3's PlayStation logo could be rotated based on its orientation. Yeah, we need new models. The slim variants of both systems. Now, I will say both of these were desperately needed. The PS3 needed a more cost-effective and attractive model, and the 360 needed a model that actually worked. Definitely, the 360S was the most necessary revision, with the original being plagued by the red ring of death, no Wi-Fi built in, no HDMI built in, yeah, this is definitely needed. But the least expensive model only had 4 gigabytes of storage. Oh, that's worthless. Now, to be fair, around 2007, Microsoft released the Xbox 360 Elite with HDMI built in. Still the original design, I'm worried this is gonna catch on fire and I don't even own one. The PS3 Slim, while it was a bit of a stripped down version in comparison to the original, it was an excellent upgrade in terms of aesthetics. This system looks so good and still retains a lot of the character of the original model. Of course, you can always go cheaper, so Sony released the PS3 Super Slim, please go back. So this is kinda cute, look at this, it's like a bathroom stall. The disc tray is a bit problematic on here. It's not terrible, but it's so much cheaper, it's so much louder. Half the time when I open it, pop a disc in and shut it doesn't shut all the way and I have to nudge it slightly to get it to close properly. And this one started at 12 gigabytes of storage. Yes! Now this was obviously made to be a super cheap entry-level PS3. It's nowhere near as sturdy or substantial feeling as the Slim or the original. I can't say this is a bad option to have. It's still a PS3. It's fine. I like that they tried something different and stupid, but it is undoubtedly the cheapest feeling one. It just doesn't feel like it matters. Well, Microsoft decided to play its shitty third consoles and came up with this during sleep paralysis. The Xbox 360e. This is one of my least favorite looking consoles of all time. This released the same year as the Xbox One, so they decided to redesign the 360 to look more like the Xbox One, and who doesn't want to look more like the original Xbox One? The 360 has had a great look. I liked how sleek it was, how it was subtly X-shaped. That was great. So why do this? It just looks confused and scared. So both consoles had ups and downs with their designs, but if I had to choose one, I'd say the PS3 was the most consistently solid. I don't hate any of these designs. The Super Slim is totally cheap and the original is totally fat, but I think they all look at the very least fine. I really do like that original 360 design, but it didn't have Wi-Fi, HDMI, it was on its deathbed as soon as you bought it. It had problems, and while the S was a great upgrade to reliability, features, and overall design, the E just completely ruined the 360's chance here. The controller is what makes video games a thumb man's game. The Xbox 360 is often cited as having one of the best controllers of all time. It just feels so substantial. The button placement, the sticks, triggers, everything feels perfect. Of course, it does have some issues. The D-pad is on a similar level to Vlad the Impaler. They updated it later on to be a transforming D-pad. Swing it around to be actively okay. It uses AA batteries for power, which was a bit outdated even for the time. Microsoft would later release play and charge kits though, which allowed you to simply use a rechargeable battery. You had to pay extra for it, but at least you had the option. But overall, this is still easily one of the greatest controllers out there. Now on a completely unrelated note, the PlayStation 3 controller. So it initially released as the 6-axis, which had no rumble. That got updated to the DualShock 3, which was everything the 6-axis was, but with rumble. I was waiting to be confused today. But all PS3 controllers basically look the same, which means they all look the same as PS2 controllers, which look the same as PS1 controllers, which were basically the same as a Super Nintendo controller. Sony used the exact same controller design for 3 consoles at this point. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, sure, but they kept cramming these modern technologies into a decade-old design, and because of that, it was easy to see some cracks forming. It's a bit small for my liking. I was never the biggest fan of the thumbstick placements. They added analog triggers, but the way they're designed make it easy for your fingers to slip off of them. There's also not as much weight to this controller as the 360's, which makes this feel a lot flimsier and more fragile. Just holding it, you can feel how easy it would be to snap this in two. With the 360 controller, I don't feel it at all. Now, the controller is rechargeable out of the box, which is a nice feature. However, while the battery life is pretty alright, the 360 controller with AA's lasted quite a bit longer. Now, PS3 does have motion controls. You can tilt the controller around, but my holy god is it gimmicky. I find it funny how people considered the Wii gimmicky back then, and justifiably so. But the PS3 controller had motion controls as well, and every implementation I've seen of motion controls with this controller were some of the most unnecessary garbage of all time. At least the Wii had bowling going for it. Now, the PS3 controller does look pretty classy. It looks more elegant. If a 360 controller's on your couch, I immediately think you cheat on your girlfriend and your fingernails look disgusting. This has more class. But it's still better in nearly every way to me. Better layout, better feel, better battery life, no unnecessary gimmicks, a few little issues, but this is pretty damn near close to perfect. The PS3 controller isn't bad, but it's just not as rock solid as the competition. The Xbox 360 had so many accessories. A way to play HD movies, a Wi-Fi adapter. Did the PS3 have those? Oh. The PlayStation 3 was the ultimate package. You could play Blu-rays right out of the box, use HDMI, connect to Wi-Fi, play PS1 games, PS2 games, everything! As long as you had the best models. So some of these features, namely Wi-Fi connectivity and PS2 game support, were taken out of lower-end PS3s originally to make them as cheap as possible. That does make buying these older models a bit more confusing, as most people don't really know how to differentiate a PS2 compatible Wi-Fi enabled PS3 in the wild. That's why it's easier to compare the features of the second revisions of each console onwards, and easily the PS3 still has the most features. Of course, Blu-ray support out of the box. Now, the Xbox 360 had an adapter to play HD DVDs, you're welcome humanity, but the fact you had to buy a separate disc drive for a soon-to-be obsolete format at the time, it just didn't stack up to the PS3. That was one of the biggest draws for the system, the Blu-ray support. It was the only system to have it at the time, and it was a great feature. Of course, you had the Xbox Live Vision camera, which was just a garbage webcam, you can't forget that. PS3 had the PlayStation Eye, but both of these evolved into the major accessories for the console, the Kinect and PlayStation Move. The Kinect was a camera that could sense your whole body. You could control the games with no controller. The PlayStation Move used the PlayStation Eye to read wands. And the Kinect automatically had more marketing potential and definitely did better right out the gate. The Move was a fine accessory, but it more so felt like a way to let the PS3 play Wii-type games. The Kinect, as terrible as it could be, allowed for much more possibilities with games not playable with standard controllers. But at least the PlayStation Move didn't take its company and obliterate it for 4 years straight. Kinect forced Microsoft into a casual entertainment perspective and made them lack ambition in the gaming landscape. The PlayStation Move, while it wasn't as exciting at the time, it was used in less offensive ways. It was often just an option and it worked well for the most part. It was a side thing for Sony rather than their core focus, but Kinect had more games for it that I think justified a purchase. Like, why would you buy a PlayStation Move to make people leave your house? There just wasn't a ton of compelling software for it. Now, Kinect had a ton more absolute garbage, but it at least justified itself with some titles, plus the idea was more novel than PlayStation Move. With that said, I think all the features packed into the PlayStation 3, plus its motion controller being non-obtrusive and fine, I think I'll give the features and accessories point to PS3. Kinect had more purpose, but it was bogged down with imprecise controls, terrible games, and overall tanking Microsoft's image in the latter half of the 360's life. Games like Kinect Sports and Dance Central may have been decent enough to warrant a purchase and were more iconic than the entirety of games that required PlayStation Move, but they just aren't a big enough deal to really make me vastly prefer the Kinect to the Move. I could go with one or the other most of the time, but with the PS3's suite of features, I think it takes this round. Which of these systems is the easiest to use while not compromising on options? Well, the 360's user interface has changed 3 times throughout the years, each one having their own fans until landing on this one. Honestly, I never had much of a problem with this interface. It's quick and snappy, everything is laid out in an understandable fashion, it makes sense. I don't think I've had to look up where certain things are on Google or anything. A few more advertisements than I'd prefer, but hey, this works quite well. The PS3 has had the cross-media bar since launch. It's updated a bit, but it's generally been the same vibe throughout the years. I do like this. I think it's well thought out and makes sense. You have all the general things you can do on the left and right, and then up and down are the options within the option you've selected. Though I do think that this interface is a bit bland compared to all of the 360s, and it does have a bit too many options. If we go to settings, it's really difficult to tell which setting is the specific setting you want to use. It's great if you really want to get down and dirty with your PS3, but if I want to adjust something, half the time I don't know which option to pick. I definitely have to Google how to adjust things every time, but hey, at least we have tons of things to mess around with. But holy shit, do I hate using this thing! The PS3 is a temperamental child. There's always something going on with it. Of course, the infamous updates. Pretty much every time I boot a game up, there's an update. There's something I have to install. Of course, most of the time I can't do anything in the background. I have to sit and watch this thing load. And this thing freezes up so much more than the 360. Installing, loading, updates. I'm always at the edge of my seat when the PS3 is doing any of this because there's a solid chance something's gonna go wrong. The Xbox 360 is simpler and just works most of the time. I pop in a game, if it has to update, it downloads it pretty fast. Barely any games have to install stuff. Its user interface is simple but gives me the options I want. The PS3 is in the top 40 worst PlayStation consoles, but on a more positive note, it's in the top 40 best. Online play was incredibly important during this generation. I should know, I barely used it. But both of these systems did lean heavily into the online multiplayer crowd. If you were buying one of these systems, you gave a shit. Xbox 360 was generally considered the king of online multiplayer. Connection was great, the interface for setting up parties and hopping into games was simple and intuitive, good stuff. PS3 wasn't bad, but wasn't as elegant and wasn't nearly as feature-packed as the 360 was in its early years. It took a while, but the PS3 eventually got everything together and was pretty competent. But there was one big point against Xbox Live. You had to pay for it. No, that's not fair. I have a mouth to feed. Xbox Live Gold was $60 a year. Now, per year, that's not too bad. That's pretty reasonable. But if you wanted a slightly spottier service for free a year, you could buy a PS3 and spend that $60 you would have spent on online multiplayer on a new video game instead. You could have paid for surgery. Now, Sony did offer a paid online service, PlayStation Plus. This service gave you the ability to play betas for upcoming games, gave you exclusive sale prices for games, and updates could be downloaded to your console automatically instead of having to sit through it every time. You had to pay for that?
The biggest deal was that you would get free games every month downloaded to your system for as long as you kept your Plus membership. Xbox would later offer monthly free games for Xbox Live Gold members in 2013, right before their next console would come out. Great. PlayStation Plus was kinda cool, but they lacked some weird features behind a premium paywall. But just to watch something like Netflix on the Xbox 360, something you already had to pay for monthly, you needed a gold subscription. That's dumb. But if I had to choose between the two, the 360 did have the better online component. Both did some dumb things, but we're also used to paying for online multiplayer now that it's not that big of a deal. Generally speaking, which console looked the best? Well, most people probably know the PlayStation 3 was more powerful than the Xbox 360. Yes, most people. Ask Ed Asner, he'd know. But when you compare the two, they are pretty on par with each other. While many PS3 exclusives looked phenomenal at the time, 360 games didn't look that much worse. In fact, because the 360 had a bigger install base for most of its life and was easier to develop for, most third-party games ended up looking better on 360 because they were made with that hardware in mind. Now, this isn't a huge deal. By better, I really mean we're splitting hairs here, but 360 does look slightly nicer. Playing something like BioShock Infinite on the PS3, I do notice a lot more dirty-looking textures compared to the 360 version. Third-party games look and run a bit better on 360 most of the time. And while there are a handful of cases where the PS3 version of a game is drastically worse than the 360 one, most of the time, it's not that noticeable. Playing the PS3 version isn't much different at all from the 360 one. But the developers working exclusively with the PS3, the developers who actually took the time to figure out how to use the system to the best of its abilities, my god, some of these games look just as good as PlayStation 4 titles. Just comparing two exclusives for each system that released in 2011, Gears of War 3 and Uncharted 3, Uncharted does look better to me. But the 360 can do some really impressive stuff, like really impressive. Just like in Rise of the Tomb Raider on the system from 2015. This was an Xbox One game, but the 360 version looks incredible for the console. And it doesn't even require an install or multiple discs. The Xbox 360 can put out some crazy graphics, but the PlayStation 3 at its best will always look a little bit better to me. God, I hope my new video game console can play my older games even though I'll never play them. Backwards compatibility is such a luxury to have even if you barely use it. And the PlayStation 3 initially was set to be the ultimate PlayStation. It could play all generations. And then the PS2 support was taken out of the cheaper models to cut costs. And then they got rid of it entirely. But hey, the Xbox 360 can play original Xbox games. This is the ultimate pleasure. Could you imagine a worse note to get on your windshield? So both consoles have trouble with playing older games. All PS3s play PS1 discs, but a specific version of the original model is the only one that can play PS2 games. Some PS1 and PS2 games are available to download from the PlayStation Network store, and various PS2 games were re-released in high definition via collections, so regardless, you had some options on PS3. The Xbox 360 can play a little less than half of the original Xbox library. Microsoft would update the 360 every now and then, offering more and more original Xbox games that were supported until they just gave up. Even though most of the major Xbox releases you'd care to play are supported, many of them have issues. The Wikipedia list of the Xbox games that were backwards compatible has a specific column denoting issues, so that says it all right there. However, most games run fine enough. Many older titles were re-released via downloads on Xbox Live Arcade and PlayStation Network, and while Xbox Live Arcade was easily the more popular of the two, most legacy titles appeared on both services. These two both have their problems with playing legacy content, but the PS3 had the most options and always supported PS1 discs. I already talked about how third-party multi-platform games generally looked and ran better on Xbox 360, and yeah, that's generally the case. Sometimes third-party games have to install trash on PS3, but they just immediately boot on the 360. Like, come on. Most of the time, the graphical differences are incredibly minor. It's to the point where I'd say, if you're playing a third-party game on PS3, you don't have much to worry about. Is not a big deal. But to combat any graphical differences, many third-party PS3 games offer exclusive content, whether that's exclusive characters in fighting games, exclusive missions and modes, PlayStation Move support, that's all pretty cool. Xbox 360 versions really didn't have much to offer in comparison. I mean, Call of Duty DLC came to Xbox first. Oh jeez, I better get Black Ops 2 in 2020. But most of the time, PS3 offered legitimate gameplay reasons to want to own that version instead of the 360 one. Even having PlayStation Move support in BioShock Infinite, that's way cooler than offering Kinect support in Mass Effect 3, where it's literally just screeching at your Xbox to make choices on screen. And some people like playing shooters with motion controls. It was a cooler incentive than noise complaints. However, a lot of these exclusive features didn't amount to a lot. They were cool incentives, but to be honest, most third-party games were made for Xbox 360, and thus, they just work better on the platform. Most major third-party games came to each console. You weren't missing out on much if you were a big THQ nut and you owned a 360. What this all boils down to is, which console had the best exclusive games? The Xbox 360 had Halo, Gears of War, Fable, Forza, Crackdown. The PlayStation 3 had Uncharted, Resistance, Little Big Planet, Ratchet & Clank, Sly Cooper, Killzone, Infamous, God of War, Metal Gear Solid 4, Gran Turismo, Mod Nation Racers, Puppeteer, The Last of Us. Okay, this may be a bit unfair. To give Microsoft credit, they did quite a good job in the first half of the 360's life with exclusives. I mean, Halo 3 launching will always be one of the biggest events in gaming history. Even looking at the best PlayStation 3 exclusives, they just don't hold a candle to the amount of excitement around the world for that one game. Gears of War was huge, and Forza took over the racing sim crown from Gran Turismo. Like, my god, they had Forza games releasing every single year, and the Gran Turismo team was just like, here's a prequel to Gran Turismo 5, because for some reason we're taking 20 years to make it. And then for some reason they put out Gran Turismo 6 after the PlayStation 4 launched. With digital bite-sized titles, Xbox Live Arcade was far better. They had so many fun experiences on there. PSN? They secured games like BioShock and Mass Effect. Mass Effect 2 was exclusive for a year. Now, each of these games came to PS3 eventually, and timed exclusives aren't my idea for a fun afternoon, but it at least showed they meant business. They got Grand Theft Auto to jump away from being a timed PlayStation exclusive franchise. They got Final Fantasy to come to Xbox finally. They really cared, and then they gave up. Once Connect rolled around, they let their guard down, and while Sony was already starting to kill it, they really went crazy funding exclusive content. Not only were they making amazing exclusive games, but sequels to those games, and not only were these games great, but they had a huge variety of games exclusive to PlayStation 3. There's a reason the only things people think about when Xbox is brought up are Halo, Gears of War, and Forza. Kinect exclusives could be sort of cute, but right when I said that, Sony put out The Last of Us. Jesus, one of the most critically acclaimed games of all time. That got so many people to buy a PS3. And then you had some of the more unknown games. Puppeteer is really charming. And not all PS3 exclusives were winners. Some of them definitely missed the mark, but many PS3 exclusives were truly experiences worth investing in a PS3 for. The PS3 may have been rough around the edges and difficult to use in many areas, but I don't even have to finish this sentence. So the PS3 won, which is weird considering that I used a 360 back in the day. To be fair, it could have gone either way, but based on my personal taste at the moment, I think the PS3 comes out on top. Even if it's an absolute bitch to use. But turns out, I'm not blinded by nostalgia or love for a specific company. I picked the PS3 when the 360 was the console I owned, so that's a plus to my reviewing skills. The only thing the PS3 could use is a version of Mario Party 9. This game's actually terrible, but I love it because it's made by Nintendo. Hey y'all, Scott here, and would you shut up for like a minute because I'm trying to focus on my Kinect Sports Season 2 speedrun. If I screw this up, the KSS 2 speedrunning community won't let me hear the end of it.
And up to bat comes a very promising new talent. Slows it right down. Strike.
Wow, I didn't know humiliation came included with this thing. Speedrunning is one of the most fascinating aspects of the gaming community. Almost every game has a following when it comes to completing it as quickly as possible, and it's amazing to see it in action. I feel that it's easy to say speedruns have been a part of gaming since the very beginning. If you like a game and get incredibly good at it, you instinctively try to get through it as efficiently as possible. One of the first speedruns that was accounted for was Todd Rogers' 5.51 second run of Dragster on the Atari 2600. Rogers is famous for his various high scores in old school games such as Gorf and Asteroids. Dragster is different because it has a timer, so the high score is how low your time is. Interesting footnote, Dragster was analyzed by another speedrunner, OmniGamer, recently, and it was concluded that it is impossible to get a time lower than 5.57 seconds. Rogers' high score was verified by the developers of the game and Twin Galaxies, so I don't know. Speedrunning became much more popular when games could officially be beaten rather than just played to obtain a high score. Players are starting to try to beat games as quickly as possible. Super Mario Bros. Is one of the most popular games to speedrun due to everybody knowing the secrets on how to beat the game in mere minutes. The original Metroid rewarded players for beating the game quickly by revealing Samus with less and less clothes on. And the entire concept of speedrunning was the basis of Sonic the Hedgehog's gameplay. Yuji Naka wanted to make a game where the more skilled you are, the faster a stage can be completed, which is, the entire idea of speedrunning. But the start of modern speedruns can be traced back to Doom, which offered a demo record file option. Communities were launched online that focused on submitting demo files that strive for doing specific tasks, such as damaging no enemies, for example. But then the website Compete-N was initiated, which focused on completing Doom as fast as possible. This turned out to be the first website dedicated to speedrunning, and the rest is basically history.
Speedrunning, of course, has been a popular way to play through games for quite a long time, but with online video and a greater emphasis on the internet itself, it exploded in recent years. The Games Done Quick events are definitely easy to credit for this phenomenon. 2 charity events, Awesome Games Done Quick and Summer Games Done Quick, are held each year. These events have speedrunners from across the world come and quickly beat games while viewers donate, and it has been incredibly successful. There are 2 main types of speedrun completion methods, any percent and 100%. Any percent is about simply beating the game as quickly as possible, while 100% is of course 100% completing the game as fast as you can. A less common type is low percent, which involves completing as little as you can. I'm partial to any percent just because those are straight to the point. If I'm feeling especially blood clotty while watching speedruns, I might look into a 100% run. Tool-assisted speedruns can make things a bit easier for the player, whether it involves save states or emulation. However, I tend to be more impressed by the pure runs. I usually see Nintendo games have the largest speedrunning communities. I don't know if it's just me, I'm obviously a big Nintendo guy, so it just may be because that's where a lot of my interests lie, but I do notice some of the most popular games to run are Mario and Zelda titles. And I can't blame anybody for running those. Mario 64 is an absolute treat to watch speedruns of. There's so many different varieties of the runs too, like simply beating the game, 120 stars, 0 stars, 16 stars, one-handed. It's incredibly interesting to see how these different runs affect the strategies the runners employ. With Zelda, most recently Breath of the Wild offers so much in terms of speedrunning. Like the series producer Anuma stated, the game could be beaten in mere minutes. Currently, the record hovers around the 40-minute mark or so, which is still pretty impressive. Speedruns don't always mean fast though, it of course means fast in context of the game that's being run. For example, Final Fantasy VII was beaten in a blistering 8 hours at Summer Games Done Quick 2017. I've never been tempted to try speedrunning out, but watching others absolutely destroy a game I know is mesmerizing. Especially during Games Done Quick marathons. The runs during the events aren't perfect of course, the runners mess up all the time, but they still complete games in mind-boggling times. Me personally, I don't think I could keep doing a speedrun if I knew I messed up. I'd keep on resetting no matter how far I was in the game. Sometimes I wonder if the players simply memorize button inputs and when to do them for an entire game, and then I say, probably not, they're probably just way too good at the game. They know the ins and outs of everything the game has to offer. And that's the art of speedruns. It's just insanely knowledgeable and talented video game players playing a game in an incredibly interesting format the fastest way possible. It involves a ton of planning and practice. I honestly would equate it to something like learning an instrument. At first it will obviously be amateur hour 24 times a day, but once a runner gets a game down, watching everything flow so smoothly and effortlessly is fascinating. There's a lot of wiggle room for creativity in runs, new things and old games being discovered constantly, and communities who help out each other all the time. Runners find exploits and tricks that may have originally been mistakes by the developers and turn them into legitimate strategies. They take mistakes and turn them into crucial gameplay elements. Watching an excellent run is like watching a skilled pianist go to town, or some other analogy. It can be a beautiful sight to behold.
Speedrunning continues to be one of the most interesting ways to watch a game be played, especially the wackier runs like blindfolded or no-handed challenges, which is why I decided to go forth with the world's first ever no-touch speedrun of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. It's a work in progress.
Hey y'all, Scott here. You know, people don't get that anymore. Combining the words Scott, all, hey, and here just doesn't connect with modern word hearers. That's why I'm going to change up the first 4 words I say to everybody to be understandable to more people. Here, I have a lot of options to shift through. Hi gang, it's Scott. Welcome to Scottsburg. Everybody? No, just Scott. Guys, look, a me! I played Fling Smash. People of you. Hey, anybody up for tennis? I bought a hat. I'm talking about reboots. I like that one. Remember this? No, you don't. You had black hair instead. Take it. You got a beloved franchise on your hands. Scrap it. Start over again. That's the key to success, at least with most media now. Reboots are a hot ticket item these days. They're constantly getting pumped out within the television and film industries, but video game reboots are what we're talking today. I think reboots are totally understandable from a business perspective. After a series has been around for a while and there's a big fat number at the end of the title, apparently massive turnoff. Mario Party 10, well, I have to play 1 through 9 before that. I mean, I'm completely guilty of this mindset. If there's a game I'm interested in, but it's a sequel, most of the time I'll want to make sure I either play the previous games or at the very least have a good understanding of them. That's why we see so many new games from old franchises with no number, no new subtitle, just the series name. Easily the biggest trope of the video game reboot, getting rid of all that garbage. Modern Warfare 4, nobody knows what the hell that is. Here's how it should be. I cannot wait to see the next couple Modern Warfares. Whether it's to give a series series a fresh start or because the publisher's worried people won't buy into a game called Doom 4, taking a pre-existing franchise and making a new entry that is newcomer friendly, ignores previous continuity, starts anew, and has a boring, stupid title to appeal to both potential new fans and longtime fans alike, that's like a game developer's favorite pastime. Reboots just make sense. They can appeal to newcomer and veteran fans. However, they're susceptible to numerous problems, not retaining what made the franchise special in the first place, changing too much, ruining gameplay or characters. You have to find the right balance between keeping what made the series beloved to begin with and appealing to more people. And now reboots have been around for a while, especially with film, so it really isn't a new concept. However, I'd argue reboots in video games started to become more common in the Xbox, PS2, and GameCube era, but really started to become a thing the generation after that with the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and Wii. A lot of people were either just getting into gaming or getting back into gaming around that, so to rely heavily on previous titles wasn't gonna cut it. The Sonic continuity was too much to handle. Now this is a good starting point. Games would make a clean break with the title and just label something as the title of the series, so then more people would feel like they could pick it up. They didn't need prior knowledge, they could just start the series here, which is everything a reboot strives to be. Sometimes we got reinventions of a game in a more modern style, a return to form, or the best thing a reboot can ever strive to be, gritty. As gamers got older, so did a lot of their tastes, so it was a hip thing to take an E-rated franchise and M it all up. I always looked at Bomberman and said, well, that's not right, where's the angst? I just got back from Spencer's Gifts, I'm ready for this. Bomberman Act Zero is possibly the most definitive way to not reboot a series. I guess Hudson Soft wanted to take Bomberman and turn it into something that could rival Gears of War with its persistent use of brown and gray. This game knows how to use no colors, and they redesigned one of the most iconic characters in all of gaming and turned him into something your mom wouldn't approve of. Bionic Commando, so this technically is a sequel to the original Bionic Commando on NES. You might have played this and asked, what happens next? Well, obviously this. But its name is just Bionic Commando. It came out 20 years after the original. The tone is way more angsty. I think it's fair to call this a reboot. Well, I think it's just okay. The only thing I ever remember about this game is that it gave Nathan Spencer wife arm. What a twist. Your dead wife has been a part of your robotic arm throughout the entire adventure. That's something worthy of being on the back of the box. This was when Capcom was desperately trying to inject as much North America into their games as possible to appeal to audiences outside of Japan, which meant reboots. And with that, here comes DMC Devil May Cry, one of the most controversial reboots in all of video games. Not because it was necessarily bad or anything. It's alright, but it treated Devil May Cry's legacy just so poorly. Capcom enlisted Ninja Theory to develop the game rather than developing it themselves and pushed them to make the game the way it is to help DMC reach bigger audiences. That meant turning the main character Dante into the most fucking generic looking video game protagonist out there. A lot of these reboots like to take all the character out of character designs and replace them with these college dropouts. I guess with a more generic looking character, I can relate to him more. See, that was why I could never get into Devil May Cry. I just couldn't relate to Dante. He had white hair. DMC was okay, it just felt like it was rebooting the series for reasons that made no sense, taking things that actually made the series unique and changing them because they thought those were the problems with the series. Turned out they weren't. And then Capcom released Devil May Cry 5, which ignored everything DMC did and was just a direct follow-up to Devil May Cry 4. Now, instead of being considered a reboot, DMC is more so considered an alternate timeline version of Devil May Cry now, mainly because it's hard to be a reboot to a series when the series just deboots back. Capcom was all about these reboots for a while. There was a Mega Man X reboot in the works that ended up being cancelled. Maverick Hunter, think of something along the lines of Metroid Prime, how that took a 2D game and went first person with it. Maverick Hunter was pretty much going to be a first person Mega Man X game, but much darker and grim. So imagine if the Bomberman X Zero guys made a Mega Man X game. Honestly, I think this could have been okay, but I kinda doubt it. It was probably gonna be bad. I'm also thinking of this in terms of how well Metroid Prime turned out. Now that's a reboot done right. After a long hiatus, they took the Metroid series and threw it in a new dimension and perspective, while retaining what made Metroid Metroid. The development team of Maverick Hunter was made up of some people who worked on Prime, so I think this project had a bit more potential than some may say. But it was probably a good thing it was cancelled. This was trying to take X and turning him into something like fucking Master Chief. I get why they redesign characters like this, to get rid of that cartoony, kinda cutesy vibe and truly make a Mega Man game that you'd be proud to say you played last night at school. But a lot of the people who are only interested in the dark, gritty, mature games aren't really open to trying new things, and thus they aren't guaranteed to give a piss about a gritty Mega Man X reboot. And just saying that out loud, what guy who only plays dark and gritty mature games would actively care about a Mega Man X reboot? On top of that, something like this is less likely to appeal to actual Mega Man X fans because it's so radically different from the original games. I think it's fair to say, while I think this game may have had some potential,
It would have flopped hard commercially, I guarantee. How about a gritty reboot of a World War II shooter? If you want grit, you can always take a look at EA's Medal of Honor reboot in 2010. The original Medal of Honor games were pioneers of the modern first-person war shooters. Then EA asked, you know Call of Duty? Medal of Honor 2010 has absolutely none of its own spunk. It really gives you no reason to play it in comparison to something like Call of Duty. It did get a sequel, Medal of Honor Warfighter. That subtitle can be used with almost any FPS. Of course, there are reboots that have no business existing. You know who needed a completely new origin story? Spyro the Dragon. The kids wouldn't understand any of this. He needs a head. However, reboots can be good, I swear. God of War PS4 is one of the most radical reboots out there. It took a hack and slash franchise with a fixed camera and made a game that defied all the odds and was not that. This is a weird reboot the more I think about it. So Kratos is still the main character, but God of War PS4 switches from the Greek mythology of the original series to Norse mythology, but apparently this is still the same Kratos. He just decided to change mythologies on us. I mean, sure. The reboot, however, is much more of a cinematic story-focused adventure game compared to the original titles. It's like most of the other first-party PlayStation games. While God of War PS4 still retains hack-and-slash elements, they're definitely toned down to make way for a much more character-driven story. I can appreciate that, and I think the characters pop much more with its changing gameplay. It's just this feels so similar to a lot of the other games Sony Studios are making that I can't help but think the original style was more unique in comparison. This felt much more like a game called God of War. So whatever, I still like playing this more than God of War 3. Wolfenstein has been through so many reboots now, I don't know which of these is real. One of the most influential series ever when it comes to first-person shooters. Well, the first major reboot was Return to Castle Wolfenstein in 2001, followed up by Wolfenstein from 2009, and then rounding things out with Wolfenstein The New Order in 2015. Return to Castle Wolfenstein was pretty great at the time, and Wolfenstein The New Order and the games that followed it are definitive modern Wolfenstein games in my opinion. I think these are fantastic modern representations of the series. Then something f***y happened in 2009. Remember my opinion of Medal of Honor 2010? That kind of stays true with Wolfenstein 2009. This is such a nothing game. There's nothing that fun or remarkable about it. The Nazis did do some crazy stuff with gravity though.
Carried some unusual munitions that canceled gravity when it detonated.
Nope, Hitler.
Guys, I finally started up Kid Icarus Uprising, and that means, yep, I finally lost use of my right hand. Kid Icarus was an NES title, which later got a sequel on the Game Boy, but that was it. And with Pit's inclusion in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, people started to question why this series never made it past the Game Boy. It seemed to have just as much potential as all the other series that started up around then. But then finally, Smash Bros. Director Masahiro Sakurai put his foot down and made a new Kid Icarus game himself that played nothing like a Kid Icarus game. It's fair to call Uprising a reboot because it basically treats itself as a brand new franchise rather than the third game in the series. Sure, there are characters and enemies and some plot lines from the first two games, but by and large, this was a completely new take on Kid Icarus, and it was one of the most thrilling arthritic experiences of my life. It's a good game I hate. It's held back by its annoying control scheme, but other than that, it's a great time. But that reminds me of a type of reboot that has a special place in my heart. The full-blown retro revivals, bringing back a retro game series in all of its old school glory. This was a huge trend that started in the 360 days. With the aid of digital distribution with Xbox Live Arcade, PlayStation Network, and WiiWare, it became totally viable to produce new games and old school franchises. You could whip them together on the cheap, charge some bucks for them, and throw them online. These were reboots in the sense that they went back to what people loved about these games originally and got rid of the extra junk added to later games. I'm just really fond of these types of games because they bring me back to the glory of Xbox Live Arcade. I miss this so much. Back when companies could just squeak out a remake of the original Bionic Commando, no wife arm included, Mega Man 9 and 10, Double Dragon Neon, Hydro Thunder Hurricane, Rocket Knight for like 10 to 15 bucks. There were so many revivals of classic games and it just brings me back to a much simpler time, when stuff like this was just far more common to get thrown online for a couple of bucks. Now, I mean, something like Bomberman R, yeah, if that released in 2008, it would be like 15 bucks max on Xbox Live Arcade. And now, you see, that's a little thing us people who are talking about reboots right now call bullshit. My favorites were always the Pac-Man Championship Edition games. These were definitely the reboot back to basics Pac-Man games after they experimented with 3D platformers for a while. God, dude, I wish these games counted towards caloric intake. I want to stuff my face with these things. They bring back the standard maze format for Pac-Man, but they bring all this modern spectacle to it all, alongside gameplay mechanics that wouldn't be possible in the 80s. However, these retro revivals didn't just start happening during this era. They've been the norm since, I'd say, the mid-90s, when they tried to take old school gaming icons icons and rebrand them for a new age. Space Raiders, a reboot of Space Invaders. Yeah, this is one of the most forgotten games in the GameCube and PS2 libraries. Finally, a Space Invaders the kids can get behind. They didn't think a Space Invaders game could have partial nudity. Thankfully, since then, they found much more appropriate ways to leverage the Space Invaders brand, but Space Raiders will always live on in my heart until I forget about it for a few years, i.e. in about 3 minutes. Ninja Gaiden is a solid example of a well-executed reboot of an old-school franchise. You go from tough-as-nails NES platformers to tough-as-nails hack and slashes. Yeah, it did get a genre change, but the spirit of Ninja Gaiden was still there. Now, one of my biggest pet peeves with reboots are the titles. I mean, if naming the 9th game in the Mortal Kombat series Mortal Kombat really got more people to buy it, okay. It's just when a new game is revealed and the title is revealed to be just the name of the series, I roll my eyes a bit. Now we have to start referring to these games by unofficial titles or following the title with a year or the system it's on. Mortal Kombat 9, Doom 2016, God of War PS4, Tomb Raider 2013, Punch-Out Wii. Those aren't the official titles, but that's just what we have to call them, and that's sort of annoying, especially when two games are completely different, yet have the same title. Saying, oh, I love Prey. That could mean anything. The title DMC Devil May Cry never made much sense to me marketing-wise. Like, DMC is kind of more of an abbreviation fans use to talk about the Devil May Cry games, so just calling the game DMC doesn't make much sense if they were looking to have this appeal to more people. I feel like it would have done better if they just straight up called it Devil May Cry. I adore Tomb Raider 2013, but the title being full out Tomb Raider doesn't feel the most fitting to me. You do raid tombs in the game, but it's not the main focus. I think it would have made more sense to just call it Lara Croft or something, because it's focusing on her origin story, and one of the last things I think of with this game is honestly the tomb raiding. Sonic the Hedgehog 2006. One thing I will never understand about this game is its name. They wanted this to be a fresh start for Sonic, so this is what Sonic was always meant to be. I don't get that because Sonic 06's gameplay is pretty similar to the Sonic Adventure titles. Why were they acting like this was Sonic's rebirth and deserved to be called simply Sonic the Hedgehog, when it was pretty much just a third Sonic Adventure? Plus, they re-released the first game on Game Boy Advance the same day, and that was just called Sonic the Hedgehog, and that was bad too! Sega had a lot of nerve to release two completely different bad games with the same name on the same day. The Punch-Out games. Alright, how many times can you reuse the same title? Can you just call the Wii one Punch-Out in the face? However, sometimes I do think it's fair to use the generic series as a title, and when a series is gone for a long time, the lack of a subtitle or number kind of makes sense. I mean, why would you call Killer Instinct 2013 Killer Instinct 3? Most of the general population doesn't even know games called Killer Instinct 1 or 2 ever existed. Reboots can be seen as cash grabs or annoying to longtime fans. And they most certainly can be that, but I think we still gotta look at some of these from more creative perspectives. It can be incredibly frustrating and complicated to be tied to continuity from years worth of content, especially if current developers didn't work on previous titles in a franchise. A series can become worn out and beaten to death, but they still may have potential. The characters, the gameplay, the setting are all beloved, and you want to create more things around them, but you don't want to be tied down to the limitations of what came before. Sometimes it's okay to let go of the past and to tweak characters or settings or even completely change them while still retaining the heart of the original source material. That's how some of the greatest stories and characters of all time evolve. A story told hundreds of years ago changes over time depending on who's telling it. While reboots are kind of given a bad rep most of the time, I think a lot of it has to do with the terms reboot and revival being used to death these days. They're annoying to hear. I'd recommend using the terms reimagining or a new take when describing these types of installments. I think those terms have a lot less of a corporate, we're bringing back old shit you love because we don't have any original new ideas ourselves feel to them. Reboots can be groan-worthy sometimes, but I think they can be totally understandable and necessary. You can't make 20 installments of a game series called Need for Speed without like 5 reboots. You just can't. Hey y'all, Scott here. Look at this. It's my integrity. I will do anything for money. The statement still stands! Well, doing anything for money covers pretty much everything for money except for my soul. I was looking to lose a few pounds anyway, so I just need to find somebody who's willing to buy it from me. There we go, just listed one soul on Craigslist. We have a buyer! Welcome! I spelt soup. I'm gonna have to live with integrity for the rest of my life if I don't do something about it. I can't live with myself knowing I can live with myself. That's why it's time to turn to the internet to find some leads. I'm so excited to be anything but happy. Turns out it's possible to get free money from corporations. All you have to do is say what they want you to say. Ventriloquism. It's fucking ventriloquism. This is called a sponsorship, and not only is it the 8th deadly sin, but it's also an artsy way to drain credibility. That is exactly what I could use right now. I just have to form some kind of following online, and corporations will be all over me to show their stupid fucking trash. All you have to do is form a fan base and they'll sponsor your flesh. You know what that means.
I'm gonna make a Vimeo account. There we go, haven't made any content yet, so that means I'm ahead of most of the Vimeo user base. You may say, Scott, you need to give these corporations a reason to give you free money. You need to give people a reason to want to follow you. You need to make something. I'll make a deal with these companies. I'll make content on this account, no problem. They just have to sponsor me first. This is taking longer than I thought. All right, I gave in. I posted a video trying to lure these companies over to me.
My opinion already doesn't matter, so just buy it.
So now all we have to do is wait for some desperate companies to start lining up. I may have 0 followers, but I'm a ticking time bomb of popularity. The question is, what companies are desperate enough to buy me out? Well, there's Audible, Squarespace, ExpressVPN, but really, who wants to be paid by a VPN service? That's super lame. That's like me opening up my next Vimeo post with, I'm sponsored by the morgue. These guys sponsor literally every being with a pulse online. They'd sponsor a fucking fish if they could. But see, I play stupid Nintendo games. Is there a video game company who's on the market for a Scott? Alright, Plarium, makers of Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, now this game is a sponsorship legend. Everybody's seen something sponsored by them. I heard this was one of the best RPG mobile games of 2019 with stunning visuals and hundreds of champions from 16 playable factions. Download now to join the fight, available for free. That's exactly why I didn't want to play it. This game has been pushed by social media rock stars ever since its release. This company pays millions of dollars to have popular internet accounts talk about it non-stop, about how it's the best RPG mobile game of 2019 with stunning visuals and hundreds of champions from 16 playable factions. It's available now for free. Join my clan in the game and I might just spit on you. It's the hip thing to get paid for these days, and while I'd rather die than read a press release about Raid Shadow Legends to my Vimeo followers, that's exactly what I'm trying to do here. Considering my Vimeo account officially now has content, I think Plarium's in the market to pay me. So I'm gonna play Raid Shadow Legends to get paid and depressed. So Raid Shadow Legends, it's all about bugs. Look at all these things I can buy. If I want Plarium to buy my soul, maybe buying some of theirs will get their attention. I don't really care what in-app purchase from Raid Shadow Legends I buy, so I'm just gonna close my eyes and pick one randomly. Oh, I bought Tinder Gold. Well, while that's downloading, why don't we learn more about this game with the only method I know how to do research. So Raid Shadow Legends is a freemium mobile and PC fantasy-themed turn-based role-playing gacha game taking place in the fictional realm of Teleria, which has been subjugated by the Dark Lord Saroth. I've been really practicing my sleep reading lately. The game has achieved notoriety for its extensive advertising campaign, most notably its sponsorships with a number of YouTube personalities. Soon to be Vimeo. Alright, Raid Shadow Legends downloaded! I've never heard anybody say anything about this game that wasn't pure bullshit they were paid to say. I'm so excited to see why I never wanted to play this! This is the best mobile RPG of the year! Oh, God, so stupid. I got Raid Shadow Legends and Tinder mixed up again. They both have letters in their names. Alright, so booting it up, we have some graphics and lots of them. Here we go with the gameplay. Gotta tap what attack I want to do, then hit the person I want to attack, move on to the next round. That's it! What am I looking at here? The Bill of Rights? I swear, all mobile games are the same. You need a magnifying glass to read anything, and it's never obvious what you're supposed to click. This one. Well, we're this far in, and I'm still not sure what the title means. This is the kind of title that's so vague it can work across every single living product. It's either Latin, or I can play further to find out what significance it has. It's Latin. Well, that's enough Raid Shadow Legends for me today. I'm off to go to my Vimeo account now that I've contaminated it with talking about the best RPG mobile game of the year to see if Plarium wants to sponsor me. Wait, if the entire point of them sponsoring everybody about this game was to just get the word out about it, I did exactly what they wanted me to do without even getting paid for it. Even if I reiterate, this is just some garbage generic RPG mobile game I don't give a piss about, I don't find it fun at all, haha. It doesn't matter! They just want the word Shadow, Raid, and Legends to be everywhere. They already won! Bad publicity, good publicity, they don't care. I lost my soul talking about this game, and I didn't even get paid for it. Now, I may have lost my pride, but I can always buy that back. What I'm really worried about is my Vimeo presence. The idea people will look at me as the guy who willingly talked about Raid Shadow Legends without getting paid. Do I look like I stooped that low? What if I want to branch out on Vimeo and talk about my stupid Nintendo games? My opinions and views may be undermined by the fact that I was trying to lure in a company by advertising and talking positively about their product. Why would anybody trust my opinion when I would have been that easily bought out? And if I did get the sponsorship, why would anybody respect my opinions on stupid Nintendo games if I openly got paid for a mobile game I wouldn't have talked about otherwise? I think I like having a soul. I'm glad I didn't go through with a sponsorship. I may have tried, but I learned my lesson. I'm officially the most prideful user on Vimeo. Yes, this is Scottman Fun from Vimeo. Zipblock's fucking great!
Hey y'all, Scott here. Gosh, I want to play this video game, but it's just too complicated. I don't know. Bingo!
How do you know Grandpa will like a video game? I just know. But hey, sometimes it can be hard to tell, which is where Nintendo comes into the picture. See, during the reign of the Nintendo DS and Wii systems, more people than ever before were picking these things up to play a bit of Brain Age, Nintendogs, Wii Fit, games that anybody could understand regardless of their level of gaming know-how. Which is why Nintendo started labeling these games as, you fucking idiot, you don't know as much as I did. Seriously, you later known as touch generations. Yeah, you ever pick up a game from one of these two systems and notice that little logo in the corner? I mean, it was pretty easy to put two and two together. Pretty much any game with the Touch Generations logo was very accessible and appealed to a much wider demographic than 25-year-old white boy. Makes you wonder why they chose the name Touch Generations when they could have gone for the much more blatant, buy this, grandpa. Because what does this mean? Is this logo supposed to speak to the casuals like, that's me! But hey, anything to help Grandpa buy me a video game can't hurt. Grandpa, that's arsenic! Touch Generations isn't a series per se, rather a marketing line, giving specific DS and Wii games the logo to show how they're fine-tuned for a general audience, unlike some games like Fossil Fighters. Dad, stay away! This logo was introduced on June 5th, 2006 here in North America with the games Big Brain Academy and Magnetica, and shortly after, many previously released titles would be re-released with the logo now in the box art's corner. Was anything else changed? The printer used more ink. This logo is something added after the fact. It never really felt like Nintendo went out of their way to create Touch Generations games. They would make their games and decide later on if it fit the requirements. Now, what were the requirements? This line spanned dozens upon dozens of titles across North America, Europe, Australia, and Japan, some only carrying the Touch Generations logo in specific countries, while either releasing in other regions like normal, or staying exclusive to specific ones. If you want to experience everything Touch Generations had to offer, I mean, man, there are over 50 titles with this branding, and some games that have it in North America don't have it in Europe, and vice versa. There's so many Japanese exclusives. Did everybody who comes up to me for advice on where to start with the Touch Generations games? There's nobody here. Thank God, I got nothing. Might as well take a look at all these to see what makes a Touch Generations game a Touch Generations game. Going in no particular order, let's start with Nintendogs. Nintendogs was an absolute phenomenon, being released as numerous different versions, which just changed what breed of dogs you can select at the start. This was one of the best pet simulators of all time. I mean, look at how well animated these dogs are for being 3D models on the damn Nintendo DS. It effectively used the DS touchscreen to the best of its ability, showing how this is a game that just wouldn't have been the same on the PlayStation Portable or on a home console with a standard controller. You needed a touchscreen. You needed a microphone to scream at mammals. And it's all so damn intuitive. It's the first input method you think of when you see a polygonal dog. It all came together. Playing it now, the original Nintendogs, is ridiculously simple. It's just a solid loop of feed dog, clean dog, play dog, walk dog, train dog, win cash. It's still incredibly charming, but I do think a lot of that feeling comes from nostalgia. I played this to death back in 2007. Everything from what you were doing down to how you were doing it was so damn novel. Thus, let's do some math here. We have a pet simulator, which, looking at the craze surrounding Tamagotchis, we know those are big. Using a touchscreen and microphone in 2005 to do things like pet a virtual animal and also do some light voice recognition, which I'm pretty sure around this time we were all struck at light up shoes. Couple that with the pet we were raising being dogs, puppies, not some weird ass creature made up for the game. Now, you show this to Dad and he goes, "That's a dog." Pretty easy to see how Nintendogs appeal to everybody, with its simple and intuitive controls, easy to grasp concept with a theme most general consumers wouldn't be embarrassed to admit they're playing a game about. Ew, you're playing that? And not the sequel? Nintendogs was destined for success, especially in 2005 when we really hadn't seen something like this work so well and be so understandable. And this was all part of then Nintendo president Satoru Iwata's Blue Ocean strategy, which was to focus on a market that was untapped rather than compete in a market that's already well established, in this case being more core gaming experiences you'd find on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. Let's try and attract other people to the world of gaming with different games. simpler games, controllable and intuitive in fun ways. Thus, the Wii, Nintendo DS, and the Touch Generations line as a whole start to make a whole lot more sense. Hey, you can hate these types of games all you want. I'm a gamer, I don't want to pet a dog, I want to f my wife. But you can't deny these led to the insane sales numbers we're seeing with gaming these days. Touch Generations introduced so many to the world of video games who later went on to try more in-depth experiences. So yeah, these games are far more important than I think people give them credit for. Remove this from the timeline and I might be missing a limb. 100 classic books! What were you expecting? As far as I'm concerned, this game does everything it sets out to do, unlike others. Where the f are the slugs? This title was developed by Genius Seniority after they made Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. I think Nintendo caught on to how that game used words. So on to 100 classic books for them, a collection of 100 public domain writings from the 1800s. These are all free. What was stopping them from doing 101? And with how tiny the DS screens are, they had to blow up the text, so you pretty much get 2 sentences per page now. A book like The Time Machine by H.G. Wells is normally around 84 pages long. In 100 classic books, using the smallest font size option, it is now 649 pages long. And that's just the price you have to pay $20 for 100 public domain books. Come on, man, I can print off PDFs of all these books for free. Okay, so do it. The point is, Nintendo. This is one of the most non-games Nintendo's ever created and doesn't even have an ESRB rating. Though we do have quizzes to take in order to figure out what book we're in the mood for. For what it is, I do find 100 classic books to have a ton of pre-smartphone revolution charm, you know? Something that has absolutely no use today, but you can think back to the late 2000s, early 2010s and see how this could be kind of convenient. Sure, e-readers like the Kindle and smartphones and tablets were taking off, but they weren't nearly as popular as they are today. So the idea of reading a book on your DS wasn't too absurd. And that can be attributed to the fact many Touch Generations titles, including this one, use the Nintendo DS on its side, like a book. For casual users, I bet this felt far more natural, especially in a game where you're using the stylus to write. And the most iconic title that did this was easily Brain Age. This, alongside Nintendogs, dominated the list of best-selling Nintendo DS games. They helped propel the DS as a standard in anybody's pocket, young or old. It didn't matter, everybody owned Brain Age, because everybody was stupid enough to think it would work. You really thought you'd get smarter by doing 10 math problems a day? It's no wonder the United States cracked down on games claiming to train your brain.
Thank God.
Well, while a game like Brain Age isn't gonna make you smarter, it for sure can make you sharper. Presented by Dr. Kawashima, real guy, just in this game, they took some artistic liberties. He was responsible for loads of studies and eventually a book detailing how basic math problems and other mental exercises can aid in avoiding issues like dementia, for example. Now that doesn't mean this is a surefire way to cure that kind of stuff, but it can help many stay on top of things, and what better way to utilize this research than to create a video game out of it to make it as easy as possible for users to follow Dr. Kawashima's advice. Quick math problems, puzzles, and mental exercises presented in a way that feels more like a high score based video game rather than homework. That's what makes Brain Age special. It has some of the most basic, boring sounding content at its core, math, but turns it into something where you want to get better at solving problems and faster at solving problems. Oh my God! That's 5 gallons of water! Writing out numbers and letters with the stylus mostly works okay. Nintendo, whatever you say in front of me, you can say in front of my 5s. We even have a Sudoku mode. Well, I have some books, so we'll decline. But let's be fair here. Sudoku in Brain Age may be the greatest adaptation of the game. I love how you only have 5 mistakes you can make. It really makes you critically think a lot more, and when you get a number right, the ding sound is so satisfying. It's easy to write Brain Age off as just math homework with gimmicks to make it all feel more gamey, but there's far more depth to it than it may initially seem. It actually incentivizes you to get better and better at math problems while also being fun. It must be a witch! Following up that title was Brain Age 2, which is less of a sequel and more of a second volume. It's not like Brain Age brought to the next level, it's more so Brain Age with different minigames. So I'd say Brain Age 2 isn't really Brain Age 2, it's another Brain Age. These are completely interchangeable. If you didn't play one of them, I don't think that means you're missing out on anything.
I think that just means you're a coward.
But just a few months after the first Brain Age's release, Nintendo launched Big Brain Academy. What does this game do differently? deserve at least a teen rating. I never realized how close to each other these two released, which definitely makes me question why. Big Brain Academy is more of a game than Brain Age, which makes me feel like I'm some kind of guinea pig doing an experiment. Big Brain is more colorful and lively, with less of an emphasis on math and more on brain teasers. I guess. It's really hard to say, oh, well, this is why Brain Age exists, and this is why Big Brain Academy exists. Because while they're visually distinct, at the end of the day, these are pretty much the same type of thing. I guess Brain Age is more aimed at older people, while Big Brain Academy is targeted at kids. Okay. Flash Focus was marketed similarly to Brain Age, having a comparable tagline on the front cover. This one's all about training your eyes, being more aware of your surroundings while also staying relaxed. This one doesn't hit nearly as hard as the brain training games. See, those worked because the minigames included were very much the type of things you'd find in homework, but now made fun. You know, that was the point of that title. It gave it purpose, it made it unique. The activities in Flash Focus are like follow the ball under the cup, which is the most overused type of minigame. You'd find that in any Mario Party, yet here, it's stripped down to the bare minimum visually. Sure, that was fine in Brain Age, but here, it feels like they forgot to finish the game. Other exercises can be more visually appealing, but like, this does nothing for me. How is this training my vision? I'm just playing a boxing mini game. If this thing was actually used to judge one's sight, oh, no more corrective lenses for me. Sudoku Gridmaster. Now, I did really enjoy Sudoku in Brain Age, so a full game of nothing but? Why wouldn't you just buy Brain Age? That had Sudoku plus Brain Age. Sudoku Gridmaster is just Sudoku, and it isn't as intuitive or snappy as the mode in Brain Age. There are 400 puzzles in this one though, compared to Brain Age's 100, but after the 100th Sudoku puzzle, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to remember the solutions to the first one, so who cares? Just replay them. This is a perfectly fine Sudoku game at the end of the day, but it's similar to Big Brain Academy in the sense that it has so many of the same things Brain Age has, while also being published by Nintendo within a 3-month window of Brain Age's release. Why not just buy Brain Age? Well, why not be the Gridmaster? Damn, they got me. Crosswords DS, or Crossword DS. Has Nintendo ever officially said how to pronounce this title? That's the price you pay for being cute. This is a collection of crossword puzzles. And word searches. This is just nice, you know? There's not much more to it. It feels like Sudoku from Brain Age, but crosswords. There's loads of puzzles, word searches if you're a fucking baby. This, I can see my parents enjoying quite a lot, so it really seems like the Touch Generations line is for them. With a gun to their head. Yeah, let's get into some titles that carry the logo that just really should have carried anything else. Not that these are bad games, far from it, but like, Jesus, dude, you're scaring Grandpa. Elite Beat Agents, Rhythm Heaven, Hotel Dusk, Room 215, these are all Touch Generations games, much like how I'm one too. These are all DS classics that are, yes, easier to understand and pick up and play compared to the Dark Spire. But I mean, to my dad, there's not a damn difference between these two. These are a lot more flashy, in your face, and complex compared to the other titles. These are actual video games. Elite Beat Agents is one of the DS's best. It's a rhythm game based on a Japanese-only title that used these guys instead of agents. North America loves agents. But we also love, like, ducks, so I'd be interested to see the reason behind this choice. This game is pure wacky-ass Nintendo. The same wacky-ass Nintendo you'd only expect to see in the Japan-only joints, but no, this is a heavily westernized version of a game from Japan. The visuals are all so mesmerizing to watch. It's over the top and knows that. This game just aims to be fun, not only with presentation, but the gameplay as well. Tap the circles that appear in order to the beat. It's very easy to understand, but incredibly difficult to master, which is a crucial element of some of the greatest games of all time. And do they have a cover of Skater Boy? There's only 19 songs featured throughout the whole game, and they are all covers, but I will give Nintendo this. They are all licensed tracks from actual artists, unlike other rhythm games they've done, where the most they can do is the fucking Pledge of Allegiance. But here, these are legitimate songs, and while they are covers, they're pretty good covers. It all just adds up to this being an essential game in anybody's DS library. Except for Dad. Well, yeah, the gameplay is easy to understand. This does stick out quite a bit as a Touch Generations game. It feels more like they made it one to potentially ease casual players to try something with some kick to it, and thus help a game in a brand new series sell a little better. Damn, if that's what this logo can do, why not put it on everything? Rhythm Heaven is another game I find to be a little peculiar here. I mean, the way Nintendo advertised it initially was almost like this was another form of brain age. Oh, I have to get my rhythm training in for the day. They went above and beyond to attract the casual audience here, creating a whole marketing campaign centered around Beyonce just simply playing the game. Oh man, if Beyonce's playing it, it must be real. Pretty wild the game was marketed like this initially, because I don't know about you, but when I think Rhythm Heaven these days, my mind doesn't go to something they'd get. This series can be so damn difficult sometimes, and the DS one, for me personally, is more complicated than the other entries. Okay, complicated. A branch is more complicated than a stick. Just how the others simply use one button, this one we use the touchscreen and flick it sometimes. Ooh. Regardless, Rhythm Heaven is a joy. One of the most unique and lovable rhythm games of all time. Even if you're real bad at it, you still end each minigame with a smile. Unlike Elite Beat Agents, which actively is telling you exactly when you need to tap the circle, Rhythm Heaven plays everything out in a way where just glancing at it, some people may not realize it's a music game. These are all completely different minigames, but at their core, they're all about keeping the beat, listening to audio cues, and watching the visuals to know the exact right time to tap or hold or flick. It's really cool because something like the Rhythm Rally game, you could technically play that like it was just a standard ping pong game. It would be damn hard, but that prepares you for the rest of life. My uncle died. I've dealt with harder. Rhythm Heaven is so unique with how it crafts rhythm minigames that conceptually have nothing to do with rhythm, and because of that, it simultaneously creates a rhythm game that doesn't just involve hitting the right button when the icon hovers over the right area like any other rhythm game. I think contextualizing rhythm in these ways can actually really help you understand music better. I find myself nodding my head to the beat way more playing Rhythm Heaven than in Guitar Hero, for example. And because of that, yeah, honestly, now I can see why Nintendo may have marketed the game like this. In some ways, it is kind of like Brain Age for music, just with a much more fun presentation. Don't get me wrong, this looks fun in one of those less fun than Rhythm Heaven kind of ways, like Taxes. But out of all the games under the Touch Generations label, Rhythm Heaven is one of the most unique, well-designed, and everlasting experiences. We'll get to True Swing Golf, but for now, Hotel Dusk Room 215. Finally, something other than gas prices to confuse the elders. A point-and-click adventure game with 3D first-person movement using the touchscreen. Translation for the casuals?
It just says no.
I get why Nintendo may have considered this a game anybody can get into, a mystery visual novel type experience. Most people can understand that, though I feel this gets a bit too ambitious for a general audience. An impressive game on the DS by all accounts. I mean, they really pushed to create a unique experience visually and gameplay wise. There's not much else like Hotel Dusk, but I feel like a game like Professor Layton is far more casual friendly, with that also being a puzzle game with point and click elements. But guess what got the Touch Generations blessing? Well, that too. Electroplankton. Don't fucking try that. Another game that, oh, I already fucked up. I think it's a bit much to call this a game. It's pretty much a musical, visual, interactive fish moment.
Oh, it's one of those, huh?
Electroplankton is more of an experiment, one that encourages the player to harness their artistic side, to make eloquent movements via the touchscreen to craft unique music heard nowhere else. That's the funny way to say, poke the fish, they scream loud. I don't dislike this experience, but that's all it is, an experience. An experience I find fairly limited in its appeal, one that was sold for $30. You can save the sounds you create. There's nothing to do other than move the electroplankton around to make interesting noises that can sometimes end up sounding like actual music. It's something you could imagine being displayed in an art or science museum, something you could walk right up to and interact with and then move on to the next attraction, which is exactly what the designer Toshio Iwai was known for, interactive art focusing on music that looks exactly like Electroplankton. Within that context, Electroplankton makes so much more sense, just not as a $30 retail game. It retains the spirit of Toshio Iwai's work, but because of that, it really does feel like an attraction you admire for 5 minutes and then move on. So there's value here as an art piece, just not as a game. It's completely understandable as to why it received a limited release here in North America, and how later on they divided the game up into 10 separate applications on the Nintendo DSi shop for 2 bones a pop. The problem is, I already thought the game was lacking in content as a full release. Now you're releasing 1/10 of Electroplankton? This is a crumb! But as a Touch Generations title, I mean, I think Mom could play this. I'm just not sure she'd know why she's playing it. Really interesting and undeniably unique, Electroplankton is a cool thing. I just think it needs more meat on its bones. If you're gonna be more art piece than game, that's fine. You just can't expect me to accept it 16 years later. Now, if we want something that's more of a game, we can't do much better than the original Clubhouse games. A collection of mostly tabletop games, cards, checkers, chess, dominoes, and even some lounge-style games like darts, bowling, billiards. In total, there's 42 different games to choose from, with challenges to complete via mission mode, local multiplayer, or online multiplayer. How did they make this then release Sudoku by itself? Clubhouse Games is still an outstanding value. And these games are timeless, and these versions are still fun today. It's easy to see where they cut corners, though. I mean, one of the games is Soda Shake. Nintendo, I don't need you for this. I feel a bit spoiled because I actually played the 2020 follow-up on Nintendo Switch before the original, and the large icons and visual variety and quality really do make it a bit harder to play the one that started it all. I do find the user interface and text to be a bit too small and not as instantly understandable, intuitive, and inviting as its successor, but at the end of the day, Dots and Boxes is still Dots and Boxes. Though again, Nintendo, I don't need you for this. Clubhouse Games has so much value that it makes other Touch Generations titles feel lacking in comparison, like True Swing Golf. It's golf. I mean, this is perfectly fine. It uses the touchscreen effectively to swing your club, meaning, yeah, I'd say this is pretty easy for anybody to pick up and play. It's also golf. That's crazy. I can get 23 minutes out of a single blind on a controller, but True Swing Golf, I come out dry. Now Tetris DS, I'm coming out soaked! Yeah, this was a Touch Generations game, and while I understand why, it feels like anything but. Tetris is one of the most widely played and accessible games out there. So what's the version on one of the most widely played and accessible handhelds of all time like? Oh my god, it's fucking Frog Mario! It's Tetris for me! Tetris DS's visual identity is nothing but classic NES games by Nintendo. Super Mario Brothers, The Legend of Zelda, Donkey Kong, Metroid, Ice Climber. It oddly gives Tetris DS absolutely no identity of its own, yet a ton of character at the same time. And the sheer amount of modes on display are like, Jesus Christ, they're just blocks, guys! One of the greatest Tetris games of all time. Touch Generations worthy? Of course, but like, why label this as the one for everybody? Well, keeping with the puzzle games, how about Planet Puzzle League? They're just giving planets to anybody. Puzzle League, also known as Anything But. Originally a Japanese-only title named Panel de Pon, later localized in North America as Tetris Attack, then receiving a sequel titled Pokemon Puzzle League, followed by Pokemon Puzzle Challenge, then Dr. Mario and Puzzle League, and now none of the above. One of my favorite puzzle games. It's garbage here. I mean, it's fine, but like, we go from the amazing personality and charm featured in the past games to what I think a robot sees. This is Puzzle League for those who can't feel. Like, would you want to hug space? No. The color yellow? Oh, any day. This game just feels so beaten down with the casual stick. They're trying to make it as bland as possible to appeal to the everyman. And I think that ruins a lot of what makes Puzzle League so enjoyable. And plus, using the touchscreen to slide pieces around just isn't as fun or satisfying as using the buttons for me. I mean, all of this can be changed via the options. We can choose to just use buttons, swap between book style and normal style. There's even loads of different themes to choose from. But this lack of identity is baked into Planet Puzzle League's DNA. This is a meaty game overall. It has loads of modes and things to do. I think it's quite good. Probably one of the best in the overall very small and niche Puzzle League series. Though to me, it's one of the most forgettable entries due to how bland everything is. They brain aged my Tetris Attack. It's like they marketed this as a brain booster, something to play once a day. If you wanted to make Tetris Attack educational, just keep the damn Yoshins and have them spout history facts. Now, Planet Puzzle League wasn't the only older Nintendo series to get a Touch Generations coat of paint. Picross DS, a new take on the Picross puzzle game formula introduced with Mario's Picross on Game Boy. And while a whole slew of variations and sequels were released in Japan, Picross DS was only the second Picross game to get a release outside of that country. Well, it's not Mario's Picross anymore, so I guess he didn't get the prenup. Just because Mario was featured in the original game, that didn't make this a Mario game in my opinion. There were a couple of Mario-themed puzzles, but for the most part, the puzzles comprised of pretty generic things. So Picross DS being just a themeless puzzle game isn't heart-wrenching like Planet Puzzle League was. This is Picross. Use the touchscreen now, which works perfectly. There's a bunch of puzzles to complete. Yeah, I think this fits within the Touch Generations label. Sure, it was originally a Game Boy game, but it definitely feels at home right next to the other titles like Crosswords DS and Sudoku Gridmaster. I can see casuals understanding and enjoying this one quite a bit.
Oh my god, we have a fatality! Not ease of use!
Picross 3D, an interpretation of the standard Picross formula, but now in a 3D space. Definitely harder to jump into, but far more satisfying to master. The Picross 3D is a wonderful puzzler, probably the most unique across the entire Touch Generations line, which isn't saying much. Magnetica was actually one of the first titles with the logo on them. This is a game that everybody's played a variant of at one point or another. It's officially gone under numerous other names like Puzz Loop and Ballistic, and was pretty much copied in games like Zuma. It's just a color matching puzzle game. You get random colored balls to shoot into a twisting lineup of colors, shoot it into a space where you can clear a bunch of the same color. It's fun for a bit, not much else to this one in particular, just a fine version of something that has a million different clones elsewhere. Unlike Master of Illusion. You want to talk about games that ain't games? This is a magic kit. You dare make this for a general audience and feature this character? Mom, it's Barbara the Bat.
That's not a bat, those are boobs.
Master of Illusion comes in this big box containing a pack of playing cards for you to test out some magic acts with. The game teaches you step by step on how to perform some tricks while also using the DS in some performances. The character Barbara the Bat was from a mostly Japan exclusive DS series, Daigaso Band Brothers, which got a Europe release, Jam with the Band, though never came over here to North America. Outside of a few Super Smash Bros. Appearances and Super Mario Maker, Master of Illusion is her only game in this country. I always knew this slogan was full of shit. Keeping with the tutorial game genre, Art Academy. Did you know this game released as two separate smaller titles on the Nintendo DSi shop in 2009 as Art Academy First Semester and Second Semester, with the boxed release combining the two a year later in 2010? I never knew that, I just assumed the DSiWare games came afterwards. Well, Art Academy is exactly what it sounds like. It's not a great digital art program, but it does a sufficient job in giving you some basic art lessons. It's all about teaching you the basics, laying the foundation for what may become a major hobby in the future, which is what the Personal Trainer series was all about. Calling it a series is pushing it though. All of these games, Personal Trainer Cooking, Math, and Walking, were all developed by different people, released with different names in different regions, and all look and play nothing alike. But Nintendo of America decided to give each of them the Personal Trainer title. But then Personal Trainer Cooking got a sequel, and they got rid of the Personal Trainer and replaced it with America's Test Kitchen.
And there was a fifth game in the lineup as well, Personal Trainer Depression.
Personal Trainer Math doesn't really try to be anything special at all, it's just a math educational game. Personal Trainer Cooking and America's Test Kitchen Let's Get Cooking are fine little pieces of cookbook software, and Personal Trainer Walking is definitely the most Nintendo-like of the bunch, being one of the few DS games to feature Mii's and coming with pedometers to track your steps. But this isn't much of a game, rather software to analyze your walking and encourage you to walk more. When Personal Trainer Math is the most game-like of the bunch, you know we've gone too deep into the Touch Generations line. What's left? Mystery Case Files Millionaire? It's Where's Waldo, but without Waldo. So it's Where's Waldo? Where the f is he? This is a long-running PC game series that Nintendo licensed for the DS, which is definitely interesting. They could have just made their own, but hey, this is a perfectly fine little hidden object game. Nothing extraordinary, but nothing bad either. And that goes for the majority of the Touch Generations lineup on the Nintendo DS. There are some standout titles here, some that revolutionized the gaming industry. But for the most part, these are incredibly simple games, sometimes to a fault. They may be so simple they're on the verge of predatory, like assuming some chucklehead's gonna buy Sudoku Gridmaster. But for the most part, these are all quality enough and help push the gaming industry to include everybody, not just pre-existing video game fans. Which is why the line extended to the Nintendo Wii. Well, that makes no sense. Touch Generations on Wii is so damn minuscule, I have to ask what the point of it even was. Only a handful of titles here in North America received the branding, the first of which was Big Brain Academy Wii Degree, with the rest being a few of the Wii series titles. Strangely, games like Wii Play and Wii Party were excluded from the line here in North America, though they received it in other countries, with games like Endless Ocean 1 and 2 being labeled as such only in Europe. With these being every game with the branding worldwide, and these being every game with the branding in North America, damn Nintendo, you could have saved some ink, man. Not only does this feel a little out of place considering, well, mean, I can't touch my Wii, but the bar for what should be labeled touch generations makes no sense to me. The Mystery Case Files got a follow-up on Wii, the Malgrave Incident. Not a touch generations title. Over on the DS, games like Professor Layton, Polarium, Meteor, Style Savvy, hell, the Nintendo DS browser. Why these weren't branded, but games like Hotel Dusk and Planet Puzzle League were, baffle me. I guess Nintendo just stopped valuing the brand as years went on. They kept making games in some of these series, they still do, which truly does hit home how Touch Generations was merely just an advertising tool outside of Japan. Inside, though, it's obvious to me that the lineup of Touch Generations games in Japan were far more connected to one another. They even released a Touch Generations series soundtrack CD over there, containing a variety of music from casual games and applications from the Wii and DS. I never knew math and dogs shared a universe. There's even more to the Touch Generations series if we take a look outside of North America, but so much of it is tailor-made to the Japanese market that I got nothing. But that shows how each country considered Touch Generations to be a completely different thing. But that shouldn't take away the importance of this line. The branding itself was completely superfluous, though the essence of the brand and the types of games released under it helped propel gaming to be as big as it is today. So, thank you, Nintendogs. Hey y'all, Scott here. So, it's about that time. Let's have the talk. Let's talk about birds, bees, hell, even sex. I've gone across the country teaching the proper education professionally, and I've learned it all from this here book. So let's start with chapter 1, Luigi's Mansion. I gotta make some calls. It's finally that time of the year! E3 2001 occurred from May 17th to the 19th in 2001 at the Los Angeles Convention Center, as any E3 2001 would. And this year for gaming as a whole had some of the most iconic releases of all time. Massive console launches like the GameCube, Game Boy Advance, Xbox. The PlayStation 2 was still in its first year on the market, and Sega finally did the right thing. Give up! Every couple of years, we hit one in the industry where everything happens. All the games release, new consoles launch, and the only year that I think even remotely matches 2001 would be 2013. But even then, I think overall, 2001 may have been the biggest year for video games of all time. God, Scott, stop sucking the year off! Well, let's dive into what occurred at E3 2001, and as per usual, be rating each major company's presence at the show on a scale of 1 to 5 knee slaps. Let's start with a company that needs no introduction. The final few years of the Nintendo 64, well, they sure were years. We did get some amazing games during this time, but they were going up against the launch of the Dreamcast and PlayStation 2 alongside all the titles coming out for the 10 times as popular PlayStation 1. Dr. Mario 64, brace yourselves, wasn't gonna cut it. And looking back at the history of E3s, the past few years really felt like Nintendo was spinning their wheels. While other companies were pushing forward with new tech, and Nintendo was saying, "Nuh-uh, we have a new console." Alright, can we see it? You can see Mario Party 3. The 64 was just kind of in existence for a while now, but E3 2001 was Nintendo's first E3 show for not only the GameCube, but the Game Boy Advance as well. Yeah, read off that spiral notebook. This isn't a press conference, it's a book report. We're still in that era of press conferences where press conferences were press conferences, damn it. For some reason going on about how the GameCube has a shot against the competition via graphs. Well, this graph would have more value if you show me the games that would give it a shot against the competition. This conference had the theme of the Nintendo difference. What are you, a brand of paper towels? Now, according to Nintendo, the Nintendo difference is this.
An absolute fetish for quality.
Hey guy, what's your fetish? Well, quality, quantity, the pursuit of happiness, ass and chips. Satoru Iwata comes on stage just a year before he became president of Nintendo, discussing how games all look the same and really leans into the Nintendo difference. Now, over on Nintendo in comparison, it's all about innovation and quality. They released this a month prior. Miyamoto comes out on stage and holy sh**, he's one hand in that bitch! Bill Trennan accompanies them for translation and introduces the first game with the concept of trying to figure out what characters to bring to GameCube first. Technicality. Super Smash Bros. Melee revealed to the world with the opening cutscene and a short overview of the characters. They don't spend long on it, considering you get the general idea of what this is by reading the title. Melee's reveal will forever be one of the best E3 moments, as you can tell just how giddy and excited the audience is. Watching it now is like opening a time capsule. Whenever Samus appeared, everybody roared, since this was during a large gap between Metroid games. Zelda and Sheik were given a huge applause compared to the one guy recognizing ice climbers. Scientists studied this man afterwards. How does one man remember that much ice climber? Melee was the Smash Bros. Series transition from a fun party fighter to a massive gaming event. The bombastic orchestral music, gorgeous graphical upgrade, iconic characters paired up with those who haven't seen the light of day in ages. Melee's reveal was the perfect introduction to GameCube and also showed this console was hopeless. You practically launch a system with a game that invokes this kind of reaction and it gets third place. This marked a change in consoles. It was no longer enough to have the best exclusive games. You had to have multimedia features or a gimmick, and the GameCube had a calendar. After Smash, we get a look at what's called the next in the Mario series. Ladies and gentlemen, the next in the Mario series. So I like Luigi's Mansion, but the way it was shown here felt more like a joke. And I think a lot of critics had this feeling towards Luigi's Mansion when it first launched. The stigma that it was lame as shit. You're not getting a Mario platformer at launch, you're getting his drippy-nosed brother with a shop vac. As time went on, I think everybody's come to appreciate this game a whole lot more. But at E3 2001, the main thing Nintendo pushed with it was how it utilized the GameCube's capabilities. They showed off the controller, which the Wavebird has a different button layout from the wired one. Why do that? The game discs, which Nintendo bragged about being severely anti-piracy as a selling point.
Here's our product, and the best part about it is you can steal it.
The GameCube startup is shown prior to the Luigi's Mansion demo and gets applause.
As it should.
And we get a demo for Luigi's Mansion, which again was created to show off the GameCube's capabilities. Dual analog control along with tons of elemental effects. It was impressive, no doubt, but the fact it wasn't a Mario game and was a Luigi game just made it kind of lame for many. It's pretty shallow that various people thought that way, but that's what the general consensus was at the time. And the way they showed it off here, well, fine, I think undersold the game quite a bit, even if it looked very graphically impressive. Interestingly, they state right after the demo how the Game Boy Advance can be used as a GameCube controller, but the way they talked about it implied it would work with Luigi's Mansion, which would have made sense. I mean, you have the Game Boy Horror in the game, to have a map screen on the Game Boy screen at all times would have been handy. But no, they just move on to more graphs and spec talk, which is very unlike Nintendo. What is like Nintendo is to show us something we can't have. Damn. The Panasonic Q, the Japanese-only GameCube with a DVD player, was shown here for spice. They just kind of show it like this is for the Japanese market, so I don't think they ever really had plans to bring it over here, but they also had it on display at the E3 2001 show floor. If I had to guess, even if they were never gonna sell it in the US, just having a GameCube with DVD playing capabilities at the show would be enough for people to think the GameCube was actually worth a damn. Yeah, you can play DVDs on it, you just need to be able to deadlift 400 pounds. Some developers are shown in a video talking about the GameCube, namely Silicon Knights, Rare, and Retro Studios, all showing off games that were barely real. Retro had Raven Blade!
Yeah, sure, honey, I'm on the phone.
Rare had Cameo and Donkey Kong Racing, but titles like Metroid Prime, Eternal Darkness, and Star Fox Adventures were displayed, with Star Fox Adventures having the subtitle of Dinosaur Planet. This is awesome to see in the context of an actual press conference. For so long, I've only known of the origins of Star Fox Adventures through articles or random trailers, but actually seeing it alongside Donkey Kong Racing and Raven Blade at E3 shows, it's pretty wild and gives a much better idea as to how these games were positioned back then. Next up, we have a brand new game from Nintendo. What the hell was that? Nintendo announced Pikmin as their next Pokemon in the sense that it may not make sense now, but just you wait.
Give it some time.
A quick demo is shown, and Miyamoto says that he got the idea of Pikmin from gardening.
You're selling a console!
The GameCube is set to launch on November 5th in North America, September 14th in Japan, and 2002 in Europe, to the audible disappointment of the audience.
Liar!
It actually ended up launching on the 18th in North America, but I'll let this one slide due to the sizzle reel at the end. Star Wars Rogue Leader, Raven Blade, Wave Race BS, NBA Courtside 2002, Donkey Kong Racing, Animal Force for GameCube. Interestingly, they announced this a month after the game launched on the Nintendo 64 in Japan. Metroid Prime, Mario Kart for GameCube, just using Smash Brothers character models and go-karts. Mickey for GameCube.
All right. The delay was worth it.
Ending things on that infamous Zelda for GameCube demo, showing a realistic Link and Ganondorf fighting, to which 1 year later, we got a puppet show instead. Why wasn't any of this sprinkled throughout the press conference? Instead, we got,
did you know the GameCube is going to do well?
Well, if you showed me Mickey for GameCube earlier, that wouldn't be a question. There's quite a lot to like about this showing, though interesting to note, Nintendo barely talked about the Game Boy Advance. For that, you'd have to check out the show floor. This giant screen saying, fun fact, to ensure innovation, we employ the strongest and most successful exclusive game development resources in the world.
That's not a fact, that's just smug.
I love this rotating actual GameCube logo, and the Game Boy Advance demo unit showing games like Mario Kart Super Circuit, F-Zero Maximum Velocity, Wario Land 4. This was a damn good show. Though their presentation seems better on paper because when you actually watch it,
And more innovation will be on display when our Space World exhibition
brings me right back to economics class. It may have felt like there were a lot of games, but it was primarily just Smash Brothers, Luigi's Mansion, and Pikmin. Everything else was just sort of thrown in a sizzle reel. They still did a good job impressing, and that's more evident by taking a look at the show floor, though Nintendo just didn't show much that clawed people away from the PlayStation 2, unfortunately. Yeah, Smash Brothers looked amazing, but did that make up for the relative lack of third-party support? To some, yeah, and I think something big Nintendo proved this E3 was a massive change to their software output. That slowed down to a crawl on Nintendo 64, but with the GameCube, they showed off a ton of exclusive games in development, most of which came out within the first year or two. Nintendo in 2001? Keep it up. Well, let's take a breather in the form of E3 2001 memorabilia. These Activision 02 hats were given out. Activision 02 was a sub-brand they used for their sports games.
'Cause sports require oxygen!
Well, that was fun. Let's move on to Sony. Let's see how good boy PlayStation did this year. They have the best-selling console of all time. Again, so why even try? Well, Kazurai just stepped off the golf course. It's crazy to see these iconic Sony executives there so long ago. Jack Tretton, Andrew House, the king's all here, which means their first announcement must be big.
First, we will debut a DVD wireless remote.
I stand corrected. Fucking huge.
Gran Turismo 3 gets a trailer even though it's already been out in Japan. Jak and Daxter gets a trailer and demo, being the big holiday title for the PS2 that year, being poised as the PlayStation 2's Crash Bandicoot. But who gives a shit when the PS1 LCD screen is announced?
It says right here.
The PS1 is still a lucrative piece of Sony's business. While the show is all about PS2, they still intended on giving their first console some proper support. Sony's done that with all of their consoles. Even when the PS4 came out, they released Gran Turismo 6 exclusively on the PS3 a month later. They highlight that Square will remain exclusive to PlayStation consoles for the time being, which showcased how powerful this partnership was at the time. But with all this power and having the most successful console out at the time, that meant 10 minutes of EA Sports. Wow, Madden 2002's on the PlayStation 2, these mad sons of bitches finally did it! If this was the first Madden on PS2, or on this generation of game systems in general, I'd understand a gameplay demo for the conference. Final Fantasy X is shown. Like, my god, can you believe how fast they were pumping these games out at the time? Final Fantasy was practically a yearly series at this point. 7, 8, and 9 coming out one after another made some sense with them all being on the same console, but 10 was for the PlayStation 2 and still released just a year after 9. They show a movie trailer for Final Fantasy, The Spirits Within. Then we dive into some other big PS2 exclusives, a long speech about Devil May Cry, then on to Silent Hill 2, and finally a trailer for Metal Gear Solid 2, which was pretty much E3's darling game at this point. Grabbing everybody's attention, this was the killer app for the time. They end things off with some accessories, a PS2 network adapter and hard drive, along with an LCD screen, keyboard, and mouse for...
Who did this?
I have never seen the PlayStation 2 marketed as a straight-up desktop PC. They say this is for email.
This!
They also show a bit of SOCOM, kind of to push the online capabilities of the console. With the Xbox looming over, that was smart to do considering that system was far ahead of the PS2 in terms of internet connectivity. Yeah, you know, Sony did have some of the biggest names on their side, and just looking at their booth, it's quite obvious not only did they have the biggest names, they had all the names. The amount of games on display for PS2 was staggering, and while Nintendo gave you a reason to check out their stuff, Sony gave you a reason to buy their stuff. The PS2 obviously had a tremendous future in front of it. They were even talking about streaming HD movies to the console. This! I may be a Nintendo, we'll say fan, and while E3 2001 had a lot to make me happy, it was also obvious who was going to truly win this generation. Let's return to E3 memorabilia. Here we have an E3 2001 program giving out on the second day of the event. It's designed as if it's a magazine, featuring advertisements that look ripped right out of one, except they're actively begging you to check their booth at E3 out. This is absolutely fascinating. Reading articles detailing the announcement of Kingdom Hearts, which, yeah, debuted here, in a match made in gamer heaven.
If only.
Articles detailing Xbox and Nintendo's booths, giving attendees the motivation to keep it up, what other companies have brought to the show, whether it's games, hardware, accessories. There's interviews, conference schedules, maps, the Mario Awards. Nintendo of America would award their retail partners with Mario Awards based on categories like their catalog, magazine, promotions, in-store flyers. That gave good motivation to advertise Nintendo. See, we could put the PlayStation there, but we're neck and neck with Sears here. Do Wario. Hell, even advertisements for DVD scratch removal machines are here. This entire thing feels like I'm where I don't belong. Shuttle services and food options. Namco is outright begging for applicants. This is an awesome piece of E3 history that truly does give you the feeling of actually being there. It's a little big though. But what's this? Xbox? Who's that? While Microsoft had a presence at E3 2000, 2001 was the year of the system's launch and gave us a much better idea of what we could expect. The console's design was finalized, making it much more consumer-friendly. Oh, come on, that's a choking hazard. And a little game called Halo, which was shown last year, went from a third-person game for PC and Mac to a first-person shooter launching exclusively with Xbox. This was always the go-to game for Xbox, as outside of that, it was a pretty mediocre show for them. They were still in the peach fuzz era of understanding gaming. They got it much more than other companies did, but this was their first console, so the hiccups were to be expected. However, going against Nintendo and Sony, Microsoft had a few technical problems during their conference and not nearly as many games on display. They had Dead or Alive 3 as an exclusive for launch alongside Oddworld Munch's Odyssey. Racing games like Project Gotham and NASCAR Heat impressed, but Microsoft's booth was half Xbox and half PC gaming. The launch date of November 8th, 2001 for North America was announced. Liar! November 15th, and a launch in Japan would occur before Europe, which many people already knew was a mistake. The Xbox has famously never done well in Japan. Many knew the Japanese market wouldn't take to Xbox, but Microsoft sure wanted them to, considering modern gaming was practically born in Japan. But all this did was waste Microsoft's time by launching in Japan before Europe and piss off customers in Europe because they had to wait longer. All for a retail price of $299, which was fairly expensive, though with the Xbox being the most powerful of the main three consoles and with Halo as the killer app, it sufficed. But it's pretty clear, without Halo, this would have been a pretty weak showing, but Microsoft came out swinging with one of the most iconic launch titles of all time. That's gotta count for something. Grand Theft Auto 3. Yeah, there was quite a lot more to this E3 than just what the Big 3 brought to the table. Namely, Rockstar brought the Big 3. I even have the final part of E3 2001 memorabilia, this sticker they gave out. Yep, take a look at that. Okay. Duke Nukem Forever made another appearance, this time looking quite a bit different from the last time we saw it. This one showcasing how truly expansive the game was going to be. Look at all these environments, characters, things to do, epic music. None of it ever happened. Sega was everywhere this year, making deals all over the place with the announcement that Dreamcast would be fizzling and Sega as a company would become a third party. Each console manufacturer made a deal to get a certain Sega franchise on it exclusively, most notably Sonic on Nintendo. The sheer amount of massive industry-defining games to come out of this E3 is unprecedented. Prior years felt like growing pains, but E3 2001 truly does feel like where E3 became E3 from there on out. Wait a second. No, I'm just confused.